back for another week of the best teams in EU going head-to-head in Deadlock Fight Night. In the challenger match this week, we have an old team in name, but new team in roster of Pojolaya Scumbria taking on previous champions of Paravision. With the recent patch buffing Sinclair just a day prior to this taking place, Paravision start off banning that away. As of late though, we have seen an uptick in the amount of teams using Grey Talon as well as Pocket. After dying first in lane, Saf gets his revenge on Jam's side with some great snipes. With these like insanely long respawn timers, but somewhat of a dive coming on the lane too, and also at the same time Jam's side getting extremely low here. The ult is up for Saf. He, I think, is low enough to be finished off, but you know what, doesn't need it. Just uses his fist.
Okay. So Saf sees an opportunity. I think Jam's side pushes up and tries to telekinesis the Grey Talon, and then turns his back and goes to farm the creeps under his turret. The problem is the wave is pushing against Jam's side when he tries to start that fight. Saint!
After hitting the 11-minute mark, PS is already down 4 Guardians to the 1 they've been able to take. The aggression continues out of Paravision as they grab a catch on Wolfie in lane 3 and turn it into more kills.
But never had an opportunity to go for the Affliction. Definitely being chased down now as Prestus turns up. Affliction does get popped. Can he get into the satchel just in time? But God, there's just too much damage. And now Prestus, of course, would have had a soul exchange where it needed. It wasn't. Last Stand going to come in now. Put together. Who's there to be fighting? Yeah, the Calico I see. Spotted out now. It's going to be a little bit dangerous for Alex, but Play With Me still got brought down. That Last Stand has now expired. In the meantime, Saf and Prestus getting busy.
Seeing the overcommitment of PS for the left-hand side buff, Together and Saf push on the lane 4 Walker, catching out Piggy.
He's health in probably 1 charged shot now. And that Rain of Arrows looks to clear the way a little bit more. Of course, our Spirit ability is doing a little bit less to structures like walkers and such. It's not nothing. Here comes the Wraith, though. Telekinesis used there pretty much straight away by Jam's side, but they don't want to stick around for the fight. They just want to keep this Walker alive.
Oh my
We're going
God.
upstairs, though. Stein Idol desperately used here, and Piggy is in deep trouble. That's 2 charged shots, and there's more where that came from. Nice dodge away from the Kudzu Bomb. Divine Barrier also now being popped by Piggy, trying to get away with the airdrop, but
Pojolaya respond to that push by making their own on lane 1.
Up as well. See the ultimate coming down of Abrams here, gets a stun onto 2, but there's not gonna be a charge off. That's on cooldown right now. He's gonna be forced to back away here as they're making their own push and own play onto the lane 1 Walker.
yeah, but again, I just think this is going to be a tough ask for Pojolaya Scumbria. They didn't initially look like they were set up for this, but now they're able to break through.
Saint, who's been quiet most of the game, tries to flank behind Paravision only to meet his demise as PS lose 4 players and the last 2 Walkers.
Being so far behind, but we're gonna see a big fight here, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Saint just going to get blown to smithereens here. Taz a little bit too strong. Cold front popped as they're trying to push up here onto this lane 1 Walker. Pojolaya Scumbria looking pretty scary. In comes the Abrams. Nice little melee follow-up there, but it's just too much damage coming back the other way. Alex, in the meantime, trying to split push that lane number 1, but I think this one has gotten a little bit too out of hand already.
Wolfie gets an earned turn-in, but it seems like Saf sent him back to the Shadow Realm as they go for a mid-boss.
Way ahead. Jam side as well, looking scary. 26k souls, looking extremely brolic at the moment. Wolfie at least able to turn in that urn. And what do Paravision have to say about this, Jason? Saf is on the way. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's an Abrams, for God's sake.
Oh, we do see Ivy looking to get away. What? Hello?
Oh no. Okay, mid-boss time now. Or at least feigning mid-boss time.
Oh, yeah, the bait.
Yeah. Anyone caught out by this though? Not really. I think, yeah, ban-wise was kind of here. Here goes Alex. Okay, trying to cause some problems. Oh, frozen shelter. That's a problem. I like this tech is very cute from the Calico to try and escape. Getting up on top of that ledge here, but Tornado comes in here for Play With Me, and the damage is just far too much to resist. There'll be more, of course. Okay, Sam.
It's if you can get ahead like this, you can like 1 or 2 shot anyone on the other team that isn't like super fed. We're gonna see a contest here. I feel like PS have to go for the contest. They're just like gonna give it away, and it's gonna be a free take for Paravision. But I feel like this is just the beginning to the death of oh my God, Piggy!
He's dead here, I think.
After seeing their opponents get 1 shrine and leave, PS push out only to be caught.
Distance.
Yeah, and I'm reminded by Zyla's in the chat as well that once you are rank 3 in the charge shot, it's 2.5 times scaling on your spirit. So that is, yeah, pretty insane. Okay, Jam side. Oh, man, they get into the fight. Almost 30k souls on this raid. Pretty legitimate threat here. Okay, Al. Okay, the damage wasn't not quite as exciting. Yeah, I mean, they've nerfed that. You can no longer like spam Al and get Omega value from it, but still. Shrine down. And it's just the patron here. Return of Shadows being used there by Alex. trying to avoid this level of pressure now. No ultimates to make use of here for Podulaya Cumbria. 5 players on Paravision that have the Rejuvenator.
With the next respawn in mid-boss, Paravision immediately focus it down as PS comes in to contest.
But they're giving PS the opportunity to go for a steal here and potentially a big team fight. But it's all about Saf. Got to keep the eyes on him.
Yeah. Getting the Great Helm set up for success is going to be crucial. Here comes a supply drop. Bomb comes in. It's just a little bit too late. Piggy not able to get any stuns off that. Rejuve picked up, and there's Saf just rinsing Jam side. And Saint here, probably not in a position to do too much either. They are on the run.
And with those 2 kills they got, Paravision pushed the base and secured a chance at taking on Virtus Pro in the money match.
That came from, in this Paravision, Podulaya Cumbria reformed recently and doing pretty well so far, like in the 1-win tournament, but this game, unfortunately, not their game. They do not have a comp that plays well from behind, and they don't get off to a hot enough start as Paravision advancing to our best of 3 against Virtus Pro.
So I think we see why Great Talon's kind of getting a return back into the meta of EU as Saf dominated Podulaya Cumbria. Paravision have once again returned to the championship match where they look to reclaim the throne, but Virtus Pro are there waiting as they look to defend their title for the 3rd week in a row. Thanks again for watching the recap, and make sure you guys like and subscribe here to Locked In.
Righto, folks. Week 14 of the Deadlock Fight Night is coming at you. We're starting with Europe, as always. Of course, a show presented by Intel, without whom this would not be possible. And I guess we have a helping hand in it as well. I'm Mitch Leslie here with Jason Kaplan. Good to be back here with you, Jason. We're on EU this time. No 5 a.m. finishes for you. I hope you're full of vim and vigor.
I've got my coffee ready to go, but I swear, Mitch, we need you to send me a picture of the shirt you're wearing before we actually start the show, because I'm just entranced by it. I don't know what your closet looks like, but it has to have every color in the rainbow for sure.
Except green, because if I ever run a green screen,
True.
I can't wear it. You know what I mean? It actually was hard to find flower shirts for there. Never mind. You know, it's a long story. Folks, good to be back here for another week of Deadlock. I want to talk about something that we have in the works that is crazy. So crazy that I myself are not going to be a part of it, but there are some dedicated individuals here at the Deadlock Fight Night that will be. We are expanding. That's right. Much like my waistline, we are growing outward towards the Pacific region. We're going to get some coverage of the very best Deadlock teams out there in Pacific. Again, still working format and teams in, but we've got $1,000 secured for the winner prize. So that's 2 a.m. PT, which is why I'm not doing it. 6 a.m. ET, 11 a.m. UK, and so on and so forth. So do check that out. It's awesome. We are, partnering up with that Pacific region and trying to bring coverage of competitive Deadlock to as many corners of the world as possible. So, of course, huge thank you to Intel for helping us make that happen, and of course, everyone in the behind the scenes at the Deadlock Fight Night for getting involved with that. It's going to be very exciting.
I'm really excited actually, because tomorrow there is a qualifier that's being organized by the region to determine which 4 teams go into the actual event. And I'm actually going to try to do some watch parties on that in the morning at like noon my time for a couple hours. But you got teams from like South Korea, teams from China, teams from Australia. I kind of have some hopes for them, Mitch. Obviously, being Australian yourself, we never get to see Australia break through in esports, but I'm hoping maybe Deadlock could be it. I don't really recognize any of the players just yet, but that's the upside of actually going into DFN Pacific, is you're going to get a lot of names coming out that could potentially challenge the likes of the teams we have in NA and EU.
Yeah, I'm stoked to shine a light on that region. I think that's going to be awesome to see what's going on in Pacific. Obviously, Ping is in a situation that you'll have to deal with on that region. So, for the Oceania crew, they will have to deal with that, I think, in order to compete on even footing. But that, of course, is going to go on the Deadlock Fight Night YouTube channel, along with these VODs and all the VODs from the previous Deadlock Fight Night outings as well. So if you want to go back to an era, maybe when Hydra Nation was still winning everything, you can do that with our time machine there over on YouTube. Let's talk a little bit more about today, though, Jason, because we're headed back over to EU, which has been a pretty busy region. We would argue definitely one of the most competitive region in Deadlock right now. I mean, I think of the one-win bombshell tournament that just wrapped up. I think within the last couple of days, that Virtus Pro were able to win that out in a 3-1 over Power Vision in the finals. Now, VP awaits in our champions match for $1,000, of course, on the line, but it's 1 win in Power Vision. 2 teams who also competed against Virtus Pro in that same tournament will have a chance to run it back if they can get past this best of 1.
Yeah, and actually in the loser bracket semifinal, 1 win was able to take a map off them, going 2-1, and obviously losing out on that one. But thinking back to week 11 here for DFN, 1 win surprised the hell out of us with their aggression and some dumb mistakes. If you can cast your mind back that far, we saw them have a really good lead up against Virtus Pro, I think known as Buff Enjoyers then. And then they tried to Zerg the patron, not once, not twice, 3 times. And eventually that was enough for Buff Enjoyers to get back in the game and actually win that out and then win the whole thing. So for them, I'm really curious to see if they have the unbridled aggression yet again today.
Yeah, I mean, again, in the group stages of that very tournament, VP were 4-3 in terms of maps. So really competitive, which is what we'd love to see in Europe. It's always felt like a pretty deep region. So we're going to be discussing that today, of course. And to help us cover these matches, we once more have returned to the show. Very excited to bring him back in. Jake, on deck once more with us, buddy. How you doing, man? Good to have you back.
I'm good. It's good to be back on the show. I'm excited for, as you mentioned, European Deadlock being, I would say, the most competitive region right now with so many strong teams. I feel like more than anywhere else, this is the region that's up for grabs. One team can win, one match one day, and then next week things could all shift because the meta is so competitive. These drafts really count for a lot here. So I'm curious to see what the hero prioritization looks like this week.
And what's crazy about that is, Jake, is that Virtus Pro has been the team at the moment to have the longest win streak in EU. You're talking about any team can win on any given day. 3 weeks is the longest streak in EU, which is ridiculous compared to, 12 in North America.
I feel like that one won't be broken for quite a while.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, finally had that legitimately broken last week, which is great. Which really makes, I mean, the NA portion of the show is also going to be spicy, guys, because there's a lot to discuss over there in terms of how teams have shuffled up in the aftermath of last week. But let's dive a little bit more into this matchup. Let's have a closer look at both of these teams respectively, because obviously, like, one win, if you're not super familiar with this team, you will probably recognize, one of their players in Zanya, but they are overseas Zanya, Nth Dreams, Flammable, Xenon player. Zanya, I think, was an Apex. Was it Apex Pro? Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. Pro. Alongside a lot of like Prestus also was as well. Paravision, of course, Play With Me, Saf, Prestus, Taz, Litz, and together. This Paravision team, I mean, we really felt last week, in last week's DFN, that these guys were primed to take it all, but didn't quite go that way.
I mean, Paravision, I think, is one of the most unconventional teams in Europe when it comes to the drafts and the way they prioritize, using heroes like Hayes that almost nobody else really brings to bear. And I think Play With Me's flexibility allows him to kind of be that centerpiece for the team, always finding a way into the draft, into one of these like late game hyper carries. Does make them maybe predictable in a sense that this guy's going to be like on that late game hero, but well, so is everybody else. Everybody needs that late game physical carry. So I think a lot of pressure on Play With Me to have the drafts kind of revolve around him as they do, but Paravision just made it work before.
Surely they're not still on the Hayes train, Jason. Looking back at their matches in the 1-win tournament, it doesn't look like they even tried to sort of pick that at all.
Well, it's something I'm going to get into in a little bit of time, actually. It's going to be after our little 1v1, if we could hold off on that topic for now. Because looking over at 1-win on the other side of this, they did have a roster change. It seems Fluoride was taken out of the team who played Viscous last time we saw him, and Playa is going to be substituting in. And I kind of want to point out Fluoride in particular, because like Viscous, we saw a lot of great Viscous play out of him in particular, but we saw them also rocking with overseas on a Greytown, which in the last like 1-2 weeks, we've seen so much Greytown. Saf in particular, thinking about him last week up against Pojala Scumbria, absolutely decimating them with his 1400 charge shots. I'm just really interested to see how they're going to play this out with the picks, because as Jake did mention, like Play With Me, we see him on Hayes so often, a little too often, I would say, when we look at the numbers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Paravision, conversely, have really been valuing the Grey Talon by the looks of things. A lot of their picks have featured that coming up first. So they're still trying to lock down that particular hero. I'm curious if that carries over. If you're just sort of joining us after a couple of weeks, we haven't any huge changes in terms of patches here with Deadlock. The last, I think, was like back on the 12th. So we've had about a week. We've sort of stabilized here, where like Sinclair was a little bit better. There were some minor changes to Holiday around the board, but nothing that was too mediocre. Also, Calico got a slight nerf, but we're still seeing a ton of Calico play at the moment. Some of the damage, or the cooldown rather, of her return to Shadows, and that ultimate's been looked at, but it's still so powerful that you get a nuke on the way out, a nuke on the way back in, with that sort of untargetability in between. Jake, she still seems to be ubiquitous.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a real priority right now for some of these heroes that can not only frontline, but that can stay in after the start of the initiation. So in NA, we've seen a lot of Shiv. EU has become a lot less popular, but across both regions in Deadlock Fight Night, it's been the Yamato, the Calico. Viscous, I think, can sort of be a proxy for that role as well, in his ultimate. And then ability to just lead the charge in, get vision on opposing players, scout out any kind of a hiding play, and be able to live and continue to participate in the fight. Really, I think, gets a lot of draft priority right now, because that's, I think, really the key in these late game fights in Deadlock, is that you're scouting your opponent's position, not just fighting with your like raw net worth advantage, but really being in strong positions, playing into that shooter aspect of the game, that you can actually just deathmatch well, because you're positioned in a way to fight well against the opponents.
Also, let you come back, right? It's not so predicated on how many souls you have as a team, so you can fight from behind in theory if you pick these really good engagements.
I think the drop between these two teams is going to be just insanely interesting, because Yamato is a very high priority between the two. Ivy's a very high priority. Mirage has become a very high priority, as well as Grey Talon. So looking like forward into the draft when we get there, I think it's going to be really interesting to see who's able to secure what early on. And then thinking about later on today, like with Virtus Pro waiting in the sidelines, we saw Virtus Pro, be vulnerable. We saw when Geist was taken away from them. When Dimov couldn't play it, or Mikhail S, or whoever it might be, they really started to struggle. So I'm kind of like hoping that kind of storyline continues, because I know Geist is still going to be a high priority pick for any team out there.
Let's get our Mo our Mo 1v1s out of the way, of course. For side selection, folks, 1-win and Paravision will be fighting in a best of 1. The winner will have the chance to take on a Virtus Pro. And it's Empty Dreams and Saf that are... Oh my god, the ladder getting absolutely bollocked over there. Jeez. It's tough out there for Power Vision. My goodness.
The most one-sided 1v1 we've had.
That's a bit rough. So Empty Dreams, and of course, one win will be getting to select side here, and that means our draft shouldn't be too far away. Again, I mean, looking at these two teams probably played in the groups, I want to say, of the one-win Bombshell, but yeah, we saw them enter in the lower bracket through the playoffs, and they eventually fell to Virtus Pro after taking down, in fairness, Podulaya Scumbria. So you know, this one-win team definitely, I think, is a pretty decent pick to bring here to our fight night.
I thought we were supposed to have a graphic before this that I made today to be shown, but I guess we'll just go to the draft instead, and maybe we can look at it later on. I spent all that hard time making it. Okay, we can run here. So let's see it. You know what? We'll delay the draft because I wanted to bring this up in particular. And in this head-to-head, I want to take a look at, like, Play With Me in particular. For me, and we brought him up earlier on, so I kind of wanted to save it to have this graphic to look at. He's, for me, like one of the linchpins of the team. And looking at his pick history, it is disgusting. Why has this man played Haze 10 times and he's won only 3 times on it when he is undefeated, albeit it's only 4 games played, on his Wraith? I wanted to focus on things like objective damage per minute because on his Wraith, this is like when we saw him force teams to build ethereal shift against him. And then he built Curse because the game went on long enough and he was still able to 1v1 anyone and apply that constant pressure. His Haze, it's been read into, it's been figured out by too many teams, and he is just losing games constantly on this. Objective damage obviously not going to be necessarily as high when it comes to Haze because you want to be focused more on team fights, but even his kill participation is lower than his Wraith. I want to see him broaden his pool. If I'm going to be very harsh on players like Listic of, you know, getting a deeper pool than just your Abrams, and he's successfully been able to do so with the likes of Calico, Play With Me has to do that if Paravision want to be back on top. He's played Wraith 4 times, which is his second most played hero, Infernus 3 times, Mirage 3 times. Infernus 33% win rate, Mirage 100% win rate. So for me, Paravision, get this man comfortable, get him on something that he can play, and I think Paravision become a completely different team if you're able to do something like that. And then Play With Me, of course, man, you got to broaden your pool a little bit more because you're just lackluster to the player we saw weeks and weeks ago having massive impact here in EU.
And something to bear in mind as we head into the draft here. Play With Me also, 3 games of Mirage. They've managed to win out all of those, and they've also got a decent Calico game in recent history. So we made them restart the draft just so Jace could show his graphic. This is how nice our teams are, by the way.
Sure.
I think Wraith just offers such a more flexible play style where Haze is like, you kind of are all in on this like snowballing, invis entry into the team fights and then like finding big value off the ultimate to snowball or just getting individual pickoffs, where I feel like this Wraith play style of being a long range backliner that deploys the lift to telekinesis really only when necessary. It's not, you're not initiating usually with the skill, but more often just poking and prodding from range. It's just such a powerful tool to have in the kit. You have the option to full commit and force onto one target, much the way Haze can with the sleep, but you also are I think much stronger than Haze playing range and just poking, pressuring objectives, taking down towers and guardians. And so I think Wraith just has been a super high prio pick. Interesting to see the Bebop banned first. Could just be like a comfort ban. You just don't want to deal with the X factor that Bebop certainly provides. Yeah, I'm curious to see if one winner really big on the Bebop play. I don't think we've seen that from them, of course. We've only seen them once here in DFN, so we'll see. Paradox, though, much more of an expected ban. I also think on the haste topic last week, we talked about this a lot, that there was a shift away from those like late game hyper carries, we'll call them, those heroes that require such heavy investment to really start to take over the game, and more towards like the dynamic early to mid game, high roam, good gank potential, good skirmishing heroes that can actually sort of hit their stride much earlier on in the game. And we've got a Sync player already. All right. Wow. Yeah, I mean, we saw like Seven in particular, I think, is one like hero that's definitely going to stand out. We did see Virtus Pro play it with Listic and not with Zergy. And he did play it in a much different build order. He didn't go for the ball build. He went for more of the 3 build and then the ultimate as well. So he could just really be a nuisance. And he had such massive impact. So I think maybe we'll see Seven played a little bit more. But the Sinclair being picked up, I'm not too surprised because in my head, I think Sinclair was like Paravision were one of the few teams who actually actively played him in the beginning. I mean, the potential for Sinclair to like full combo you with the Hex and just have a ton of team follow up is pretty insane in terms of like the initial pickoff. but I am a little bit worried, like in the later game team fights, can you actually get that single target burst that you want to? Whereas something like a Wraith, I think, is a very solid opener. And with the second pick to follow it up, I think OneWin have already started off the draft really well in my eyes. I'm curious to see what kind of build we get from Sinclair, where he elects to optimize, because I do think these new heroes aren't fully understood just yet. Like, people are still innovating, still finding the best builds and the best emphasis.
I think he should be support, or more supporty, to be honest. A lot of the people I'm talking to are saying he plays a much better support than he does like a carry when we first saw him. But what's kind of weird about him is I know like Ivy is going to be definitely a heavily contested pick between these two. I'm also wondering who's going to be playing Sinclair on that side, but also why go for Sinclair, like you're talking about, over someone like Wraith, who like have such great success within Paravision.
Yeah, obviously it's interesting to discuss like what you kind of give up if you are just taking Sinclair, or you're prioritizing it that highly, considering you've also, I'm also looking to see like what is in Paravision's game plan that necessitated the banning of Bebop, or whether it was just a not wanting to deal with it in general thing. Holiday, obviously, even though she's getting, tweaked a little bit, we saw her in NA just be very powerful, very impactful in some cases. She's been referred to sometimes as like a budget paradox, but there are some games where she's able to absolutely take them over here.
I think
I'm seeing Lady Geist here at pick order 3. Now, we see a ton of guys from this Paravision team, in fairness, but picked a little later than in some of their other games.
I think it was Tass that played Holiday versus Virtus Pro last week, and he just was ridiculous in his ganks. Like, he was really spot on. The lassos or the lassos as well, depending on where region of the world you're from, apparently.
No, it's just wrong to say lasso. This is not correct.
But so just really quick on the Sinclair, though, I did see a video today, and I don't know if it was outdated, but apparently the damage amp from his Hex doesn't work for other players. It only works for you at the moment. So that whole like ability of amping your team's damage on the person that's hexed, if it's technically true right now, if that video is correct, then it doesn't even work. So if that was like a route they wanted to go, it's not really going to pay off much more than just CCing someone for a little bit.
Which would incentivize, like, because the damage amp of your Hex actually scales off of your spirit power to some degree, right? So there was a reason to invest in some spirit items here and there, just for the flat stats maybe. But yeah, that might not be an issue. Still,
I mean,
Rescue Beam with his 2 works insanely well if you can time it correctly. You can get someone so far out of a fight if you use it.
I'm really liking this Mo and Krill pick relatively early for OneWin team because of the incredible value in the draft at this point on pickoff, with Paradox, Bebop Band, Holiday already picked. There's not really too many options left in the hero pool for these like pickoff initiators. So I like that OneWin grabbed this Mo Krill before the ban. They go with the Calico ban for themselves, dealing with one of the most difficult heroes in the game to initiate on. Responsibly, the Kelvin ban comes in. Curious to see if a Viscus doesn't come out here for OneWin, more so to just like block it from Paravision, who I think could want it as a save for Mo Krill, Wraith, Mirage. I mean, like, all 3 of these heroes have a strong disable that you can save with the cube, and they don't like being stunned, generally speaking. So I think a Viscus could fit in really nicely here. Maybe Ivy as well, giving a little bit more of that objective pressure and stacking the global presence that the team already offers with Mirage.
Yeah, well, what I'm curious about is like,
oh, Talon too.
I think that's a steal. Like, Paravision like to play this Talon as well. I also think like Paravision probably, Jason, looking at a Warden here at some point in this.
I mean, they're lacking good damage right now in my head. Like, you have pick potential of Holiday. Sinclair can obviously be like a turnaround potential. Right now, I don't see a great ultimate for him to steal just yet in any of these fights, which is kind of why I'm curious what he was picked right off the bat. For me, he's more of a responsive pick, unless you have a very set plan in mind. But if we see Paravision pick Ivy, which would be an ideal situation to take it away from OneWin, then you're overloaded on more of like your supporty kind of play. So they need some like hard front damage in my eyes still. And I'm also surprised to see Yamato get this far into the picks, and obviously with Mo Krill on the enemy team, but to see it this late in is something really kind of new this week.
You've got the bog potential as well here between Lady Geist and Ivy. Especially if Sinclair has like an Alk Fire, you can just make those sort of close quarter fights pretty dangerous. Grey Talon gets to operate outside of that most of the time though, so you might consider other ways to try and neutralize him a little bit. He's the pocket, so wow, like you have a lot of like AoE coverage.
Backline kill threat, I think, to like have a hero that has mobility like Pocket getting on top of Grey Talon, even though she plays so deep in the backline, right, with this incredible mobility that Pocket can offer. I think OneWin team need to find some support now, pretty much. That's kind of all they're waiting on. Maybe an initiator to help Mo, something like I still think Viscous Ivy is like a good finisher here for OneWin team.
But for Paravision, they're so spirit heavy. They're not really rocking too much gun damage. So if like Warden, which we're assuming it's gonna be play with me falls behind, they're massively gonna be lacking in the gun damage they're gonna need later on.
Yeah, that's a symptom. I mean, that's a symptom of them not having late game, like, you know, like farm carry, like Infernus, and also not.
What's the play with me hero for Paravision right now? I think that's it could be Infernus. I mean, I think that's like a decent one, but like you guys mentioned, they're very heavy on the spirit damage. You know, getting Yamato to be able to naturally purge Pocket Ultimate and Infernus Ultimate. I mean, debuff reducer is going to be huge value.
Jeez, don't tell me we actually have to go for Haze here.
Was that Ivy we heard? I didn't see the picture.
Yeah, it's Ivy.
So Ivy will be picked up for 1 win. Can't do the blind casting yet in Deadlock, but
interesting that Viscous is so low prio from being first picked a ton a couple weeks ago to now potentially being ignored this draft. I mean, I think Paravision could finish with it, but you guys are right. I mean, I feel like one more proper gun damage late game hero seems natural with Holiday Sinclair is, I think, pretty decent as far as supporting.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got the
I still do need the initiator.
Okay, this is really interesting. So this might be a play with me Warden. Potentially, as we've seen them flex over in that direction. So we've got plenty of like support item caddies in between Holiday and Sinclair, and like good roaming in general. Like Pocket gives you that, Holiday gets around the map pretty nicely. The Lash obviously is going to be super active. The lanes seem fine, realistically, right? We'll see if like Lash can actually get out of lane if they don't get punished too hard, because you have disgusting solo laners on the one.
Could just be Geist Pocket solos, I would think.
Yep. Okay.
I feel like Lash probably won't solo. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think on this,
we've seen it in NA sometimes. Like I think Deathy's done it on occasion, and it
hasn't looked good to me. Lash has so much natural AOE. Feels like he kind of wants to be a duo laner from my perspective, and a little bit more roaming potential. But 1-win team, I mean, the global presence is really huge here, right? You've got Ivy and Great Talon, who are like proxy global presence with their ultimates, allowing them to participate in fights across the map, and then of course Mirage. So Mo and Krill and Wraith, I mean, these two heroes can be like roaming and hunting. Yamato can be opening fights with the ultimate, and what looks bad could really turn around quickly against Paravision if they're caught flat-footed by these ultimate participation from Geist, or rather from Great Talon and Ivy.
I think 1 would have a stronger comp for sure in my eyes. Like honestly, with what we're seeing, because the Mo and Krill Great Talon combo can be ridiculous. You lock someone down with the combo, then you hit him with a power shot. Like that person's most likely gonna die, especially if you get to SAF levels of Fed on Great Talon. And on Paravision's side, like you do have the Lash for an engagement. I mean, we've got to think about what is there to stop him from engaging. Mo and Krill.
It's just going to be items, right? Realistically, it's got to be the slowing hexes and the knockdowns and things of that nature. I guess you have the Wraith ultimate, but you probably need to set that up with something like a slowing hex or a knockdown first. Yeah, I mean, Paravision to me strikes me as a snowball comp. Like they've got the pick off from Holiday and Sinclair, Lash as well. Pocket can dive on backlines, initiate, start fights off pretty well. But Warden and Geist need to keep that foot on the gas pedal, right? The moment they start backing off and playing a slow, long-range poke game, they're just going to get annihilated. Wraith, Mirage, Yamato, Great Talon, they have such better range poke on 1-man team and really strong pickoff. So Paravision need to get this game into like kind of a high numbers, mega death balling early game situation. Maybe not early, but like once we get to like 15, 20, 30 minutes, that's where we need to see big team fights that lead to mid bosses that really constrict the map on 1-win team. Because I think if 1-win team get like a map presence lead, they are going to get kind of out of control just off the back of these split engagements turning to their advantage with global presence.
The outer lanes are going to be really interesting. Like Paravision are going to have like Lash and Holiday moving outward a lot of the time to try and intervene in a lot of those solo lanes, and those are obviously really like volatile situations. Mo is going to do that obviously extremely well as well, moving out. Presumably, like we have Wraith and like Mirage and Yamato, or those kind of solo lanes. So Wraith can obviously move out to them. Mo can. So yeah, especially early, like first 10 minutes, I'm curious to see like just how much throwdown we get. Because obviously, like we know the Pocket can really, and the guys can really sort of push those lane matchup pretty heavily in their favor at times, and we've seen Pockets just get out of control from, getting ahead enough in lane to just barraging and insta killing people in those fights. So Preds on Twitch, by the way, 63% of you think Paravision are going to win this one. 37% 1-win, even though we like the comp a little bit more. Just 1-win's ability to play the map feels a little more robust.
I mean, Paravision historically has probably been the more successful, the stronger team here. So maybe on just the back of that pedigree, the Twitch chat believes, which I don't hate. I mean, in the end of the day, draft helps, but you need to have that individual execution. You need to have that team play. And I think if Paravision can create that scenario where they are grouped, they are, you know, coming from engagement to objective to engagement and really keeping the pressure on, then maybe One Win Team's global presence won't be so hard to deal with.
Of course, we'll be catching up with Jake multiple times over the course of this game to weigh in on how things are progressing. But for now, we're headed out to the Cursed Apple, folks. Overseas is going to be your Grey Talon player. And we have the Wraith of Empty Dreams playing this outside lane. So we do have the Lash in a solo lane here. Paravision have them in lane 1.
What's just really quick on the Wraith for Empty Dreams. He was so far ahead of everyone the last time they played in DFN up against Virtus Pro in damage. It was ridiculous. He had 44,000 player damage compared to the highest of 32,000 out of Zergi on the opposing team. Like, it was kind of ridiculous. So for them to have a good start, I feel like him having a good laning phase would be very important. But seeing Saf on Lash is kind of weird because this is the first time we're actually seeing Paravision play Lash. And to play it in a solo lane, I mean, well, if he does well, Deathy, take notes. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, jeez, bro. Savage. Overseas getting heavily pressured there in towards mid, and that's just Taz and Litz just with this real poke threat. Crack shot, if it's skilled into, and then Litz's ability to send that Hexing Bolt in, Vexing Bolt, excuse me. Yeah, Overseas just got blown up in lane.
I'm gonna make this look good.
Yeah, not a good start for him. He's not going to miss out on too much CS though, but you can just kind of see the aggression.
Vexing Bolt.
Oh yeah, I mean the spectral assistant plus the hex, like the hex with the launch pad, the jump pad I should say, plus the barrel. Like you're gonna be stuck for a while, and you really can't underestimate like how strong the hex is gonna be, and it's gonna be Litz playing Sinclair, so it's definitely gonna be a support Sinclair.
I mean, again, like you in theory should be able to have some mobility while hexed, considering that it gives you a move speed bonus. But yeah, those barrels are the real deal. Like early in the game, like you really rarely expect that level of burst to come off the Holiday. I mean, we were watching Overseas at like 80% health. They are down at 10 a couple seconds after.
And TAS is just ridiculous last week against Virtus Pro on the Holiday. Like insane. The ganks he pulled off, the lassos were perfect. The barrels he was hitting. You can see how low Play and Overseas are already going to be in lane 2 on top of this. So Paravision, just the raw aggression and the raw presence they have in lane 2 is already forcing him to go back to base here. So if we're talking about Paravision having a strong start, well, you know what? They've got it at the moment.
Absolutely. And while Saf rage quits after, dealing with the pressure from Empty Dreams, we can bring Jake back in and talk these lanes, right? Because that's a very powerful, even the double support of Holiday and Sinclair in that lane number 2, Jake, has been laying the pressure on real thick. Look at these health bars on One Win as they stand.
Yeah, I mean, they're under a ton of pressure in the lanes, but I still think, net worth lead still even. So as much as, you are damaging health bars, you're forcing players back to base. With the early Guardian protection, in my experience, this won't matter too much unless you can convert these low health bars into kills. I could easily see Grey Talon, finding an opportunity to grab a heal right and kind of reset the lane. And I think it probably won't be too much trouble to stabilize. Like laning wise, these early damage pressure, it feels bigger than it is in my experience.
Yeah, it's too early to call, and even the first few kills that we saw happen in these lanes, Jason, doesn't really seem to have a huge impact. It's really once you start to bounce off of those into some objectives, with the first Guardian also able to pick up, or the way you rotate around the map to snap up some of those more neutral objectives. So we'll keep an eye on that here. But so far,
I mean,
so
I kind of agree and kind of disagree with some things Jake said, just because I'm thinking like, yeah, converting them into kills is gonna be worth way more, but also like knowing you're very low in HP means it's a lot more difficult for you, I feel like, to like confirm the souls under the Guardian, because you can see they can dive him, so it makes it last hard. I mean, missed 2 minions right there, so that lead they have is going to continually build up, and once they go back to buy, which they're doing now, it's going to translate into items, which they can then translate into those kills potentially. The Guardian, I agree, I don't think necessarily going to get it too early, but in a world that they do, like imagine being Empty Dreams over in lane 1, you're going to have so much presence on that side of the map that for you to farm and replicate that damage you did last time you're on DFN, I don't think it's gonna be very possible.
And you can see that, like, just, a couple souls here and there, like, keeps Paravision ahead by about 1k, right? And that's just a few, minions in each lane. They were able to push into One Win's tower as they were forced to back, and they were all very, very low at the time. Like, Overseas is playing very deep back behind their turret and hoping that player can actually do some of that farm from them for the time being. Vexing Bolt there will connect through the Veil, and Overseas got nuked. Tas just goes in, I think got out with the jump pad, but it's another clean kill for the Holiday.
Man, look at this Guardian already down to half HP, and you can see what Litz is already building too, like hollow point, extra velocity, rapid rounds. He's going very gun heavy early on. They're going to parry the Guardian, and they're going to force Playa back. I mean, Playa can't contest this. He can't get the minions, the CS. He's going to have to back away and hope that they don't gank him. And I mean, Overseas is at 1.5, Playa's at 1.6 compared to the 2.7, 2.3 on Paravision's side. But someone has to help, I feel like, at some point to allow them, or maybe swap lanes or something, because what they're doing now is just not going to work out.
Right, but like you need to get your lash out of this lane, and Saf, while doing decent in terms of keeping up in farm, is not really freed up to go. Rather, Empty Dreams rather could, I suppose, rotate over, but they themselves have an advantage that they're trying to push in order to get them farmed up. And it's important to remember their play there obviously gets nuked in lane. Burrowing doesn't make you invulnerable, just gives you that spirit and bullet armor with that extra move speed. So, they got hit by, I think, a random barrel as they were out in the open, and it was an easy pickoff. Now, though, some more attention in this lane as you can see Paravision trying to expand their influence off a winning lane here to the periphery of the map. Play with me on your screen here. Wants to just continue to push up. Paravision have these very aggressive lane pushes here.
I like this. So they go into the 1 lane to deal with Wraith, and they put their Lash, played by Saf, over in lane 2. We're going to see a Last Stand come out, trying to put some pressure onto the Guardian yet again, trying to push it forward, play with me, but again, just to farm some minions, just trying to keep them back. You're not really going to be able to get a kill off this. Impressive actually gets too deep, and he's the one to fall from this. But I like the change up out of Paravision here to try to keep Empty Dreams in control.
Prestis, though, doesn't really want to give kill credit over to anybody there. Would like to have just organically gone down to a Guardian, but not the end of the world here. Decent pressure on that Guardian. There's the Hex coming down. Telekinesis stolen. Oh, it's tough out there, isn't it? Empty Dreams, though, is able to get enough of a distance to walk away. That is so rough. Empty Dreams didn't have that available to them as they were forced onto the back foot. So eventually that Sinclair hiding around in lane number 1 does emerge. It's going to be just, right now, a full lane switch here for Paravision.
Yeah, one of the best 1v1 ultimates in the game, and he steals it away to use it against you. And we're just seeing, like, this Holiday Sinclair combo. I don't know if it's just due to them playing it really well. I don't know if it's necessarily the heroes that are just really strong right now, but OneWin have no response for it. These 2 players have been able to take 2 Guardians now away from OneWin and take their lead up to 4K only 5-6 minutes in.
That is brutal stuff. And Sinclair's gone all the way over towards lane 3, so that's a big roam here from Litz, who does have the audience participation available, and there is some decent targets there in that lane. Just the Ivy there for the time being. Power Slash not quite connecting as Zania tries to weave that one through the masonry.
Bro, Mitch, look at lane 3 now. Look who's like over in lane 3. Like Litz decided to rotate on over. I imagine we're going to see something change in that as well coming out of the rest of Paravision, but
it looks like they were hit with a decay there. Got that ultimate coming out from the Ivy as well, but Flamble just using it to get the heck out of dodge. Now, though, we're just going to go elsewhere. Paravision said, right, well, what about lane 4? Surely there's an opportunity here. There is a Yamato and a Mirage over there for 1 win, so pretty strong fighting lane, but we have 3 players for Paravision trying to abuse that player advantage. In the meantime, though, 1win see an opportunity to dive on Prestis here and get some Guardian pressure of their own. This now forces Paravision to, I guess, execute whatever plan they had in the works in lane 4, whether it will work or not. Zania goes down, so far not so bad. Taz, though, gets out of dodge as he starts to get that attention here from 1win, attempting to defend.
Looks like they're able to trade one back, though. I mean, the commitment of what they're trying to do here is get this Guardian down. 70 HP and a dream here for Taz. Tries to get under the walker and gets the kill on a player with 17 HP, and he gets away. And you know what? They kept the guard alive on top of that.
That is so... to go for a play like that with such little health there is extremely ballsy stuff. Nicely done by Taz. And that, of course, is going to punish that real push up there by player. Play with me down here in this lane number 1. So it's going to be making Zania feel pretty good. He's going to go for the Shadow Transformation. Now he sees Litz a little bit low. Going to go after the Sinclair. Oh, the copy of the Shadow Transformation. Litz is able to stay alive, and the Guardian goes to work on the Yamato. I think that's all she wrote here with that fight, but that was a spicy one. That was an affliction there from Together to get that burst up front to finish Zania off.
Just when he thought he had Litz caught, he's got a trick up his sleeve, and that magic card is going to be his own Shadow Transformation just to stay alive, and resets his cooldowns as well, which helps if you're trying to get a Hex off yet again. Obviously not back onto the Yamato, who still is CC immune. But we're seeing 2-0 in objectives for Paravision, something we're going to have to keep in mind because the lead, credit to 1win, have been able to keep it within 4K reach, and a lot of that 4K is going to be out of the 2 Guardians in particular, but they're going for the investment on the press to see what the catch.
Okay, it's going to be a tough escape, I would say. Power Shot that doesn't quite connect. Again, just raining those arrows down. Good damage being done. player on your screen here. They're still looking to try and chase this pocket away. Flammable, those a little bit low. Also, players seeing better days themselves. They're trying to get away now. Pressure coming out from behind their Guardian, though. Paravision explode from their side of the map here, and 1win again exposed for just being a little bit too deep.
TaS hits a double knockup onto Ivy, onto Mo, saves Prestus's life, and they can turn around and get a kill off the back of that too. And they have a Guardian in lane 4, so they have their first flex shot of the game, and they have full control of this match at the moment. But man, I really got to give respect to Litz, because like him and TaS, ignoring the fact that they dominated lane 2 and lane 1, the rotations out of them have been stupendous. Like TaS got in just in the nick of time to save Prestus's life, who was trying to solo defend lane 3. And they're doing such a great job of just denying these objectives away from 1win to really stranglehold the economy.
Jake, I mean, TaS is 5-0 right now, and they have really been able to be impactful moving outward and across the map just for some of these holiday roams.
Yeah, I mean, taking that lane win and turning it into like everyone else's lanes now being pressured by those rotations really is what I think has broken this game open for Paravision, and this is what they needed to do in this game, right? We talked about their ability to snowball down objectives. You know, with the global presence of 1win team, you need to be always on the aggressive for Paravision, but they're maintaining that very well. They've got this last stand for Wardens. Curious to see if they want to go for a quick tower pressure here and maybe get some of these final Guardians down.
We do have Litz who's turned up here as well, so 3 players in position for Paravision now. This does mean the Corset together needs to really defend on that lane number 4. There's the parry. A Kudzu bomb going to be thrown down here by 1win to try and dissuade this push up, but there's a lot of Guardian damage. And for the time being, seems like it's enough, but in situations like this, we see the attacking team like sort of cut that aggression and try and bait an overextension from the defenders.
Oh, I mean, it's over towards lane 4 at the moment. Together's actually being pushed on by 2 players. We did see Sap try to defend lane 1 by himself as a player to teleport up to lane 4, but looks like the last Guardian of the game for 1win will go down here. I mean, I really have to give credit to Paravision. I feel like not only this week, but last week, we really saw a lot more awareness when it comes to controlling these early objectives in these games. Against Virtus Pro, they did a similar thing where they denied Virtus Pro from getting their first Guardian until like 11 or 14 minutes into the game, and they already had a walker down for themselves. They're really taking the early game to the next level, and they were, for me, like one of the first teams to be able to punish buff enjoyers in the early game. They were very aggressive, and they're able to build up leads off of the back of that. Now they're just backing it up with their macro play on top of this. Paravision, I think over the span of like 2, 3, 4 weeks have really improved.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me how Jake put it. I mean, we're seeing Paravision, they are taking like a pretty dominant lane, but they're manifesting that in like map control and overall like global currency lead. Like that soul lead for them is huge. Okay. Lasso comes in, Death Slam comes in. I don't know how you're supposed to get out of this one, and yet it's like a rescue beam assisting in a huge way to get Empty Dreams out of there. Absurd stuff. So, Walker, though, still under some degree of pressure there. Paravision really starting to inch forward, but the Tornado pulls up a little bit short there for Xenon. They won't be able to get the catch they were looking for. And so, Saf's able to walk away.
Empty Dreams is so lucky. You had a lasso into a Death Slam, and the Death Slam is used in the middle of your card throw to try to get away. And it catches him back, but he still gets the reset on his cooldown to use it to just escape the nick of time. That's one of the combos I'm looking forward to. Like, I want to see Saf and Litz, if we talk about the Death Slam and the Hex combo, really pair well together, because if you follow it up with the barrel, follow it up with the Less Than and Affliction, even the one out of Geist, like that is a lot of damage, and that is a big wombo combo potential for Paravision if you ever do get into these, you know, more skirmishy team fights.
The rescue beam from Flammable saves the day. Empty Dreams would have been a tasty morsel, especially with how farm they are relative to the rest of their team. Danya here staving together off quickly with a power slash, and so there might be an opportunity to collapse on the Ivy here. I don't know if Theodore knows exactly where they are, but they're about to find out. Flammable trying to get away, and they will escape.
You know, Mitch, this is something we talked about, I think, last week. Empty Dreams, 10K, leading his team. He's pretty much dead even with like the biggest carriers right now at a Paravision with TaS and Saf. But what is that 10K gonna give you unless you're there in the fights to try to win these fights? Can 1win win these engagements without him there so he can split push? I feel like a lot of weight's put on his shoulders with how this game's played out so far for him to do it all. And it's just not possible for him to do that.
Yep. Seen that. I mean, many such cases. I think of seeing a Wraith player being put in a position to have that impact like in the really early game and not have the freedom to roam around the map because they're trying to, you know, spend a lot of time in lane, farm, and also maybe they have a positive lane matchup that really just trying to exacerbate and get them super rich. All right, first walker of the game down. That is one win, still unable to take even a Guardian away from Paravision. They are definitely a little bit slow on the uptake in some of this macro level play. And no, they cannot get away. Together was going to try. No satchel available for them after the fact now. Prestus got hit with a spin, trying to get back out behind their Guardian. A one win found an opening here, a chance to come forward. Elsewhere, though, Paravision, of course, are leaning into yet another walker. So at best, one win out trading, these Guardians for walkers, which is already not what they want to be.
I mean, that one's on very low health. Not going to go down this wave, unfortunately, for them. Looking back at that first walker, I don't know if it was fully intentional, but I'm going to assume it was because they're much smarter players than I am. But Litz didn't sit next to Saf to have the ability to rotate to another lane if he needed to. But with him sitting back in lane 1, like just out of like line of sight of anyone else, if they did go into Saf, he'd be there to help him escape by giving him a launching point so they can have more of a clean take on that walker. Obviously, they got it in the end, so it didn't matter. But if that was the intention, I think it was a very smart play out of them.
I think Paravision are about ready to start provoking a full-scale engagement here. That'll be why. Heroic Aura online. Obviously, that's a pretty important item to be picking up on that Warden. Hunter's Aura also coming into Prestus's repertoire. So again, these more bruisery, these closer range heroes finding those pretty key pickups. Fortitude also for Litz there. So massive durability improvement with the Majestic Leap, of course, a core part of the Lashes kit online.
So I think the pick potential for one win's going to be gone here really soon. When we hit that 15-minute mark, that urn's going to respawn. If Paravision pick it up, they have to take it to the other side of the map. That's going to be over in the building. And Paravision, I feel like you could almost force a fight there. And if not, you can push lane 3, you can push lane 4. And then lane 2 walker is going to fall very quickly if you just, breathe on it. I kind of want to see them go for it. I want to see Paravision force a fight right now because I feel like they do have a big advantage at this stage in the game. Empty Dreams on 14k, just FYI. He is still steamrolling in souls.
Yeah, not much of a front line to stand behind, though, unfortunately. Player 9k. Xenon obviously not exactly a tank either, so good luck with that one. Zanya here's happy to fight, wants to throw down. Safta's able to get above. Divine Barrier pop now. Zanya has the Shadow Transformation, no other option. And I think, Saf's happy enough with that result. They're going to try and fight this, though. And oh, buddy, together gets caught out now. The Death Slam is mandatory. Saf has to turn around and actually properly fight this, but it doesn't buy enough time for Together to get away. Now, Saf themselves, they're in deep trouble. Majestically not quite off cooldown here. They will fall because of, I guess, an ill-informed engagement that goes wrong. They tried to disengage and maybe weren't on the same page. Either way, it looks like a flying manhole as players try to escape.
I think they were trying to get a kill on Zanya, but didn't expect to see 2 players to go in support. I was kind of expecting Paravision to make the best of it by pushing lane 2, getting that walker down. But instead, they actually do just back off. And now with the urn picked up here for a 1 win, this could be exactly what they need to get back into the game. The second urn of the match. And they give them a nice little influx of souls that they're going to need here. And hopefully, for their sake, get them a little bit closer to some of these items that they're going to need to be able to win these engagements more head-on and more equal footing.
Yeah, this one's going to be uncontested. So in come the souls here for 1 win. Closing that gap to about 6k souls. Saf now is going to return over to lane number 2 and probably waste no time in looking to pressure the Mirage's position and get themselves a walker. That is 2 walkers now picked up. And again, still only the 1 Guardian taken by 1 win. They definitely do need to crack those picky banks of souls across the map here to stay relevant.
I mean, it's a 6k difference. And they're behind by 5 objectives. Like, that 6k means nothing once they start picking these up. The thing is, that flex slot, I think, is what they're really starting to eye. You can see right now, overseas, he has no room to buy any other items. I'm assuming he has a decent amount of souls. So some very quick decision making has to be made of what you're going to sell and what you're going to pick up or what you're going to upgrade to, because Paravision are just non-stop keeping the aggression on you. And with the mid-boss take here, like, they have a far superior comp to deal with this one. Also, with Zanya down, the chance of stealing is extremely low. So 1 win, you kind of have to give this away, unfortunately.
Yeah, what are your options to steal this? Like, you don't have any good ones. Maybe Flammable can airdrop and try and stun, but it's awful. Your odds are not very good. Here comes the owl from overseas. Oh my God, you're bloody kidding me. That is wrong, player. What on earth? Off the back of the owl from overseas in the stun from that? You've got to be kidding me.
They just blew the game. Like, right there, that was such a ridiculous comeback. Yeah, the last so cool. Hey, you get a catch on overseas. I don't really care about that because they're going to get a push on, or they had a push on lane 4. They get a Guardian in lane 1 and in lane 4, I believe it was. So they immediately get their flex slot off the back of the steal. And now with the Rejuvenator, they can afford to push here. Like that. This is kind of why I hate seeing teams go for these coin flips. I mean, obviously, that was a much more one-sided coin flip for Paravision than it should have ever been for one team. But man, you cannot be losing mid-boss like that because of an owl exploding.
So, okay, so they do clear the area, in fairness. They go up. Man, that is bloody brilliant.
What? Can we see that
hard to
one
follow.
more time?
Yeah, we almost need that at 0.5 speed. You know what I mean?
Why didn't Saf just pop his ult? Did he get stunned from the owl, and that's why he didn't get to pop his death slam to keep player away?
The owl
he had it up.
people.
I don't know, man. That was
so easy
throws.
to underestimate the range from the owl because obviously the model of the owl is so small, but the radius is massive. Oh, buddy.
There's so many. I don't know. We have to see. Okay, let's see. Where is he?
Guys,
He's on the right-hand side of the screen.
Okay, so
Owl comes in. He majestic leaps. He does not get stunned. Oh my gosh. Play just gets it just a little too early. And even the Hex came in like, you can't have that happen, man.
It's a solo steal. That was basically a solo steal. Obviously, credit to Overseas because the owl timing is disgusting. Oh, buddy. Okay. It is a 4K soul game now, folks. That one has crept up on us, and a lot of Rejuvenate is still on the field, obviously empowering your minions as well. So just the overall lane flow and macro perspective here for one win looks a lot more favorable. And you can see them starting to go up the map. There's another owl getting set off here, potentially to Litz. Yep, stunned up, only briefly though. They'll be fine. Alkfire is going to keep that lane shoving away from them.
So it gets them a lifeline back into the game. I'm going to give them that for sure. But we're still seeing them be very passive here. Like, they're still majority of the team on their side of the map. Even with Rejuvenator, they're trying to push lanes out. They're trying to be very careful because I think they realize, like, right now, even though we got the Rejuvenator, we still are outgunned. Paravision have the opportunity to get very easy catches onto our team. And if we lose, like, 1, 2, 3 players, like, we could be saying goodbye to some more objectives. So I can kind of respect that they're being very passive with this Rejuvenator because they realized they were extremely lucky to steal it away. But you have to have a game plan after this of like, okay, how do we take control back? We still have no walkers. They still have 2 of ours taken. Eventually, you're going to hit the point in the game where you need to be able to spend those souls with those flex slots.
All right. With 1 flex slot now to work with, 1 win can at least expand their repertoires somewhat. Not the end of the world, though. They can obviously sell some laning items to make space, but sometimes you don't want to sell your healing rights and such. It can still be pretty relevant at this stage of the game, but when needs must. So some of those items coming through now, right? We got that. We got improved spirit here. So I'm sorry, Jason. We're definitely, going for some of that raw spirit power for Zanya. Sharpshooter also getting picked up here for Empty Dream. So those T3s coming through. Diviner's Kevlar also has been obtained by Together, who is at 19k.
Yeah, so I mean, on the pocket, it's not necessarily a bad choice because you're going to probably be one of the players getting aggressive, trying to soak up some damage, especially with the affliction.
It's when you pop ult, right? It's insanely good, and you want to be in the middle of the fight when you pop ult. It's such a it goes together like PB&J.
I miss PB&J. The thing is, with that combo, I don't know why I made those sounds either. I should probably explain. Peanut butter in Italy sucks. And if you want to buy proper peanut butter in Italy, it is ridiculously expensive. But I don't know. I want to ask him maybe about that item choice because he's not the one necessarily should be like full engaging. He should be like going off the back of Saf, who's going for the engagement. But I mean, we'll see how it's going to work out for him.
Xenon just loses out there. Taz able to take them. I think there's more over towards the solo lane. Ethereal Shift here being used. Zany just wanted to see what was kind of happening there. It only looked like the Mo and Krill for the most part was with them. So yeah, player going to back up. Everyone converging here over this potential urn turn-in location. Paravision want to take this urn back. Let's see if they can. Flammable. Yep, into the lasso, folks. There's a combo going down, though, as well. It doesn't look like player was able to lock whoever that was down for very long, though. This fight is all happening, by the way, over the Walker. Very normal, very well-adjusted, reasonable positioning for this. So that Death Slam, though, is going to lay player out. That is 1 win, fighting underneath their own Walker, losing all 3 players in that fight, and they now have to look around from the periphery with half their team left. Saf picked off, but these Walkers are going to get blown up.
And they're going to get the urn, I believe, off this too. Yeah, Press is going to pick it up and immediately run away.
Lol.
And the thing was, the timing of that fight too, Rejuvenator was gone for 1 win. So you're not going to be able to respawn back in quickly. This means a lot of objectives around the map, or a lot of, I guess, the jungle camps will be taken. The urn obviously off the back of that. And the thing is, they had all their lanes pushed for Paravision, that they could afford to kind of stay in that location to deny the urn turn-in. 1 win would take way too long to shove one of these lanes out for them to actually be able to do anything to kind of punish the presence out of Paravision near the earn turn in. So again, really, I mean, even with Paravision losing the mid boss, still a master class, I'd say, of the macro play right now.
Yeah, I mean, we'll check in with Jake here and get some thoughts, but I think the things that, you know, got Paravision in the lead in the first place have also allowed them to regain it after that unfortunate steal. Before we do that, though, play with me. Getting caught out, getting given a Divine Barrier. Now it's Tass trying to come in. Cold front out, hit with a Hurricane, though. Trying to run interference here, but play with me, and it's worked beautifully. Saf arrives here on the lash, and at least finds one. Play with me eventually falls, but this is about to be a no-holds-barred brawl over in lane number 1, folks. There is a real chase underway here, and Empty Dreams knows it. Able to dash away, and things should cool off for a moment. But Jake, Paravision now have that 15k soul lead, excuse me.
Yeah, it's a good spot to be. That last fight under the walker was really well played. However, I do feel like the fact that Empty Dreams grabbed a pick up there, I mean, like, he still has the potential to hard carry this game. I mean, there really isn't much room for error, to be clear, for the Wraith. Like, a couple deaths on Wraith, and I think it will be game. But in the end, they still have the damage to get kills. So if Wraith can come into these fights and they can defend the base well, with mid-boss down for just a little bit longer, I feel like there's still a window here for one-win team, but it is rapidly closing. Paravision tightening the news really effectively.
And of course, Overseas will be back, but not until 20 seconds after this mid-boss spawns. So if Paravision want to time it, they can obviously start mid-boss as soon as it comes up. They've obviously kept track of it. And yeah, all of one win are headed back over towards base here. So going to be very, very difficult. We'll see Player. He was the one with the Warp Stone that came in and stole it last time. Overseas is not here to use an owl to potentially steal it away, but Paravision weren't that serious about it. I think they spotted them all cruising in this lane 3, and they're going to dive on them. They're very dead. Extremely.
Yeah, that's understandable. I like the response out of one when continue to push on lane 1. You can see we do have Prestus and Play With Me behind them in the lane as they teleported over to deal with this, but I think they'd be okay to give up one walker. It's the second walker they don't want to give away, which is currently being pushed on by Empty Dreams. Rejuvenator is going to fall. Actually, they're pushing 3 lanes at once, if you can see it. So they're going to get a second walker for sure here, as they do get a teleport out of Zanya over to lane 4.
Okay,
I mean a little bit of a macro misplay, I'd say, out of Paravision here. They just gave up a lot around the map for a Rejuvenator.
I mean, like, again, there's something to be said for getting those lanes set up and pushing before you try and contest this objective here. I think they jumped the gun because they might have wanted to go for it while the Grey Talon was still out of the game. Still, is Lasso. Okay, Stone Idol. I think Flammable just wanted to send a message there. Message received. You are still headed back towards your fountain, though, sir.
You know, on the topic of Empty Dreams, I mean, 31k, he's been farming constantly. He's doing a fantastic job. But I do kind of think back in my head to, was it Jamside on Wraith up against Saf on the Grey Talon? And the front line that Jamside has, they fell over so quickly. They died so fast that the souls he built up, he couldn't translate into damage. And with the pick potential of Paravision are pulling off and catching up players constantly like this, he's not really going to be able to, I think, get too much damage in. Paravision are just not shy at all about getting aggressive.
I love Tass's Holiday. It is so sick. Yeah, they basically try and time the landing off the jump pad to coincide with the expiry of the ethereal shift. Like, they basically time it down to the very second to get that kill. Tass had no business taking that fight there. There's like nothing to do. There's like a player in ETH shift. The rest of the one win team are like backed up already. He's like, no. I'm going to take this fight. I'm going to try and win it, which is impressive stuff. All right, so again, some important items coming on. Crucially improved Spirit Armor here. So
not again.
Empty Dreams. Yeah, and this is obviously the person you want to catch, right? That's that Wraith. Ethereal shift. That's all well and good. Here's that telekinesis now coming out, but Taz is big chilling. Has that Divine Barrier given over. And there goes Empty Dreams. There's the carry for one win that's been neutralized here. And spoilers, it doesn't get much better here for one win now. Obviously, they've got no objectives to lose off the back of this outside of their entire base, but that also might be the risk. Paravision had to be careful. A little bit low. 3 or 4 of them actually do get chunked down in that fight. Keep that rejuve buff, of course, and make good use of it here. This is a clean up for Prestige if I've ever seen one.
I mean, ZP's been watching in game for us, and he has been putting out some ridiculous numbers. Prestus in particular, I'm talking about here. I can't wait to see his player damage at the end of this game, because it is going to be ridiculously high. And the thing is, even though they lost Task because he got aggressive, they're still continuing to push through. They have the Rejuvenator, so Task can be joined in just a few seconds. They're going to get the second shrine here, Mitch, and of course the Patron. But I imagine off of that, they're going to back away, and I think we might see a delay until the next bid boss comes up.
Yeah. All right, well, this is good looks here from Prestus. Yeah, someone who's... I mean, Paravision are really prioritizing this great talent pick, and you can see why. I don't think anyone is making use of her quite like they are lately. And we get a pause here called by Xenon. And we'll wait to see what that is, because obviously no one is apparently sort of disconnected. But we have a Nox Patron. We still have Rejuvenator active, and This time for Paravision, the lanes are pushed very well in their direction. So there's nothing to worry about losing objectives off the back of this. And Jake, as good as OneWin have done, I think like when their second mid-boss take is happening, I can see them identify a great chance to like get 2 walkers, right? Which under many situations is probably worth it. But is it worth it in this case to give that second mid-boss over to Paravision, knowing how they can just go back to business and what they've been doing with it already if you allow them to?
Yeah, I mean, the mid boss, it hurts to give up, but at the same time, you're opening up a flex slot that's really valuable at this stage in the game. I think, honestly, that last fight was incredibly close. Like, Paravision had, I think, 3-4 players at sub 10% HP that could have easily been kills. I think the biggest factor was that Tass was able to initiate on Empty Dreams, right? If this Wraith gets initiated on and can't deal the damage that she wants to deal, she's in real trouble here. Yamato caught no ultimate. I mean, just totally unable to fight. And Tass is just kind of running rampant on them right now, catching player after player.
And that was after Tass lassoed the Yamato. They just obviously shrugged it off with the ethereal shift. It just didn't matter. Zaf going to go down here, though. Overseas sets that one up with an owl. Zaf also falling, so Paravision have to be careful. One we know all about overextending into trying to kill the patron and losing the game as a result of it. Trust me, they're masters at it by now. And Paravision obviously down to 4. Got to be careful. Flammable has been removed. Again, the Geist is scary. I'd be scared of Prestus here, but they're in a losing situation against far too many opponents, and eventually they're brought down. It's a lot of bunny rabbits there.
Yeah, a little bit of cockiness out of Paravision. I think Tass, he got stunned as he was falling into the pit and then just got bursted off of that one. The weird thing is with Paravision, they're not setting up for any wombo combos, if you've noticed, right? It's all for like individual pick potential. Normally you see a lash, you expect like 3-4-man death slam. No, they're like, okay, let's just lasso 1 and confirm the kill. Let's just death slam 1. Let's just confirm the kill. That's all they care about, because once they get that man advantage is where they hope to close out the game. And I think that's kind of similar to what Jake was talking about before when we saw that little wonky skirmish in this area we're currently looking at now. Paravision were very close to losing that fight, actually, because they're not really trying to go for these big wombo combos, instant burst kind of plays. It's just about getting that first player down and then trying to snowball the fight from there. And if Empty Dreams can be the person to not get caught, then there is still a chance for a OneWin to win out these fights. But he has so many things to dodge is the hard part. And Ethereal Shift can only save you for so long.
Also, like, I just saw Phantom Strike picked up for Together. So they will get to be on Empty Dreams. They will just dive them. Colossus also taken up by Prestus. So you have this front line or these like sort of these brawlers that are really going to take that space effectively and just be a nuisance. Obviously, slowing or slowing move and dash speed of people around you is just so busted, and it's very, very powerful, of course, on the Lady Geist. So keep an eye out for Prestus, who's gotten to 34k alongside Play With Me. So this is a very tanky Paravision roster. Despite that, obviously, this was pointed out by Jake, that it's still a pretty close fight early as crippling headshots been picked up for Zenon. So good damage output is still for OneWin. And apparently the chase is on, folks. Not sure really where they're headed. They might have been trying to chase Player down, who is burrowing away at the moment. Okay, combo attempted. Zenon taken down. That is a copied combo.
Yes. Oh my God, that was ridiculous. I mean, we've seen him mostly copy the telekinesis, but for him to do that and just shut down together, or not together, to Xenon was hilarious.
I guess the way it's designed is that you take on the Moe's model when you use the copied combo, so that looked absurd. And then like the very elegant, refined looking magician just sort of steps away back into his tailcoat after just mauling someone.
This is a crucial time. With 2 players down at both sides, mid-boss spawn in 2 seconds. I mean, OneWin, they don't have Zanya there to steal it away. They do have Playa. And now coming up soon, so there's always that potential. But this is such a scary point that you don't want to be the team to throw a mid-boss here, because that can easily be a turnaround point. Instead, it looks like Play With Me is going to run the urn, but that might be go time for a OneWin to actually just try to push the mid-boss. I don't know. If you're OneWin, you have to, I think, respect this and try to get some farm in here. Like, there's really not much else you can do until everyone's alive, and then it's going to be almost a standoff at mid.
Remember, folks, all you need to take mid-boss is 1 HP and a charged melee. So keep that in mind. Together here, calling a pause. We have 2 players still out of the game right now. They're back on respawn. OneWin, though, Jake, they are keeping these fights very close. They still look really scary. Even when Empty Dreams was actually dying first in some of those fights, they're still making them very close.
Yeah, I mean, they have the damage, right? Like, so in the end, yes, Paravision a little bit more farmed, a little bit more flexibility about how they fight. But if they overstep, they absolutely will get bursted. This Wraith is putting out a ton of damage in the fights with the sharpshooter, siphon bullets as well. So, I mean, if OneWin can just keep scrapping this out and slowing the game down, they do have, you know, some little bit of hope now, but it really is go time. Like, any fight goes against them, it's probably the game. Might have a small power play over Paravision, though, with a few seconds with the earn turn in. This could be a big risk for Paravision.
So we've got a big fight brewing. That's for sure. Overseas, though. Charge shot. Decent damage on someone that's very farmed up. Zenon is going to take the orb here. Silence, though, thrown out. That's going to be a lasso interrupted for the time being. Hard to see, but that's a combo getting thrown down. Not much Taz could have done about that now. Shadow Form going to be taken up by the Yamato, but Zhang is still going to be burst down by Play With Me. So player advantage here for Paravision now. And they're looking to push up. They want to try and end the game off this if they can have a good enough fight. So I don't really know if there's anywhere Flammable can go. Now going to be chased down by Saf, who's keeping a bird's eye view of the situation. Flammable trying to game the Veil. I appreciate that, but Prestis is hitting very hard right now and is virtually unkillable to so many members of One Win. 3 players down. Jason, Paravision now. They can taste the blood in the water.
I think they can just go and win. I mean, they have 5 people left alive up against the 3, and there's no front line for them. As long as they go for a catch any sort of way, they're going to die, and they're going to have to, completely run back into spawn and back out to have anything to do with this one. Doesn't matter how farmed you are right now, Empty Dreams, you cannot 1v5 this. And the Patron is being hit.
Yep. Prestis is punching the crud out of it right now. Over the top there, you can see Saf going. I'm going to dive in here. It's tough for 1 minute. I think they've basically let this one go now. Paravision, a pretty competitive game, a lively affair, I think, in the mid game with a lot of these back and forth fights. But Paravision, despite losing the mid boss, or pardon me, having it stolen straight out from under their noses, are still able to come back into the game with just a really solid approach to the map and macro that, frankly, One Win couldn't keep up with, Jason.
Yeah, the composition, I feel like when we look at the draft alone, we were all kind of thinking One Win are going to look stronger, One Win are going to be better. But Tafts and was it Litz? Yeah, who was on Sinclair, really cracked open the beginning part of that game for Paravision. The way they dealt with with lane 2, dominating that lane, taking the Guardian, moving over to lane 1 together, dominating that lane, taking the Guardian. They really created opportunities for Paravision to get such a strong early start. And likewise, it was still 6-1 in objectives at one point in the game here. Paravision had really good control from the beginning. I think the craziest thing about that was we didn't even see them pull off like a proper wombo combo at all. They were still just focused on those single picks, and then eventually from those into a win.
All right, let's bring Jake back in now as we sort of wrap this one up a little bit. I feel like the nucleus of this whole win for Paravision is that really powerful Sinclair and Holiday lane, Jake. They get ahead, they start bullying, and then they just, send both of those heroes out across the map to slant a bunch of other matchups in their favor. And all the while, Prestis is getting disgustingly fed and putting out huge damage.
Yeah, I mean, the lane is nice, and I think you got to credit them for coming out so strong and putting especially great talent on the back foot who would have loved to get that ult online early and start adding global presence of their own. But in the end, I think it's really Taz's ability to team fight throughout the game, right? Big AoE stuns, tons of these lasso catches. Felt like, the lasso accuracy was pretty high there. Felt like every time they cast, they're finding connections, turning those into meaningful kills. Think about that clutch Guardian defense on like 20 HP in that early game. Pretty insane stuff out of Taz. Looks like maybe one of our best Holiday players right now, and where Taz is where Holidays looked like a bit of a second-rate Paradox in some other matches. This game made me kind of feel like, wow, okay, like there's a much higher skill ceiling on this Holiday than we've seen really come to bear so far. So I was really impressed by Taz. The laning stage, the mid-game rotations, and then late-game team fighting, all of it was immaculate. So I think a lot of teams are going to have to consider either stealing this Holiday away or banning it out, because that looked like a menace.
Does that, before we bring Jason in, does that put Holiday's priority for you over Paradox? Or is it just now you have 2 really good playmakers that you can't really ban out entirely?
Yeah, maybe it's more that it's getting closer. I do think Paradox is probably still the better of like the raw initiators because there's so much AoE utility denial that she offers that I think is really unique and hard to replicate. Something like the defensive capabilities of the wall and the grenades zoning people away is really nice. However, for like the pure offense and like maximum numbers of shots on goal, Holiday might be even a little bit more committed into the role, and really strong players who can make use of that jump pad stun, I think could be making the character to look better and better rising up through the power rankings.
Okay. Yeah. No, I didn't know what else I was supposed to say to that one. We've seen Holiday, whether it was a gun Holiday. Well, that wasn't really that great.
They were cheating.
Cheater. but he didn't even do that well on it. That's the funny thing, right? Even when he was cheating. But yeah, I think Taz has definitely been probably one of the most successful Holiday players we've had in DFN compared to EU and NA. Doesn't matter. He is the dominant player, but he also was one of the most dominant players on Paradox as well. But it's so cool to see the way he plays Holiday in his aggression, and he doesn't seem to ever play scared either. Like, he's more than willing to get aggressive, and the fact that you have the jump pad to get away to if needed, I feel like gives you a little bit more survivability than a Paradox has at some points.
Here's your player of the match presented by Intel, folks. This one, a no-brainer for us. Starting out of a really good lane, but not like, you know, Jason, you both sort of mentioned, Tass is able to like turn that impact. Like, let's say like you're watching a Wraith, like in a side lane, get ahead, right? We've seen that happen, but sometimes they tend to stay in that lane a little bit longer, to continue to farm, right? Eventually push that Guardian down and then go. But I mean, Paravision, like Tass and Litz got pushed out of the nest so early after that cushy start to the game. They were all over the place, and it really caused like each of those lanes almost to be pushed up so deep. Look at this, so aggressive, right? You are looking at ethereal shift, and still Taz is like, okay, let me time this out, bro. I'm counting in my head, puts a jump pad down, lands in, does damage, chase. And this is obviously, you notice there's improved spirit armor picked up by the Holiday, so they're quite tanky, they're very mobile. Okay, they've got the warp stone, but they don't take like rescue beam or anything. Like they obviously still want to invest in that cold front. I think that's fortitude there as well. So it's like, okay, let me be very annoying, very hard to kill, and just have this sick utility that's a general nuisance, or sometimes just a straight up fight win in itself.
I think it's really the warp stone for me that really is like, well, it turns Holiday into such a threat, because you, with a kinetic carbine, you can kind of predict, you can just line of sight and you're generally going to be fine. But that jump pad and being able to warp stone on top of someone, they can't really time when that stun's going to come. It makes it very difficult for you to kind of play around it. And I think we're seeing like Task kind of push it to the extreme. I know ZP said in the past, like once Holiday comes into the mix, we're going to see a lot of people one trigger. And I mean, I'm happy to see it, because Holiday is really the hero at the moment to crack open these fights.
So here's the stats you wanted to see. Prestis ended up with 26k hero damage. Not even the highest in the lobby, by the way, as Overseas was really able to get out of control. But again, they really shoved down a lot of those objectives very effectively. Got super farmed up, so really can't ask for much more. You can see the build is so tanky for Prestis. Such a big investment towards those, the durability. Same with Play With Me, I guess. Very, very tanky team in general.
Yeah, I actually love those builds on your like primary damage carries this game, because with all the initiation and control you have from Lash, Holiday, Pocket, all you really need from your carries is that they're going to be able to like run in and have a few seconds of survival before the stuns and control come in. So the willingness of Warden and Geist to just like frontline super aggressively really paid off this game. I mean, there were some moments where the one-win team were able to turn some fights around with well-placed lifts or combos, but in the end, for the most part, Geist and Warden were too difficult to kill, too difficult to catch, and then the pickups were always coming from Lash and Holiday. So great early game snowball out of Paravision. We've seen a lot of teams, lose those early advantages and not turn lane wins into game wins, but Paravision found the way through here and kept it in control, with the exception of that one massive mid-boss steal from Overseas and Playa.
And there you have it, Paravision again. This would be a rematch of the one-win bombshell finals, right, between Paravision and Virtus Pro now in our money match. They are there was a 3-1 result favoring Virtus Pro, where I think Virtus Pro picked 7 in all 4 of those particular maps. So I'm very excited to see if they sort of try and run that one back again. That's going to be a ton of fun. And that, of course, is going to be on the other side of the break, folks. So it's a best of 3 money match, $1,000 on the line, thanks to our friends over at Intel. Paravision versus Virtus Pro throwing down on the other side of the break. This is your Deadlock Fight Night, edition 14 for EU. We'll see you soon. Boy, they choked that banana down real quick. Pardon me. Welcome back, everybody, to Deadlock Fight Night. Episode 14. You know I can throw them back, baby. For Europe, presented by our friends over at Intel. We're on the cusp of another finals match. A best of 3 to decide the recipients of $1,000 cold hard cash. Paravision and Virtus Pro are no strangers to going up against each other in some of these big matches. Jason, in fact, they did it just 3 days ago, I think. In the one-win Bombshell Invitational tournament, you guys know, I love you. I don't know the full name of your tournament. They did win 3-0, Virtus Pro did. So won the first 2 maps and then the last one.
Well, 3-1.
3-1.
3-1.
That's what I said.
I got your back.
That's what I said.
You said 3-0, but that's fine.
Did I?
Because what does matter is that Virtus Pro banned away Wraith every single time in those matches. They banned Great Talon twice, Vindicta once, and Kelvin once. Whereas the response from Paravision was, we'll take away Sinclair from you 3 times, and we'll take away Infernus from you 3 times. We'll throw Random Pocket and Bebop in there on top of it. So I think if we're going to look back on like previous results and previous drafts, I feel like we can't easily apply it coming into this because, again, Virtus Pro, they tried to get Geist every single time, and it was only taken away from them once when first pick was taken away.
Okay. Yeah, that is. And that was the Geist the first pick for VP in those games?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
When they could.
Okay, so both these teams obviously really like to try and play the Geist, right? We just saw Paravision have a really good game. Prestus obviously show us just how nasty they are. So fair enough. Let's move on towards this game here. Let's bring Jake back in. We can chat a little bit about VP and Paravision again. Like, these are teams that are kind of throwing down with increasing regularity right now, and both are really contesting like a lot of these key picks, like the Lady Geist, of course. What we mentioned, Paravision like to play. VP have been trying to first pick it from them.
I think Geist is going to be prio. I think Wraith is going to be prio. Paradox. I mean, there's a lot of contested heroes. We got to think from that last game that Holiday has to be something both teams are thinking about. We've seen both of them use it in the past. Super curious to see what ends up kind of coming out on top. It feels like maybe for the first time in the EU, there's a real shakeup for these super top, first pick prio. In the past, it was kind of like always Paradox, Yamato, but that's really been broken open. I do think Paradox probably still there, was just banned first last game, but there's a lot to consider in these drafts, especially going into game 1. I don't know that anybody has the perfect read on like what's the highest prio ban, what can you let through. So I think both teams are going to get a bit of what they want here.
I'm actually thinking no one's going to ban Paradox, because if you ban Paradox, you're kind of forced to first pick in Holiday. And if you're Paravision or VP, you want to first pick Geist. You don't want to first pick one of those two necessarily. So I actually think this is cool little like mind games between these two teams of like, what do we ban? And I feel like Paradox is probably one of the highest banned heroes we have at the moment in EU, but I think it's going to be completely let through with Holiday, and it's going to come to a battle of what do we want to take away from you? It's going to be interesting because, not to mention, Virtus Pro, like you said, Mitch, they played 7 every single game in that series that went 4 maps. And I think they also even played Dynamo in one of the games, unless that's an error, but I'm going to say it's right.
Let's go. Honestly, also, Paravision, we know that SAF will try and pick Grey Talon every game that it is available as well. So, like, there's a couple of things that both these teams really want to try and pick up. Let's refresh your memory, though, and talk rosters here on these two teams before we get set up for this match. There's a bit of context to set around this, I'm sure. Here is your Virtus Pro roster. Zergy, Sharik, Michaelis, Dimov, Listic, Oberkim. Right now, the undisputed best team in EU, although there are always challenges and no one comes closer than this Paravision roster. So this is kind of the quintessential matchup in this region right now. That's why we're obviously excited to be treated to it on an always weekly basis here at the Deadlock Fight Night. But obviously we got to chat with Zergy last week. Asked him a couple of questions as well. And we also brought up the topic of North American teams not wanting to buy Healbane. That's why Shiv was so good over there. But in general, really good insight from him, and this Virtus Pro team seems like they're only continuing to get better, guys.
Yeah, Listic better not dodge the interview this time if they win. Actually, for me, the funny thing is about this team, Michaelis is probably always like the standout player because he's the most popular player, because he was one of the first people to really show like how good Paradox can be, and he always has really high streamer numbers. But I have to give it to my boy Listic, honestly, as like the standout player of this roster, because he has played 10 different heroes over the course of these 14 weeks when they were playing, and he's had some pretty good success. I'd say he was probably one of the players, if not the most picked on about having such a small hero pool, that you can tell he has put in the effort to learn a lot of other heroes. And I think he's been one of the key points to success of the team because of him realizing that and working on it.
Is he not the #1 player in EU presently? Or at least was Well, in Deadlock, like in terms of rank. I thought it was.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that might have been the case recently. Someone in chat, I'm sure, can confirm or deny that. Let's move on and talk about their opponents, though, as we just saw them in the previous game. It's Paravision, Play With Me, Saf, Prestis, Taz, Litz, and Together. These guys have got what it takes. I think so much of our questioning always is always orbiting around the idea of what Play With Me is on, but I think we saw them on the Warden and they looked really solid there. It wasn't a game that felt like it really rose or fell on what they were able to do, but quietly Play With Me was keeping up, with Prestis in terms of just how much raw farm they had. They have like multiple Grey Talon operatives, right? Saf and Prestis both can do it. We know when they get a Paradox or even a Holiday, like Taz is going to be hugely impactful there. And let's maybe, while they have a slightly different support hero pool to some of these other top teams in Europe, obviously we see a lot of Ivy from them very much. We just saw Sinclair. They're very, very solid, great understanding. And they're a big part of why Taz and Litz were able to snowball that lane that they won into overall dominance of the game, Jake. This team, while we see a couple of, concerns about, hero pool or ability to pilot certain comps there, I mean, it's hard not to have them as a clear second in this region.
I mean, I think this is a team that has really carved out an identity for themselves as the sword to Virtus Pro's shield, where I think VP make a lot of comeback games. They play the map really cleanly. They have a great macro understanding of like getting ahead and then making it to the late game. Paravision likes to play fast. They like to play aggressive. They like to get an early lead and keep pushing that tempo. And, although that does present some risks, if you make big mistakes and you throw that lead away, it's going to really hurt against a team like VP. By the same token, it's just as easy to kind of just keep building that snowball. And as Paravision get better and better at the strategy, I think as we see it might be bearing out some more success for them. If they can be consistently winning lanes and consistently pushing an early lead, there's a good argument for them just, playing the map a little bit more efficiently than their opponents, getting more resources, getting more of those buffs and urns done, and just accruing bigger and bigger advantages. I do think VP has been very defensive, although that has played to their advantage in the past. They've won a lot of games despite being on the back foot.
Yeah,
I like how he said Paravision are the sword to Buff and or to Virtus Pro shield, because I think this exactly describes how they kind of play. Paravision, whether they were Pojolaya, Scumbria, or DMS, were one of the first teams to punish Buff and Joyers back then. Early on in the game, would be very aggressive against them to look for that victory. Whereas, Buff and Joyers then, they just kind of sat back and played the macro game. By the way, for people who are wondering in chat, that's just their signature heroes. When we looked at the rosters, that's actually not what's been picked for the team. So yeah, you see 2 Paradoxes. We're not going to have 2 Paradoxes. That's not how it works, but just kind of give you a little bit of history about what these players are kind of known for in their heroes.
One day we'll have their photos, you know what I mean? But
first ban Pocket.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I know Pocket's a strong hero, and I do think it's grown a lot in priority over the last month or so, but wow, I don't see the first ban on this character very often, or really any ban at all. I think usually it just goes like later into the draft. So maybe Paravision really thinking this is a key element of VP strategy.
That was Savannah's fault.
Well, they did play it twice in that best of 5. Virtus Pro played it twice, and in the first game, Paravision did ban Pocket, so it's kind of following suit similarly with that. But yeah, I would agree with like Jake. Like I would never put Pocket necessarily as like a first ban unless they intentionally are letting things through to specifically snipe some stuff up. So to me, this is a Geist pick for Paravision, and then you let Virtus Pro either have Paradox or they have Holiday.
I actually love the Sinclair ban. I think the Sinclair ban makes total sense because I don't think it's really a hero that VP want to use. But by banning Sinclair first, you leave all these strong heroes that are very dominant in the pool. And yes, Wraith goes towards Paravision. We've seen Wraith be a critical hero in many, many matches. But now VP has the full range of these like top quality heroes to pick from. I feel like could easily see something like Paradox Geist going here and just really putting VP in a great spot, getting them some of their most preferred heroes and denying some key ones from Paravision. Although at the same time, I don't think Paravision are going to be too mad about losing Paradox if they can respond with a Holiday.
Okay, so now, all of these powerful picks are just released into the wild. So much so that now that like Paradox and Holiday aren't even really being prioritized as first picks, Virtus Pro once again locked that Lady Geist in first. And we have something for Play With Me, no doubt about it. The Wraith already secured here for Paravision.
I'm trying to see if it's just going to be, because I can't remember if it's just going to be Play With Me on Wraith or if like someone else would actually pick up Wraith. But I believe he's the only one.
I mean, it fits his play so well. I think this is, I mean, you talked about it in that graphic, right? 4-0, great stats. I love the Wraith for Play With Me.
Okay, Mirage here.
Okay, so Together's played it once. So I just wanted to check because those stats were from his history in DFN, not just from Paravision. So dating back to like his previous team as well with DMS. But so Mirage actually picked up for Virtus Pro, which it's not surprising Considering we have Mirage played by Paravision quite consistently, and again, that's a hero that Play With Me plays quite well. But when you have the Wraith, you know he's probably not going to be on the Mirage.
Also, with so many pick heroes left in the pool, you can afford to deprioritize them. Yeah, Paradox goes the way of Paravision. I wonder if they're going to go with the Holiday as well. Feels like a bit of an overinvestment into pickoff, although maybe that's all right. At the same time, VP are just saying, hey, what you can have whichever pick initiator you want. We'll just take the other. We'll just take the second option, and we'll prioritize Mirage for his unique global presence that no one else in the entire pool really replicates.
Yeah, and it's something that tends to go under the radar. I think like that impact until like a fight is over, and then you can see the damage of a Mirage player at the end of the game. It's quite subtle what they're able to do. Kelvin going to be locked in here for Paravision. Of course, this is obviously a pretty heavily banned. I mean, you can see 79% of the time in the first round, or rather in general, it's getting looked at to be either taken out of the game or brought in via a pick. So pretty solid look here for Paravision, and that means that Virtus Pro can say this Holiday pick until later in theory, unless Paravision see fit to save it for a second round, Bear, but that would seem like maybe a little bit unnecessary here now that you have the Paradox.
I think you might need to grab it. I think Paravision probably should ban it if you don't grab it, because Paravision no longer need the pick-off hero. They don't want you to have it. I think it would be a great ban. So I like Virtus Pro grabbing it before the bans come out. Now we'll see what VP want to take out of the pool. I mean, Paravision kind of have a pretty decent start here, right? Like one support, one pick-off, one late game carry. I feel like the ban is really open-ended for both squads. Like there's no one super obvious. Yeah, I wouldn't mind the Calico. I like that concept with how good Listic has been on it. Maybe that's what Paravision want to take off the field.
Or Grey Talon as well.
Grey Talon.
Or Vindicta, okay. So does Paravision want to give away a Grey Talon to Listic? Because Listic currently doesn't have a hero picked at the moment, at least a typical hero he would play. But then again, we have Calico available at the same time.
Yeah, interesting. We've still got so much heat in the drafts here. These two teams. This is such a curious the way this draft has panned out. Obviously, like that Virtus Pro 7 pick is still lurking. Like, are they going to try and bring that back in? It seems to have served them seriously well. Like, obviously, Mo and Krill is an option later on in the draft here. Less high priority.
You have to wonder what's Zergy going to play, because at the moment he would normally be on a Wraith, but that's been taken away. And Furnace is also another pick that he likes to play. But 7 would be kind of cool to see if he's adapted the style and the build he goes with to make it come online more early. That's something we discussed like earlier at the start of the show, is that you can't really play 7 the way he was playing before anymore, because the games are kind of over too quickly for you to hit that big power spike at 40k plus souls to then start to show up and be in these fights.
I do like the 3 into 4 build on 7. Like farm with your third skill, that chain lightning, do a ton of creep camps. And then the ultimate is low-key kind of crazy in some of these late game team fights, right? And you get the full stack ultimate with like a bunch of infused items on it, the ability to move with that max point in the ult. For me, that's actually pretty monstrous. If the enemy team is committed to a position and can't really back out, everything dies under the 7 ult. I mean, you do kind of need Metal Skin, you need Unstoppable, you need Spirit Damage. I mean, it does have that normal 7 problem of being soul reliant, but it's strong when you get there.
The lightning strike is kind of fun as well now, like that it sort of creates that sort of knockback, which can be sort of useful in some fights, but it's just a fun little adjustment. And now obviously for those that may haven't played in a while, Stormcloud expands way more quickly than it used to. It used to be like really dodgeable and just slowly billowed out. Now it like happens rather fast. You've got to be ready for that for sure. Warden here going to get picked up for Paravision. So again, that's
so we still haven't going to be on Wraith, in my opinion. I would say. Actually, I don't even know. I think that's kind of one of the cool things about the depth, at least the overlap that they have, is that we've seen Together play Wraith before. We've seen Play With Me play Warden before, but with the Calico thrown in, I don't know who's even going to be on what at this point, because Play With Me and Together both play Calico. But that's kind of, I guess, the luxury. And on the other side for Virtus Pro, the luxury of picking 7 is you don't really give away who's going to be playing the 7 necessarily. It could be Zergy, it could be Listic. You could pick up an Infernus right now and change things up based off what Paravision picks.
Okay, this is not too shocking. We've seen Virtus Pro go for that Mo and Krill a fair bit recently. What do you...
Good response to something like Calico, right? Who wants to dance in and out of the fight. You can just like full focus her. You can stop Kelvin from ulting. I mean, there's a lot of these skills that Paravision really need to get off. And so VP are, have a pretty sick individual pick-off potential. As well as the team fight that 7 offers, if it is indeed an ulti build 7, which I think is likely, honestly. I think that is like the meta build for 7 now is maxing the ulti. And it looks like it will be a Zergy Infernus. So VP, I mean, the AoE damage on this comp in late game is unbelievable, right? Like with Seven, Infernus, Geist, that's pretty insane. Like for like this late game, you get like, that's something I've seen VP do a lot, where they get to this phase in the game where they are just deathballing you as 6 players, and any kind of small room you fight in, you are just cooking to all these different AoEs and all these different status effects layered on top of you, where I think Power Vision are a little bit more pick-off centric as they close with the Shiv, I would say the king of this full commit pick-off style. That's been, Shiv's been really deprioritized in EU, but we've seen big games out of it in NA.
I'm scanning my notes here to see if we've actually seen this pick from Power Vision recently.
No,
I want to say
we haven't.
We haven't. Okay.
No one in EU has played it for a few weeks now, right?
What do you think? What do you see? Like, when your 5 picks in now and you see what Virtus Pro have gone for, what makes you go, yeah, the Shiv here would really round this out beautifully? What is the tip off to you? This is kind of like the capstone for this team.
I think it's more their own draft rather than counter picking. I think this is just like a decent finisher for, a second frontline carry to follow Calico and Warden in, or I guess a third, kind of in that vein, maybe, and a little bit more of a likely building spirit damage. I think this game on Shiv, considering the gun focus from Warden and Wraith.
And also, I think you also have the reset potential with Shiv, but also the fact that you have like 2 other frontliners with you that are going to be focused at the same time. So I feel like you kind of don't have to worry about being focused too heavily. And also you're forcing Mo and Krill to be like, who am I really going to ult now? Do we want to try to kill Shiv off immediately? Do we want to try to kill Calico or maybe someone else? I think it kind of like splits the decision making for Virtus Pro, makes it that much more difficult to decide on like who can we hard engage on and know we're going to get the kill and escape from.
I do think Shiv is like almost impossible to hard initiate on due to his passive, but I'm more worried about Shiv in the context of like Seven, Infernus, and Geist just like poking you down with dots, like Seven ulting when you're full committed on Shiv, or Infernus burning you, Geist, dropping grenades on you or swapping you when you come in to finish kills. But I'm as much as I've been saying, I think Shiv is better than EU is giving it credit for. I'm a little worried about it in this particular game. If VP rather get to that late game that they like to, where they're stacking tons of AoEs and status effects on their opponents.
Yeah, so how do you get into these fights adequately? Do more than just throw like a couple of knives like from the periphery. At some point, you do want to get in there and actually get up close, make use of that sort of bullet lifesteal, and really sort of be a real kill threat in those fights. I mean, you could say the same with Calico, right? There's a big risk of like diving in. This team seems extremely like, I am going to climb inside your backside. Like, we are going to set up shop on your back patio and throw down. Like, there's not really a strong poke element to this team whatsoever. So maybe VP looking to punish that with a composition that will blanket the area and all of these status effects and alk fires and all the rest. I don't know. It's going to be tough here to see if Power Vision can make this work. But of course, Jason, we're projecting towards like this 6-on-6 team fight, but so much of the game needs to be decided in this early lane phase.
Yeah, definitely. We might not even get to the point where it's like 6v6 team fights. We didn't have one in the last match with Paravision versus 1-1, really. We kind of had a little bit of a skirmish, then teams backed away after about 3 kills total. But I'm hoping production, can we run it back to the Zerg interview and saying, NA just doesn't buy Healbane, and just get that just prepared in case they get decimated by shit, even with Healbane.
And they do, by the way. And then I think it was Calc got kind of rolled. I mean, it wasn't a game where he was able to take the game over, but a lot of people had. That game also was like a ton of bullet and spirit lifesteal from like 6 out of the 12 characters in there. So yeah, it was the thing.
I just want to get it ready in case they lose against the shit. just to rub it in his face.
I mean, there's no way. Let's see how this plays out. Solo lane Calico here versus the Lady Guy. So Saf will be on the Calico. And then
Prestis on the Wraith.
Okay.
Together on the Shiv, so play with me in the Warden. We kind of expected that, considering, which I still don't get why play with me doesn't play more of these kind of carrier roles. But we're also seeing Wraith in a dual lane, which is very uncommon. But you're just seeing the draw damage he's able to do up against Obi-Kim. Immediately force him back. Might hit the last card, but he loses sight of him, and Obi-Kim will escape.
That was close, a little too close for Obi-Kim's liking. They aren't feeling like they can afford to go all the way back to base though to heal, so they can hang around. Maybe an early healing right pickup might be the play for that holiday. You're on screen here with Taz, so no one really looking to leave these lanes quite yet. You'll notice that it's Sharik who's probably lowest out of everybody. That's that lane 3 push, and you've got Warden, you've got Wraith, so no surprise after Obi-Kim was also forced out that the other laner is going to be under some pressure, and Obi-Kim returns just to die. Prestis with first blood.
It's kind of interesting too, looking at Virtus Pro and looking at like the differences. So you have TAS, who plays Holiday and Paradox, very interchangeable with like how aggressive you want to be with them. Then you have Virtus Pro, where Michaelis doesn't really play Holiday. I mean, he does play Holiday, but he's not the Holiday player for the team at the moment. It's Obikim who's more support, and Litz is more the support player on Paravision's side. So I don't know if Obikim's going to have that same kind of style that TAS had in the last game, like being aggressive, looking for these picks and catches. So do you see it looks like Play With Me potentially going to go down here? Should be going down. Someone hit him.
Escaping that one. Actually, just slowly encroaching on him. A small done though by Virtus Pro to turn that around, considering that Prestus was laying it on pretty thick in that lane. That was the evidence by Obikim being forced a long way out of the action. But yeah, curious to see how they managed to succeed on this Holiday pick.
I think it's just going to be a completely different style than what we just had, which is kind of cool. Obviously, you know, heroes can be played quite differently, especially looking at Geist, where in, I believe, NA, we see them level their Essence Bomb, their 1 first. In E, we see more of the 2 as a level. But I think Geist in the Calico is not terrible because you do have some really good sustain. You pick up Restorative Shot or Extra Regen, which currently Extra Regen's picked up from Michaelis. And you don't fully match the sustain of the Calico, but you kind of keep up.
Again, like, you can obviously shrug off some of these persistent effects with the Calico once that ultimate is online, but I can't do much about Soul Exchange, which will occur in an instant. I mean, it's very scary to try and fight Lady Geist, just anybody, especially such a powerful solo laner over towards that level 60. It's pretty dangerous. A lot of push here being put down by Power Vision. I think they've identified that this is maybe a lane where they want to try and take some edges. So those constant frost grenades are coming down, not being used so much for healing as they are for pushing the waves up.
Decent combo potential too, because if you swap someone in and Lich just pops the Frozen Shelter, like most often than not, Litz is going to be able to get that kill, and will Play With Me. He's going to fall for a second time. Sherrick going to lock this one down. And Play With Me, I said this before at the top of the show, right? Like, when he doesn't have good games, Paravision just don't have good results. And he's got to kind of stabilize here. He's down to 2.1, currently the lowest net worth in the game.
Yeah, obviously that's the Warden you really want to get going. Let's bring Jake in here briefly. Just want to check in because we see Virtus Pro able to find some of these pretty successful dives towards a lane in lane 3 that was pushing them very aggressively prior.
Yeah, it's a big opening, right? Getting Sharik's combo online, I think, really could turn into some quick rotations. VP, you know, as much as we talked about them being a little bit more of a passive defensive team, we've also seen if they can get that early secured lead, they will keep pushing the tempo, they will keep fighting, and ultimates are just about to come online, so I could easily see Mirage rotating into a Mo Krill gank. Paravision got to be careful straying away from the Guardians right now.
Eyes on Dimov, of course, who wants to be present should there be a proper engagement like that. And looks like Listic wants to come forward here. Ultimate's here, obviously online for almost all of Virtus Pro. Obikim having used that lasso earlier. Maybe that might be why we're seeing some low health bars. There is the paradoxical swap that came on in, but it looks like they were ready for it. Play With Me gets taken down. It was a beautiful lineup of that tornado.
A Storm Cloud on top of that. It's like, you locked me in Frozen Shelter, but with my Storm Cloud, and you guys don't have the damage to finish me off, especially when I have my teammate Dimov locked in with me. So he immediately cancels the Frozen Shelter. They back away. A really good counter out of Virtus Pro to read into that swap Frozen Shelter combo to Paravision and completely nullify it.
Paravision are looking to get aggressive here on this lane 3 side of the map, though. Play With Me, a little low, old buddy. Dangerous stuff. I mean, at no point did Prestus seem like they wanted to join them past that veil, and I can see why, but Play With Me, one of the lesser fed members of Paravision, once again, served up as another tasty morsel. Prestus has to respect this, so Obikim also takes a card, goes down to about 500 odd. Now it's like a slower roll onto this lane 3 Guardian.
And Play With Me is struggling here. They're down 3k 6 minutes in without any objectives being taken out. Michaelis is getting confident. There's going to be into the shadows being used. And Michaelis just going to back away. I mean, he still has a soul exchange up, and Saf dies to the 1. The SS bomb comes through and catches him out. Virtus Pro are running away with this game already. It's not over, obviously, just yet, but they have such a strong lead.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen like Paravision be able to take like the lead back midway through the game. Their macro still does look pretty good, but the lane's here looking pretty bad. Listic here, awkward spot for him to be. Tries to parry off the Guardian, but Saf is going to be able to bring them down. Tass was also there. It's just a ton of damage and a little too much for Listic to handle. So again, pretty standard stuff heading into this 5-minute mark as these ultimates come online. Both of our teams are looking to take a lot of these fights.
You see this, Mitch? That's 2 decays out of Virtus Pro. They're really trying to eliminate the longevity of these fights out of a Calico, out of a Shiv, and out of a Warden, as they're just trying to punish them here, trying to chase them down. They might be able to pull off the kill here too. The last knife comes through, and I don't believe he's going to fall. Nah, he's more than healthy enough.
And that decay stacks up so well against a lot of those lifesteal items as well that we see, get bought up at sort of tier 2, tier 3. So they're going to be relevant, especially against someone like the Shiv for quite a while. Listic here trying to force him on back. Infuser popped, expecting a bit more of a full engagement there, but Paravision didn't fancy it. Awkward. Overkim tries to drop on in here. Here's Sharik though with the emergence now. They do have a combo ready, but no one there to play off of it, and they're still going to try and go for it here. Buy a bit of time, get some good damage down, maybe a melee to follow it up now as Prestus needs to try and get out of there, maintain a range advantage, and Sharik cannot overcome it. Divine Shield popped. Prestus down to 90 odd, and just a couple more bullets gets the job done. That is knife edge fighting.
Just buying time for that score to come back online for Sharik as they do get the 2-for-1 exchange there. I feel bad, man. I kind of wish we had models that would be more beaten up the more times you've died, because Play With Me right now, his mustache would be half torn, his hat would be missing. He's died 4 times in a span of 8 minutes, obviously trying to get aggressive and look to get some of this back, but it is tough.
That's fine, but I mean, on those Haze games, Play With Me would just look like a red smear running around on the ground.
It's true.
So at some point, you can't even recognize what hero they're playing. There's got to be a limit to that, I feel. Interesting fight for Overkim to take, looking for a crack shot, headshot, surely. Lasso connecting. Where are we headed? We're headed downtown, my guy.
Puts a jump pad just to hit the stun and extra damage off of that too to finish him off. So Overkim, catch the lasso perfectly. They're starting to get aggressive, looking for their second objective, the second guardian of the game here. But it's still extremely healthy, though we do see Shirk rotate into lane 4. It looks like they do want to confirm this one. He has combo available, and together he's got to be very careful because that means there's a decay coming his way.
Okay, here's telekinesis now. Overkim trying to leap up. Good damage. Stun on together. Massive damage onto the Shiv. Overkim blows up the Shiv on their own. Damn, that Misty Burst really makes a difference. Picking that up early in the game just turns you into an absolute monster.
Plus the cold front, like that burst damage he pulled off was ridiculous. Now Play With Me. There's no combo, so he should be able to survive for now. It does have some backup coming to Prestus, but Prestus is very low in HP. In the meantime, Virtus Pro are pushing on the lane 1 at the same time here. And while that's happening, Tassel secures a guardian over in lane 2. So at least keep things equal at 1, as it looks like it's an all converge here onto lane 1.
Yeah, I mean, Prestus drop though. Overkim's trying to back away. Of course, Shiv is here once more together very quickly, looking to get back in the fight. And looks like for Virtus Pro, they've done enough here over at lane 4. Lane 1, like you mentioned, though, might be the one that sees a bit more action. And already that pressure coming in down onto the guardian. Some of those key items being built up. Resto Locket has overperformed for me in my eyes for so many of these games. It's very powerful burst heal that turns the tide of a lot of those fights. There's a frozen shelter pop, but Michaelis and VP still want to try and come forward now. Can't blame them. Sharik definitely hunting. Saf very, very low now, likely to be stunned in a moment. And, well, Saf got headed off at the pass anyway. There's still more fighting to be had, though, as Taz gets behind the time wall. Swap is there. Listic, though, shrugs off the damage and isn't bothered about the silence for the most part. Taz trying to fight this out, but walks headlong into a combo. And Sharik has won so many of these fights from the slimmest of margins.
I don't know how he's still surviving in these fights. Like, this is the second time we've seen him survive with like sub 100 HP. I believe Listic body blocked the swap there actually at a task to allow Sharik to go for the escape. And we're seeing the push come in onto lane 1 still. Saf goes back in, but he still has to worry about Listic, who still has a lot of damage behind this with his 7k souls. They're trying to put pressure onto this walker. It's already below half HP here. You got to get away from this. There's no way you're going to take this.
Stormcloud pop there, presumably for the spirit resist that it offers, but that is an unsuccessful walker take here for Virtus Pro. Who, in fairness, like it's a 3-2 Guardian game, so that metric is pretty close. Now we're going to start to see some pressure onto the lane 1 Guardian. I think Virtus Pro will have to scrabble to defend this, and they are trying to move Overkim into position. Lasso connects. Barrel, pretty good. Saf definitely taken low, but there's more where that came from as Taz steps up, and it's only 600 on health for Overkim. They have to give up the Guardian.
Did I just see some like high-level tech? Maybe Jake can like confirm this, but did Overkim lasso and buffer a heavy melee at the same time? So when the lasso landed and he got pulled in, he hits him with the heavy melee?
Yeah, and I think with the Spirit Strike, right, it's like reducing their Spirit Resist, so like making your whole combo more effective. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like all the Spirit nuke you have on the kit for Holiday being combo with the melee. It's well done.
I mean, it definitely didn't look like it tickled. That's probably what we've seen the last couple of times, actually, from these gank attempts from Overkim. It's pretty convoluted, actually, what you need to do on Holiday here, but the reward you get in terms of the raw damage that you put down, even without these like strictly damage items above tier 1 or tier 2 is pretty impressive. So see if they can continue to be relevant throughout the course of the game. But right now, when everyone's sitting on tier 1, tier 2s, it's really good. Here's Dimov on your screen. I'll see Resto Locket is something I referenced earlier. But again, these gun items already starting to be picked up alongside the combat barriers. So pretty nuggety, going to be pretty hard to blow up. And Dimov is always going to be like a consistent threat in these fights.
Considering how this game's kind of played out, I'm surprised to look up and see both teams at 59,000 souls. It's felt very heavily Virtus Pro sided. Obviously, as we have equalized things at 3 Guardians apiece being taken. But credit to Paravision to stop the rot. I mean, Play With Me died 4 times in the first 8 minutes. It looks like they've been able to stabilize in other lanes. I mean, Safi's at 11k, together at 10k. They still have that insanely strong front line and threat. But with catches like this, I don't know if you're going to be able to survive. Oh my, so the lasso wasn't enough. Sharik's like, okay, I'm just going to combo him too.
Yep. Well, I mean, they were held, I think, inside the ballistic grenade, so that also didn't help. But yeah, pretty easy pick off. Let's back to the drawing board for them. Okay, Paradox school swap attempt here. Taz will be stunned up on this high ground, and that's going to be too far away for VP to do anything about. Carbine loaded up, ready to go. Connecting onto the Listic, but again, it's not the kind of damage you would write home about. And the decay comes in. Stun also follows it up, and they're chasing. They're going for the Paradox. Taz could not put enough distance between themselves and the rest of Virtus Pro before they got demolished.
While this is happening, D-Mouse trying to push onto lane 1. I believe he got a walker earlier on as he's trying to look for the 1v1 up against Calico, but he does ult away over into base. And this pressure, I mean, we're going to see the Frozen Shelter lock in Obikim, and they're going to be able to get 1 kill, but they're still going to lose their final guard in the game. They did lose the lane 1 walker during all this. So in the end, British Pro is still going to come out ahead with the 5k lead, and you're seeing Paravision's response is try to run for an urn.
I mean, there's just no legitimate urn take here. Look at how far up in favor of Virtus Pro that lane 4 is pushing, and is definitely going to get away from them pretty quickly. Warp zone here for MKLS, finally coming into the build.
They're late. Sorry, just to jump in. They're late to rotate in. They're letting this urn go for free. There's nothing they can do.
16 to 9 kills, right? And you were sort of surprised about how close the souls were. I'd say earlier on it would have been like, like a 3 or 4 kill lead. So despite all the fighting, not that significant. There's at least been like trades back and forth, like maybe 2-for-1s a lot of the time for Paravision, but that's been enough to keep them, again, with some map presence and keep them in the game, economically speaking. But look at this. Look, I mean, you could slice the map diagonally here. And VP are now in a very good position to take liberties. Here we go. Lasso time, whatever. You're probably dead. Don't worry about it. Damn, they really went for the combo too. Sharik is he's not messing around.
We talked about like the Moe and Krill Vindicta combo, but we're seeing like a holiday Moe and Krill combo right now. It's just kind of disgusting. Listics and a fall from this. So great turnaround by Paravision to pick up 2 kills after losing together off of this. And I don't believe they had to commit. They had committed the telekinesis, the last stand. They might be able to pick up another as Zergi's going with the combustion, but he's just going to have to back away. The buff's going to be picked up. I believe that was for Litz, and this should be a 3rd kill. Paravision, did they just go mid-boss because of this?
Yep. I mean, we were due for a regularly scheduled like mid-game throw from VP there. They do get Prestis back at least on the offside. And also, like, Listing and Sharik have really low death timers, so they can zipline boost straight back into the game and be there. But those are just fights taken with VP actually have local numbers disadvantages. They just don't sort of realize it. They have like all this map control, but they don't have information. They don't have tabs on where Paravision are. So they take these fights and end up just, taking a 2v1 that ends up in a 4v2.
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro, they hope to kill someone with their quick combo before anyone on Paravision side has a chance to like respawn. So with Paravision, you kind of need to play a little bit closer together. So if someone does get caught by the lasso and the combo, you're at least there. If you don't save your teammate's life, you're at least there to return it in a 1-to-1 trade, or ideally a 2-to-1. But with the 15-minute mark being passed, Virtus Pro now with Sharik trying to run the urn towards the left-hand side. They're leaving Listic on the right-hand side lane 4 to look for the walker, but he still has 2 players of Paravision there to deal with. So technically right now, Virtus Pro had the advantage if they want to go for the turn-in, but it's a really scary point because you could pretty much just give this over to Paravision and then they get a big lead against you.
Yeah, it's far from a free turn-in, that's for sure. Sharik here.
Well, that was completely free. No one's there. They all
just got out. Okay. Damn. That's rough. I mean, and Paravision like allowed this to occur. I mean, they know where the urn is. They know it's very close to the turn-in objective as well, but they opt to just back up and tidy on that lane 1. So, we might never know what the decision-making was there. They just simply did not want to fight at the time. So, in we go. Play with me. What's the plan here, son? Well, you're now caught by the biting wood. Slowing Hex does come out. Trying to escape, maybe to buy some time. Divine Barrier popped here for some of the extra shielding. They've gotten away. That is absurd. Well, Jason, you know, if you can't use that lasso to initiate a fight, sometimes you can use yourself as some juicy bait dangling on a line and then just run away and let your team try and follow up.
So you like lasso yourself and then try to run away? Yeah, I get what you mean there. I mean, yeah, with the mobility that he had, also he used his Fleetfoot heavy melee cancel animation. I don't know if you guys checked out Reddit today, but there's been some interesting stuff with the way Abrams uses it. Gives you a lot of momentum, which you saw him try to use to get around the map quickly, and of course to use with the help of the stomp. So I kind of respect that Obikim's like really trying to maximize everything with his melees, whether it be try to get the extra spirit strike, spirit resist steal when you go for the lasso, or if it's for the extra momentum.
Well, Demo was very dead, caught with the swap and the telekinesis afterwards. And I don't think Obikim really could do much about that. They were forced to look on and maybe do some poke damage. So that's a free pick for Power Vision there on that lane 1 side. But they really have eyes for this Walker in lane number 3. That's where Virtus.pro are trying to converge now to defend this adequately. Saf looking to go deep here. Wasn't able to dive in though, and now we're just going to be poking for a time. Stormcloud is at the ready here for Virtus.pro. They've obviously got the ultimates that matter. Obikim just went for a lasso play. It's unclear to see how that eventuated, but obviously not in a kill.
They do at least to force Paravision back. And I'm trying to take a look at like how they're allocating their souls, because when they defend against pushes like this, they have to be very understanding of, okay, so who's going to pick up the farm these other lanes. And at the moment it's been mostly Zergy and D-Mob. You can see both at 17k apiece, and Zergy in particular, he ran over to lane 3 to defend here. But it seems like we're just going to have a little bit of a lull in the action until a team forces something, whether it's going to be at the bridge buffs or it's going to be over towards the mid boss. And you can already see Michaelis and D-Mob there trying to gain some vision over towards the middle.
Yeah,
just trying to be those human wards we've talked about.
Jake, feels like both these teams are pretty well positioned for a competitive tussle over mid-boss if it comes to it.
He's not legit. All right. I could do a Jake impression since I'm from California as well.
Yo, you're looking for Jake? I can't do a Jake impression, but, you know, he'll be here at some point. What I will say here...
Diet Coke Jake.
Yeah, Diet Coke drinking Jake, if nothing else. But hey, here's what I'll say here if you want a little bit of insight. I think Paravision, even though a little bit behind, has an incredible chance to run away with this game. I love the scaling Paravision has more, especially when we consider the interactions between like Shiv and Calico to the Virtus.pro front line as you get a little bit later, and the fact that they still have Paradox to make plays and just initiate, I think, at a slightly higher level than even what Obikim is going to be able to do in the holidays. So for me, I think if you're a Virtus.pro fan, you are worried about them dropping the first map. That's all I got.
Thank you very much for that, ZP. Obviously, who we will be seeing a little bit later on in the NA part of the show. Again, like we might, see the interplay here between the two initiators in Holiday and Paradox. I kind of like the part where we were whispering, but I don't suppose we can really go back to that organically now. It's kind of past it.
That's actually... Are we doing an ASMR cast? Should we do the mid-boss fight in ASMR? Quite good, actually. I can't get any more erect. So speaking of Virtus.pro pushing and really trying to harden things up here, you see lane 2 is where they're kind of currently congregating at, as the urn's gonna be picked up by Tass. And this has to be a fight. Like at 20-minute urn, you don't let this go for free. You have to contest this one. And I like how they already set it up with D-Mob heading into lane 1. Though there's no objective to take there, he can at least keep applying pressure and force someone on Paravision to respond to him and keep him honest.
They see VP getting really aggro up that lane 2 side. We're looking to test that Walker. Also, if they win the fight out, they can sort of extract that urn, potentially walk away with it. I don't know what Sharik is looking to dig up here, if you'll excuse the pun. Yeah, just going to back away here. So again, this is about to get pretty messy. You'll start to see the drift across from Saf here to lane 2. So all eyes really on this next engagement. It won't be a mid-boss, I think, without a full fight taken, and that's where Virtus.pro looking to take their edges. Both sides have their initiation tools online. Lasso and, of course, that paradoxical swap are at the ready. So one of the most important fights in the game, definitely the most important so far, right around the corner.
Oh, there's going to be a catch here for sure. I don't think there's any way to escape this. Michaelis immediately gets in the face here. Prestis gets him down to half HP just from a swap alone. But he's going to stay alive. How do you combo him? How do you combo from that far? Does Mo have arms as long as you?
I guess there wasn't enough room for him up on the platform. Prestis is down, though. Urn did get turned in the meantime, and that's a Walker going down. So VP definitely winning out on this trade for sure. Some pressure now in Obikim's direction, that lane number 3. But I think Paravision need to get ready to defend that Walker, because that is definitely where VP are looking next.
I mean, a decent trade. Like, you give away the urn, you get a flex slot. I would take that any day of the week. Your play with me is going to fall for his 15th time this game. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know how many times it is, but it's a lot of times. And this might be go time for mid boss now for Virtus Pro, because then they have the man advantage. They have Zergy pushing him to lane 4. They're trying to go for a catch on Calico during all this. It's a very skirmishy fight across the map here in different situations, but Virtus Pro not able to get anything off of that delay that Zergy was able to do.
I mean, good walker damage, I'd say. They're going to have to fight for this after, though, and they kind of know it. They realize the Paravision's breathing down their neck. So out they try and get slowing Hexlo, connecting on towards Overkim as they're trying to run away. Warpstone also used for the escape. If VP lose out here, it could mean mid-boss. They've got to be careful. But it's Paravision coming in with all the momentum. Stormcloud gets popped here, but it really just doesn't make a difference. VP lose 4, and the mid-boss now will be attempted.
There's no way we're going to see a steal. Play is not in here. There's no way we're going to see an owl into the single man army. Assuming the rejuve. Mikhail gets a kill onto Tass and immediately stops him from going for it.
That might be enough to buy you some serious time. You have no paradoxical swap left. This is about to get awkward now. I don't know if anyone here for VP is close enough to this to stop it. In we go. Oh my goodness. What a stun. But Pressus is still able to take the rejuve. Zergy, I had high hopes for that one. It looked like there was a stun from some direction. Or maybe everybody just parried at the same time. Unclear. Either way, mid-boss down. Back at 30 minutes.
I hope that wasn't all chat for Sharek's sake. But I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Just team chat. Yeah, I mean, that was a good attempt. And the thing is, they didn't overcommit either. They just, like, throwing away one player to try to steal a rejuve. Yeah, I think that's fine. That's more than fine. You saw D-Muff come in after. He just tornadoed away. And they escaped with just the one death. It's about the pressure now that's going to come their way. As we can see the replay of the Stretch Armstrong combo that came through. I mean, Pressus should have been dead there by all rights, for sure.
All right. Well, we got Frenzy picked up here for the Shiv. 4 to shoot as well. Crucial for Saf. They're going to make them pretty relevant in those fights. So, yeah, a lot of people headed to the mold here. Warpstone up now for Listikus. Yeah, again, tried to go for some of these like ultimates and I don't know. The 7 just isn't quite there yet. Here's another swap, putting Zergy out of position. Lasso, though. Well, yeah. What goes around comes around, doesn't it, Taz? Rescue beamed out of there. God, we have whiplash, folks. Back and forth. Paravision trying to take the engagement there. And I think the rescue beam is really what does Virtus Pro in. Sharik there trying to dig deep into this fight. Nice AoE damage though coming out. Looks like a concussive combustion from Sharik would have been, Zergy, excuse me, was quite effective, but he's able to slink out of the fight and stay alive. So this defense so far has been good. And now we might see a bit of attack off the back of it. Listic able to find Tassim. Overkim is on the chase right now. Litsu's a very, very experienced Kelvin player. Does well to avoid much of this, but still this fight to be had. Mystic down. The Guardian eventually does fall. Play with me gets that. Paravision arguably win that fight out, but it is a little close.
Oh,
3 for 3.
Whoa! Holy crap!
Wow. Okay, dude.
Give me a replay of that. Give me a not now. Give me a replay of that. That was ridiculous. He jumped up. He jumped off the wall. He wall jumped and then Warpstone on top of him onto Pressus to kill him. Yep. What the hell?
That is so sick. Wow, we are, like we said, we are really Overkim is someone who really seems to be min-maxing every element of Holiday's kit to get value. That was nice. That was clean.
I mean, he's the thing is, he also hit like a 5-man stun when that fight was initially happening outside that walker. He jump padded in and landed on like 5 of them. They weren't able to really do anything off of that. Let's look at it like this. Okay. The chase, first of all, is ridiculous because he uses like his melees and wall jumps to get on top of the ice path. Like, look at this. Oh, and then gets the kill. Like, that is ridiculous movement. But yeah, the follow up.
Okay, so he jump pads. He maintains that air. Warpstone into the wall. Wow.
Oh my god.
That is crazy.
Ridiculous.
Without landing, he really went around the world. That's crazy. All right, here's the swap. Well, defensively, by the looks of things, though, a little bit messy here, but Sharik, Zergy both very, very low. Frozen Shelter thrown down there for Paravision. Topped up as you like. And Virtus Pro now going to lose his first walker. Paravision only have 1 left, though. That's why this soul tally is so close in general. Okay, we did see the soul exchange there used, but it doesn't really seem to have bothered Paravision as eventually Michaelis 2 will fall.
Well, that's going to be Paravision taking their second walker of the game, getting a flex slot unlocked. They have a 10k Solian, as ZP was saying before. the late game scaling at a Paravision is going to be a thing to have to be afraid of and to have to deal with. And we're seeing Obikim try to make the individual plays himself as Paravision are just farming these walkers, getting their third now. Maybe even looking for the last one. The lane is extremely pushed against them. But off that Rejuvenator, they got so much for themselves, Mitch.
Yep. And it was quite scrappy, right? I think immediately after taking mid-boss, there's a 3-for-3 fight. So Paravision have been able to fight for this, or have had to fight for this the whole time. But I'm going to say Together is getting pretty fed. Saf also with a lot of souls on them. The whole front line of Paravision actually is in a really good place. It's not going to be up to Prestis to be the difference maker. I mean, we've got a lot of the improved armors now coming up. Improved spirit armor here, of course, put together. Debuff reducer. So making sure that those, healing reduction effects can't quite take hold in the same way. Dimov here, really trying to get active on the defense now, but you're starting to lose those shrines. It is getting pretty scary for VP. But 20k souls is a manageable deficit at this stage of the game. You have to think. Frozen Shelter, though, has trapped Sharik with the entirety of Paravision. Big stun, though, comes out. Player 3 goes pretty low. Prestis has also seen better days as Dimov wants to push forward. Shot after shot coming in. Player of Me does eventually fall, but the moment Krill is down. Dimov aware that the Shiv was back behind, and Together is going to be pretty hard to catch as the decay comes in. Litz fires that one off, and now a tornado gets Dimov safely back into base.
Oh my god, again, the Warp Stone stun. He comes back in. Obikim is looking for Stun City here. That's going to be the swap coming in. The combustion as well. Together, I don't know how you're still alive. He's eventually going to fall, and Virtus Pro turn this around. Unluckily for them, no mid-boss just yet. But for them to turn that fight around, considering Paravision used that Frozen Shelter to heal up the team, was pretty damn ridiculous. Now they're on the hot to push here as they're looking for their own shrines. They're trying to turn this fight around here, and they have some time to play with. They should be able to take the Patron, and that almost leads them perfectly into the mid-boss spawn.
And obviously this is, to the tune of some important souls as well. You're going to be able to step back and, go buy up a little bit now of your Virtus Pro and make up some of those deficits, right? Zergy, not too far behind the curve here at 27k souls. The KLS also pretty close to being a relevant threat. So now it's about VP getting out of here unscathed. There will be a chase for Paravision if we see zipline boost. Yeah, I was going to say, I did think they might try and come out fast, but of course, their zipline only extends so far.
Look at Prestis. Lane 2. He boosted into lane. I'm not sure why he's this far pushed up. I thought he was maybe trying to do something a little bit tricky here, but with mid-boss spawn in 40 seconds, for both these teams, it's about, can we get some lane control? Can we try to get them to push in one direction? With the Patron already transformed for both sides, all you really need is like one good wave push to potentially just win the game.
Is VP's Patron weakened?
I believe so. I believe
it is. I think it might have just been recovering, so we don't see it. Yeah, we'll probably see Paravisions also disappear after a while. Mid-boss very soon. Obikim will be back up.
Actually,
in
I
that
could be
time
wrong.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe we can.
I think they defended it. They lost at least one shrine, but I don't think they lost the second.
Maybe we can check it out with like some free cam, but it's going to come down to this earn push as well. The thing is, if you're like Dimov, I would push lane 4 right now. Look for that last walker. Keep the pressure going. Look for another flex stop because of that. But you also have to worry about like backdoor. If the earn turning was on the other side of the map, Virtus Pro have a really good chance of just straight zerging that Patron down.
Both buffs though picked up for Paravision on 2 of their most fed characters as well, in Together and Saf. I think it was a gun and survival buff respectively. If we see this 7 be...
Oh, yeah. Sorry, you are right. The Patron is still up for Virtus Pro. You can see it moving. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the defense was really nice. Again, Virtus Pro, Jason, have 4 stuns, including the knock-up. Not including the knock-up, rather, from the tornado. So we saw that fight. Like, when they're chasing or, even at this stage of the game, like, you might be down 10, 20k souls, but if you can land stuns on some of these targets and just focus them in the moment, then it just doesn't matter how much you have.
He's going for a catch on someone. Will it be Dimov?
Swap
missed.
Yep. Well, it's back in 15 seconds, so it doesn't really matter. Dimov low. Able to walk away. The rest of VP trying to ferry him on out of there. There's a chase, though. They might have overextended Together. Caught now amidst them. Frozen Shelter going to be used. Combustion doesn't ultimately go off. There's a Storm Cloud in play right now as well. Paravision don't seem to be paying that too much heed. Durgan needs to be careful. That was a big overextension, wasn't it? Blown to smithereens by Saf as they tried to chase things down. And there's a bag to be had here. Sharik, though, will scoop that back up and now back on defensive footing. Virtus Pro still with 5 to work with. And Saf, though, is able to sneak that earn away.
They're committed to the fight still, though. Virtus Pro, they've not backed off completely. You can see Dimov was extremely overextended. He's forced to just travel back onto his own base, and they might get the catch on Obikim here. And if Obikim goes down, if they can somehow lock him down, so say that could have been the game, but mid-boss, that's going to be the focus here to Paravision. And Virtus Pro, you almost have to contest this. I feel like you almost cannot let this go for free, because if Paravision have rejuvenated with the team they have, they should be able to win this match off of that.
32 minutes in. Still a close game, as we've come to expect from these two.
Obikim's going to steal. I can feel it. He's going to get a big stun and steal it, man. It would just feed perfectly into the story of what he's been able to do in this match. And a pause at the worst time for Paravision and the best time for Virtus.pro, because they get to figure some things out here. Do we want to commit to this?
All right, how's your Russian, Jason?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
Everybody gets to talk
skills.
it over. Who's pressing what buttons? Who's going for the melee? Who's parrying?
And okay, well, this is a decent time to sort of take stock of things here, because Virtus.pro definitely still seem like they're in this game, and they have a lot of crowd control, Jake, that we've seen look pretty effective for them in the last couple of fights. But I feel like Paravision are edging them out still on each occasion, and it's just one more slip is all it takes for Virtus.pro to sort of lose this one.
Kelvin and Shiv are so hard to fight together here on the mid boss.
Yeah, that's a rejuve cap. No attempt here for Virtus.pro to intervene, of course, with two players out of the game. And here we go again. Paravision now with that rejuve buff, despite a knocked patron. They should be brimming with confidence, Jason.
It should be, for sure. I mean, again, they have a really strong combo. Saf is insanely fed at 39k. So you saw him go back to deal with Sherik, and with a 13k soul difference, Sherik had to give that one up completely. There's no way he can contest this. There's no way he's going to get that last walker of the game for Virtus.pro. And it's going to come down to, I hate to say it, but Obikin, man. Another big stun. They could wipe out Paravision. A swap into a lasso. I don't know. It's going to come down to that one individual play to turn how this, or to decide how this game's going to turn out. And I do like Paravision here trying to go for the last walker. Another flex slot opened up, so they can buy up what they need to go for that final blow here to finish off this game. It would be it's only the first game of the series though, Mitch, and we've already had what, 3 matches of action in this one alone.
If they lose this fight, though, they lose the game. And remember, Paravision have a knocked patron right now, so they've got to be careful. All it takes is one zipline boost for Virtus.pro if they win the fight.
To be fair, they can't get across the map because the lanes are shoved up against them, so they do have that second chance. And we do see the catch initially come in onto South, but again, he's so tanky. 41k into the shadows and hopefully into the fight again.
Okay, Obikim trying to stay safe here. Lasso already made use of. Looking for a bounce connection. Okay, barrel going to be thrown out. Telekinesis drawn out, though. Fleetfoot Warp Stone to get into base. Fair enough. They have escaped it. Paravision here still trying to push up, but taking their time. Again, get rid of those base guardians. They still got a second shrine they need to work through. The patron obviously still needs to be knocked. A lot of things to consider. And Virtus.pro here want to try and force the lines of battle away from their base, but like you said, Jason, without having access to the zipline to get across the map, even if they win here, they can't immediately turn that into a upset.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be able to finish for sure. I mean, you're up against super minions on top of this, so Paravision gonna have the quick respawn. You see Saf just trying to rotate around, trying to give him some information where players are, and hopefully look for a catch. And Virtus.pro have to be so careful that the combo's gonna be back online here in just a few seconds for sure. The last stand is down, the telekinesis is down, but the swap isn't.
That's a catch. Yep, frozen shoulder basically guarantees it. Michaelis had no chance of getting out of that. So, VP down to 5. What can they do here? Push up now from Shiv together, getting aggressive now. Those shots are really hurting. Listic goes very low and can't afford to use the Stormcloud out in the open now. So the base boss has already got cleared up. The shrine now, the second one down, and this is where the patron starts to get punished. With Michaelis and Sharik out of the game, Virtus.pro really don't have any options. None great ones for starting the fight. Obikim looks like they just used another lasso. There's no follow-up to speak of here. So Paravision can wait this out, and then into the pit we go.
Yeah, they should be able to finish this off here. The swap was set on cooldown as well, so they're not going to get the catch into that, unfortunately. Stormcloud's still going to be available for Listic, but I don't think he's going to be able to survive the damage that's going to be coming his way if he goes for it.
All right, Stormcloud is the attempt here. The damage is decent, but mostly ignored by the entirety of Paravision, whereas Listic can't ignore the damage coming back at him. That's the game, folks. Paravision find some great roams. Virtus.pro, if we can think back, Jason, try to take these fights in the mid game. Right? They think they have these 2 versus 1s. They have these opportunities. They've got, waves pushing in their favor, but they end up getting overwhelmed. They take fights that ultimately actually end up being really unfavorable. They get overwhelmed by sheer weight of numbers, and then the game slowly starts to slip from their grasp.
Just cinema, honestly, this game, for so many different reasons. Like Paravision keeping that game alive after falling behind initially. I mean, if you remember in the very beginning of the game, Play With Me died like 4 times in 8 minutes, and he was still able to bounce back and kind of come up equal when it comes to souls. for them to just stretch the game out, making some really good decisions on like when we take urns, when we take fights, and we don't take fights, dealing with the immense presence that Obi Kim had with his stuns as well to be able to deal with that and still turn fights around. Paravision, man, that was a strong start. And if you're looking back at, you know, what can we draft differently, I don't know what you can really do right now, considering there's so many highly contested picks between these two teams.
I mean, let's bring Jake in here and talk about it, because don't forget, this is the team, Virtus.pro, that banned Pocket right at the start of the game. You know, they did allow Paravision to get some really powerful stuff, including the Paradox, including the Wraith, right? They got sort of really far ahead, but, you know, it felt like that Paravision had a comp that very quickly made it clear that they weren't going to be eclipsed in the late game by VP no matter what.
Yeah, I think Shiv Kelvin also looked pretty fantastic this game. I mean, that's been a combo that has really amped up Shiv's potential in North America, with Kelvin being prioritized in both regions. But I mean, there's a couple fights there where Shiv just tanks the entire world and a combo with just the help of the Kelvin heals, the dome, and the raw heals from the frost grenade. I mean, it's just a really powerful combo for maximizing your frontliner. And VP, despite their occasionally catching people with the lasso, with the combo, they weren't always able to finish the kills, especially as we got deeper into the late game. The early game, combos like this looked fantastic. It felt like Virtus.pro was starting to get the snowball rolling. Then a few fights go against them, and they're suddenly no longer able to finish their food.
I think Prestis ends the game with about 40k player damage, which is pretty good. Obikim, by the way, has the highest player damage in the lobby by like a long shot, and we saw why. Like the tech on the holiday was fantastic, right? Looked really good. And Obikim was able to get off to a pretty decent start, I want to say, early in the game. Jason, you talked about stylistically them looking pretty different. I suppose that is fair, but it didn't really feel like Virtus.pro were able to like take these mid-game fights and like snowball off them. In fact, some of them, they just got caught out. Look at this. I mean, there's so much that you can do with Paravision to catch people. Swap into telekinesis, swap into frozen shelter. There's just a whole lot to punish like individuals that get out of position.
The swap into frozen shelter, it's like, okay, you're screwed, because there's no, if you're Michaelis, there's just nothing you can do there. Yeah, you can maybe soul exchange, but that's only going to keep you alive for like 1 or 2 seconds longer, and your team's not there to help you. I don't even know actually if Virtus.pro had a rescue beam. Now that I think about it, I'd have to go back and check. But there was no way you're going to save Michaelis there, and that's all Paravision had to do, was just wait for that one swap. It doesn't matter if you lose your Paradox, as long as you take down the opponent as well.
Dude, Kelvin is broken, man. I've been seeing this time and time again. Kelvin gets banned a lot, but man, this hero just looks so insane, especially when paired with some of these raw tank frontliners like Shiv or Geist, who you know, want to just get heals pumped into them while they fight. Man, that's potent. 60k healing almost. That's unreal.
God, I mean, you make such a good point, Jason. Like this comp, we talked about it like, yes, well, you know, the Shiv and Calico are going to die to all this AoE damage from the, you know, Zergi and Michaelis. But the same goes as well for like area of effect healing, right? Frozen shelter, but also like having multiple charges of those frost grenades means that Saffron together, even Tass as well, like these are all close range brawlers. This is a death ball style comp here for Paravision, and they were really able to make use of the Kelvin.
Yeah, I mean, staff together, but also play with me. Like they each in their own right have a lot of sustain, a lot of healing you can do in the fight. You pair that with the Kelvin, whether it's the frost grenades or it's the frozen shelter, and you pretty much extend their lifetime in that fight by effectively double, make them a lot more difficult to deal with. If you can't burst them down, as we were saying before, in mid game you can burst people down within the lasso and the combo, but later on when they're getting heals pumped into them, they already have a lot of life steal or spells or spirit steal. You can't really kill them off quickly. And the support out of Litz, I would actually like to see like how many grenades he's thrown in particular in that game, because the average healing per grenade must be kind of ridiculous.
And also, like, you know, you can take as many heal banes as you want, but we saw together with like a debuff reducer, you know, quite happy pick that up. Like in those fights, it was really hard to mitigate the life steal, not only that Saffron together can do, but also just the raw healing there from Litz. So very, very strong stuff here from Paravision. And like, you know, ZP's like chatting with us as the game's going on, and he's like, I think midway through the game, Paravision are behind, and he's like, I think they're still going to win. I think the comp is just way better. And again, with the execution of these Paravision players behind it, they found success. So that's game one done in our best of 3 here. Could go either way, folks. I think we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, our Deadlock Fight Night EU number 14 presented by Intel, we'll see its second map in our money match. Welcome back, folks. We are one game into our best of 3 money match here at the Deadlock Fight Night number 14 for Europe, presented by our friends over at Intel. We love Intel. Thanks, Intel. You guys are great. We've got Virtus.pro and Paravision on the docket. Game 1. Look, I mean, we come into this game expected to be close. This is not an upset, right? But we come out of the draft maybe, coming at it from a different direction, I guess, than the game actually goes, because we see like a composition from Virtus.pro that does have like a lot of AoE, like it looks pretty good in a brawl scenario. And then we look over at the side of Paravision and, see a lot of pick potential, and also like didn't factor just how powerful Kelvin would be when healing those brawlers, those bruisers, those close range heroes. And that's essentially what we ended up seeing, Jason, from Paravision, right? They just 60k healing for a Kelvin in that game. You've got to ban that guy. That is absurd.
Yeah, ban it or take it. I think when you see Pocket being banned by Paravision, you kind of think they're going to be leaning towards a Kelvin, since Pocket is one of the best counters to a Kelvin, and how you deal with it. But I don't know. I feel like there was just so many, I think as ZP was saying, there's just so many pieces of the comp that Paravision drafted that work so well together that it's kind of hard to just ban things away for them, or necessarily take things away from them without them still having some like insanely good potential with how they wanted to make these fights happen.
Yeah, I think 7 also fell a bit flat for VP. As much as 7 had like a decent start, is what you're hoping for to kind of get the snowball rolling. Then there's like a bunch of fights in a row there where 7 is just like dying, popping ult right as he gets picked off. And they're not able to really sustain the engagement the way that 7 wants it to go. And it's a hero who, as much as he did get the early start, his snowball got completely cut to pieces from those mid-game engagements that went against him.
And then we had the Zergy and Furnace that I feel like never really had the chance to get where they needed it to. I really feel like you need like at least 40k souls on the Infernus sometimes before you really start to see them, pop off in games like this. And it's not a game that really got that far, right? And the amount of durability, I got to say, on the side of Paravision, especially by the end of the game, right? They did amass like a pretty ridiculous soul lead there, but they had such a powerful comp coming out of the pick and ban. Not only did they secure the Kelvin, but they get Wraith, they get Shiv, who in this case was good. They get Paradox, they get Calico, they get such a powerful setup here. And it's, a slower start where VP start to get ahead of themselves, I feel. Start to try and take some of these fights and roam the map while they have map control, end up walking into a few too many traps and losing that momentum just as they're starting to build it.
Curious to see the priority for the pickoff heroes here, with Paradox and Holiday both having huge games last game. I mean, I kind of feel like they were both great. Like, I don't know that one was clearly better than the other, but it's super interesting to see those two heroes in particular being sort of natural counterparts in different drafts.
Well, the thing is, with Virtus.pro having first pick, I'm kind of assuming they're going to go for a Geist again, but I really want to see them stray away from this. I mean, we did see Michaelis, he had the highest player damage in the game, but if you lose the match, all that player damage doesn't really amount to much. But if Wraith's left open, do we see them first pick the Wraith, or do we see them go for the Paradox if Paravision gonna leave that open? I'm assuming Paravision are gonna leave at least one, or probably leave both those available, so they at least get one of those, since they're gonna have 2 picks for themselves.
We're first banning Mirage here, which, I mean, without knowing what the interplay is between these two teams, seems pretty out there.
Well, so I think both teams just understand that Sinclair is hard broken, because they both first banned the Sinclair when the other team has first pick. So I thought it was just VP banning that because they didn't want to use it, and Paravision used it in the last game. I think they both are like putting a ton of respect on it, that whoever gets first pick is getting the Sinclair ban from the other side.
It's just so hard to play around, because like the Hex is obviously insanely good because it controls like your team, but the ultimate out of him, you just don't know who he's gonna clone, and it's so hard, I feel like, to come up with a plan of how to deal with that when he could take 1 out of 6 ultimates and you never know which one he's gonna go for. And obviously you kind of know generally which one they'll lean towards.
I mean, I feel like when we saw it earlier tonight, it was always like an initiation ultimate. It was like a combo or a swap or something like that. I mean, God, given what Paravision have been picking here, it could have been like swap, Frozen Shelter, Telekinesis, Last Stand, like a number of them. So this Lady Geist here, obviously we saw Michaelis in the previous game. Could be a dim off pick there as well. Paravision say, yeah, we are absolutely prioritizing getting Wraith in here. I think that's pretty powerful. Obviously, it's a play with me option, but normally when we see play with me get a Warden, this is a Prestus pick.
I think Paravision can still flex it as far as like who exactly is going to take the Wraith, but you're going to use it at some point in the draft. I don't mind VP sticking with the guys. I mean, in the end, yeah, they lost, but the damage stat was pretty bonkers for Mikhails, and he did like 20k healing on top of that. Geist really looking strong in the meta right now. Interesting to see the Warden go this early for Paravision. That surprises me. I really thought we'd see maybe one of the Paradox or Holiday or even something like a Kelvin get prioed super early, but okay, it's the Warden.
Yeah, I guess Paravision don't care which one it is that they actually end up getting. If their belief is that it'll be one, obviously it'll have to come up with the next pick, right? You have to imagine.
Now that I think about it, I actually really like for Paravision's style. I think they love the fact that Warden helps you pressure objectives down super early with that ultimate. You do give up the Paradox VP, so curious to see if that's going to be Mikhails and maybe like you guys mentioned, swapping the Geist over to somebody like Dimov. But for Paravision, I think maybe for them, this draft is a lot of objective damage right now. Like both of these heroes are two of the strongest objective takers in the game. And when it comes to Paravision's game plan, last game, they were a little bit on the back foot, had to come back and fight. But typically they like to rush down objectives super early. And this is kind of a double down on that with the first two picks of the draft.
Yeah, they are the proactive team, at least amongst these two. They are the aggressors. Okay, so we actually are going to get a pocket game here. He avoids to the ban phase, and now Jason, like you mentioned, it might dissuade Paravision from investing too heavily in trying to secure Kelvin early in this draft.
Yeah, I don't necessarily expect to see a Kelvin. I almost expect to see an Ivy come through for Paravision for Litz because he's just insanely good when it comes to Ivy. But I'm trying to quickly look at who's likely to be on the pocket, because Michaelis plays pocket, D-Mob plays pocket.
Run from the law for so long.
I mean, Sherrick's going to be not on pocket most likely, but again, going back to like the first draft, I do like the overlap in pools. I mean, if you have Paradox, it's probably gonna be Michaelis on Paradox, which means is Listic gonna be on Geist and D-Mob's gonna be on pocket. Like they have such a huge overlap that it's really hard to predict where things are gonna go. But with the Holiday being picked up again for Paravision, I mean, we saw what Taz could do on it just in our first match of the series up against 1-win, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the exact same thing happen.
It was really sick. I mean, Kelvin banned out here. I guess, yeah, it's like a legitimate fear, right? That if Virtus Pro don't have to play against it, they obviously can pick it up because an allied Kelvin is not bothered by having pocket there. So it's almost a must ban for Paravision if they don't want to deal with the Kelvin coming the other way. And we know VP are more than happy to sort of go in that direction. Obikim is a very established Kelvin player.
We also saw the threat of the swap into Frozen Shelter combo for that like late game ultra secured kill. It feels like there's almost nothing in the game that can protect you from that other than just not getting swapped. But of course, that's not reliable. Responsive Great Talent ban comes in. I think Paravision would have loved to have the Great Talent. I mean, they've got initiation, they've got objective damage and frontlining. And so committing to like a super heavy spirit nuker could make a ton of sense right here in the draft. So I like that VP takes at least the biggest threat in Great Talent off the table.
Yeah.
Especially against pocket, because he's got negative spirit resist too to start off with, so it makes him even easier to be picked off before he get inside the suitcase. I am wondering though, will we maybe see a Bebop come out? I don't necessarily know why we would see a Bebop, but it has been that's been banned between these two teams before. But seeing Viscous for the first time in our third game of the day in EU is kind of interesting.
Bebop was first banned for Virtus Pro. They were second pick, I think, in the last game, so I suppose that makes sense. But now they just seem happy enough to let it through entirely. So it might be Bebop and something else that they're so concerned about. But it's not as if Paravision are lacking on the ability to start fights. No, that pick potential is absolutely there, and there's enough of it in this game that you can access it. And Vindicta comes in now. This definitely factored in the series between these two teams, right? When you see a Viscous come down, you think, hang on, let's maybe play a different game. Let's play off this ground-born axis and still have impact.
And I think one of the key differences between Holiday and Paradox in terms of their initiation potential is how effective they are initiating on flyers. I think Holiday is much better at initiating low ground targets. You get those huge AoE stuns when people are stacked on the ground. But catching a Vindicta, pretty sketchy. You don't have any setup. You just have to hit the lasso naked. We get the Mokrill combo setting up Vindicta. I mean, you do have Viscous for the hard save from that particular combo, but he can't be everywhere at once. Yeah. And I mean, we've seen what these Vindictas can do with a nice snowball. This is a very classic draft from VP right now.
And we've only seen VP play Vindicta once, and it was the first time we saw support Vindicta at Obikim, who ended up picking up like a rescue beam. But with the power of Vindicta Mo early on, like you just said, Jake, you can't be everywhere with Viscous. There's very high potential for Obikim to get extremely farmed up really fast in the beginning. And I think we're like, I'm looking at ZP in chat and we're still trying to figure out who's going to be necessarily on what because of like the Paradox, Geist, and Pocket picks. But Mo and Krill, Sherrick, Vindicta, that's going to be Obi Kim. And we're still waiting to see a Zergy pickup, which I'm kind of assuming it's just going to get an Infernus get out of him.
Could just Vindicta, no? Does he not play Vindicta?
No, they've only played it once and it was Obi Kim so far. I mean, not saying that he can't play
Sure,
it,
but that was probably in a previous meta
DFN.
where it was like the Echo Shard support Vindicta. I mean, they could do that.
Dynamo. Okay.
Interesting Dynamo game. I guess it's a hard lockdown for Pocket. That like it's difficult for Pocket to escape. Counter initiation on Mo Krill and Lady Geist. But it doesn't feel like the draft you go for the Dynamo to respond to. You know, it doesn't feel like the overwhelming frontline brawlers. And VPs still have a last pick to kind of adapt and you know go away from the Dynamo. So I'm kind of, I mean, this is very Paravision, right? It's very, you know, all in aggression, brawl it out. Okay, interesting. So it is probably going to be the Zergy Infernus. Maybe it is Obikin Vindicta. I wonder if this is another support Vindicta style, if they're going back to that. Because, I mean, kind of the only hero in the draft that really can flex the support is the Vindicta.
Let's be honest, though. Like, the way Obikin played Holiday, he wasn't support for sure last game.
That's
so
fair.
maybe
That's fair.
Maybe they play without a support. But one thing I do have to worry about is any Catholic schools out there, because we have Dynamo picked again.
Yeah. We do. However, I don't necessarily know if that comp or that disease has spread to Europe. Yeah, I think that like people use appropriate.
I don't know. What do you mean? Listic was the one to make it. So I mean, he's not going to be playing it. But
I thought it originated in NA. Oh, that's bad. No.
Give Listic credit for that one.
All right, we're in the epicenter of the contagion, then, folks. I've got nothing for you. Again, that is a composition in which we see. The Dynamo basically be able to use their Kinetic Blast a number of times in succession at longer ranges and at low cooldowns. So a lot of knockups. There are, in fact, we're an early game in an esport here. We're an early stage in this esport. So many of you in chat probably know what we're talking about. But that is a reference there, a comp that knocks up a lot. So we'll be Oaken Vindicta.
Listic Geist and Michaela's Paradox. So we got our answer eventually here of who's going to be playing necessarily what. But I this is what I love about like Virtus Pro and even I guess the old Hydra Nation is just that flexibility that they all have within the team. I think the only one who's really not flexible at the moment is kind of Zergy, funny enough, because he really has, I think, the smallest hero pool on the team.
I mean, they took the guy off the 7 as well. Like, what's my boy supposed to do?
Infernus.
Rough at it.
That's it. And then Infernus got banned like 3 out of the 4 games against them in one win. So
yeah, I guess they tried to target Zergy in a way, which is funny. Apparently not that easy to do. Obikin. Well, sorry, buddy. Yep. Take your medicine. There's players be finding that first opener there. Prestus, though, elsewhere does fall to Sharik, and that's actually in that very same lane. So both lane pairs actually ended up getting into their own 1 versus 1s.
Yeah, at least it was a trade equally, except I think Virtus Pro come out a little bit ahead because Prestus is only at 75 souls. Yeah, I don't know. Looking at like the comp, I really want to see what Litz is going to do on the Dynamo. If I remember correctly, this is the first time that we're seeing Paravision play Dynamo. And I believe it is for sure also the first time that Litz has played Dynamo. I'm just going to quickly check that.
In DFN, of course.
In DFN, yeah.
I think
he's played it twice. Sorry, he's played it twice.
Okay.
50% win rate.
Okay, we take 1-1. If I look back, didn't we not see one of the 1-win finals?
We did, but that was out of Listic.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see. Interesting, like, so High Velocity Mag not picked up first. It's just the Hollow Point ward here for Litz. Can be a little bit awkward to farm with that sort of Dynamo gun. Obviously, the bullet velocity a little bit low. But some people don't really feel like it's worth the investment in the High Velocity Mag when you're not going to necessarily build it into its next item. So Hollow Point it is, just for that harder hitting potential. Ammo Scab to start with together.
Headshot booster is also like really strong on Dynamo because when you knock someone up, they have that set path, right? So it's really easy to hit headshots the entire way through, and it can really catch you off guard with that raw damage you can do.
Yeah, and maybe it is like it's still a consideration, just not a first item. Maybe you just want like for those early fights, you want the Hollow Point just to poke better. Okay, it's going to be Scorn does obviously hit a big disarm on Play With Me. It's a little bit scary. And really no damage done to Sharik there. So that's an overwhelmingly 1 trade of damage for Virtus Pro in the lane. Play With Me a non-factor here a little bit. Bit of poke coming down. It does keep Sharik honest, but yeah, the VP again, trying to take an early advantage.
And 127 damage done just through the veil completely right there onto Prestus. A lot of extra damage done. You can see extra stamina picked up here for Obikim. Nice little
cute.
parry on the goose slap.
Puddle punch.
Puddle punch. Nice alliteration with that.
That's important to bear in mind that, yeah, it's not just enemy melees that you can parry off. Some of those other abilities. Does the puddle punch count as a melee? We'll get back to it. Here's a tether though. Play with me stuck in position. Obikim trying to get up to the sky. Okay, and there's a puddle punch. Knocks him back out.
So fast.
I love that. And that's why you obviously do see a lot of those melee based items built up on the viscous, right? Because that is a melee.
It is. And we did see a kill come in onto Tass over in lane 2. That was secured by Demoff here. He's not normally playing in a dual lane, but he's going to be doing that this time. I mean, the pocket does provide a lot of damage. And the thing is, you can kind of leave him there while you send Michaelis on the Paradox to go gank over into lane 1. We'll find out if it's actually going to be Demoff the one to do so, though I think Saf expects it to come.
I can't tell if they saw Demoff there or heard them. Okay, barrage. Yeah, that's enough connect for an easy kill here, surely. That was effortless there from Demoff. Nicely done. Just a little rotate over. Saf ended up getting really low on a trade there in that lane. That's stunning. I think Tiela's looking for the Vindicta here, but it's going to be tough to catch Obikim lacking. Blitz tries to go for a kinetic blast, and Demoff gets yet another kill on this extended roam.
In response is a push on lane 4 to hit Zergy up. And Zergy just going to use that flame dash to get away, so he's going to be fine. Listic did go down to a
turret.
Guardian.
Yep.
Okay. That's
fine.
The best outcome for that, for sure. It just feels this whole like early part of the game just feels so odd because like some of this action just seems to be taking place at such weird moments. Like Saf dying, okay, that's understandable, but Litz dying right after, we knew that Demob was like still there, I find it a little bit odd.
Oh, that's nasty stuff. That's here. Lassoed. Dangerous. Oh, the jump pad. And I don't think there's any interest in challenging that. So, okay, Les moves up and might have actually tanked the Guardian for him a little bit there. Good little interaction, but it will be the Holiday getting it back out to safety. Big push here in lane number 1, though. Paravision of a 2-player setup here, looking to try and take that Guardian down. It's going a little bit low early already. Demon trying to reposition or considers it with the flying cloak and does opt to pull out.
Keep popping healing right when you're in the air trying to get your damage amp right there is a little bit risky, but he does keep it up. He's going to be fine for now. He's already at full HP anyway, so not big of a deal. I'm looking at like what is Litz going to do in this, because they've been pressured in lane 2 quite heavily, and he does have his ultimate. He did pop a singularity somewhere, and as we can see, it didn't really net any kills. Paravision are definitely on more of the back foot, I feel like, off the get-go here compared to the last match.
I feel like we saw them being behind by about 6 to 8 kills at quite a number of points in that sort of early lane. Well, and they also were
most of those
behind
Play With Me
Guardians. Right.
Yeah, they were. I mean, his first pro definitely in that control, but I mean, when the game extended 35 minutes, eventually Paravision were able to, power up enough with the comp they had. Nice little dodge out of Listic here. Off that 2 out of Saf.
Those gloom bombs are really scary up close. Fortunately, if you get hit by multiple, they only do 50% of their damage to you. So, it's either like stick 1 or stick all of them, I think, in many cases. For the Calico. Tass is backed up here. No big roams happening across the map right now, though.
Exactly. That's exactly where I was going to go, is that he's being kept honest quite heavily here. Like, we normally see Tass look for ganks in these lanes. But at the moment, like with Litz there, I think with Litz being like the duo partner, I mean, Litz can't solo really defend against a push out of Demov and Michaelis. Like, he's just going to fall over. So Tass can't really afford to leave to go for these ganks, I feel like.
Okay, this is Saf returning to this lane now. Won't lose any of this farm, so not punished at all for going on that little roam. Now that there's an opportunity for Oakham to do the same thing. Oh, excuse me, for the Geist of Listic to do something similar. But they'll just take creeps instead, maybe drift over towards this lane number 2 side, or just leaving themselves hedged to be able to respond pretty quickly. But if we got Jake there, I mean, this has been a pretty placid start to the game. We're like 7 minutes in and we've just not seen a ton of big rotations.
Yeah, both teams, you know, playing it safe. I think VP with their back against the wall here. They've got to be a bit cautious. But now that all the ults are online, I feel like it is kind of up to VP to maybe get something going with this combo, start Vindicta snowballing with some of those snipe kills. Curious to see what direction Obafim goes with the build. But I think both teams have made it a very clean early game. Very small lead for Power Vision, but I don't think that counts for much as they look to these next team fights to secure a real advantage.
Yeah, I'm looking towards, if we think of like Mo and Krill and Vindicta, I don't know why I just imagined Vindicta riding Mo instead of Krill. We would see like the combo into the assassination to look for those like early kills and snowball. But we know Obafim needs about like 7,000 souls before we can max that assassination to get the extra souls on kill. But we're not really seeing like the roam out of Shark for kills. We're not seeing the roam out of Task for kills. It's actually been like Demov to be the one to do so over in lane 1. So it's been definitely a quiet start here to both these teams, and the players we expected to have that early game impact just haven't had any.
Saf's got to respect this. They are trying to reach up here and get some good pressure down on the Infernus, but Zergy, though, giving them plenty of room. And now we're headed off elsewhere as Together will be left inside that lane number 4. Here's the goo ball that comes out. Going to be mostly avoided by Virtus Pro there as yeah, it looks as if Obafim was able to run away with the Divine Barrier. Sharik here burrowed, so definitely a lot more durable, but has to pop out eventually, and that's scary. Oh, okay, but where did the Vindicta come from? Excuse me, I don't think Prestus was ready for that. Last Stand is active, though, and what a shot, though, from Obafim. Beautifully done. Easy assassination off that combo. Michaelis, though, that was a fall over in that second lane. This is lane number 1 now, so fights happening everywhere. Return to Shadows used by Saf. And of course, Listic wasn't going to hang around with that. They still have Soul Exchange available, though, and I think Saf has to respect that.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's use the Singularity to lock down Michaelis so they could pick up the kill with Tass on that one. So that, I mean, 1 kill is going to be worth out of Singularity at this point in the game. Man, I have to ask you this, though. Doesn't it break your heart hearing Viscus just cry like that, squeal when he gets shot?
Yeah, it's like... it's really, it's a bit too real, you know?
I got our next merch idea. Let's make a Viscus doll that if you squeeze, he makes that crying sound.
I'm a bit concerned about the kind of clientele we'd attract with this merch item.
I wanted to say Viscus body pillow.
Okay, that's, I mean,
No?
squeeze it from
Merchandise, guys?
Why don't we leave that to the experts, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
No,
no,
we're what we do best. Let's get the yapping going. Obafim there to get caught out.
Breathe air with my giant nose. We do see Listic trying to push onto lane 1 here. He's eventually going to be shoved back. Also, the teleport comes through. Out of Together to look for the kill. The telekinesis comes in as well, and well, Listic should be dead. There you go. Good kill. Clean kill coming through.
I mean, you've got the nastiest 1-2 punching ganks in this game right now, between the Holiday, of course, and then Wraith. Demov falls to the Dynamo. Checks notes. Okay. And that was Michaelis now realizing that this push on towards the Guardian has been ill-conceived. This could be a problem now. Lasso connects. Cold Front not quite off cooldown just yet, and the Carbine does hit, so that Michaelis has the speed advantage to get away.
The Carbine hitting then I think that prevented Task from getting the momentum he needed to get forward to hit the stun. Not like he necessarily get the kill. It's a big push coming in onto lane 4. Demov's going to come in to help out here in just a few seconds. You see the barrage come in, and it looks like Zergy will live to fight another day as Demov look, he might try to actually get a kill here.
Okay, he wants to chase this actually. So straight through the TP, only half a second after. The chase is on. I mean, of course, Demov feels like he needs to get something for this. I understand that. Maybe at least some damage on the Guardian, but sees Return to Shadows and does not want to deal with it. Slowing Hex, like catching. Oh, Paravision might have got another one. Taz to the rescue for Paravision as Demov had nowhere to go. God, that Slowing Hex is so brutal just as he was trying to escape. And I'd be frustrated if I was Demov. Nothing I'm trying to make happen across the map is working in my favor.
I felt so bad for Demov. You've seen him trying to use the punch to get away, but with the Slowing Hex, he just had no momentum whatsoever. And Prestus is going for the push over onto lane 3 here. I mean, we only had 1 Guardian taken 12 minutes in, complete opposite from this last match. So it looks like a paradoxical swap had come through and a Kinetic Carbine, but I think Task should be safer, especially with the help of Litz.
They're just walking away. Like, how many of these ultimates are going to be used here to get nothing? First Affliction, now the swap. Virtus Pro with all of this, ability, getting absolutely nothing for their troubles. That Singularity is almost back online again. Obviously, Obafim is someone who needs to be in this game, be a real factor, but that farm is just not there right now. Still at 7k. Really not much of a threat in the grand scheme of things. There's another attempt from Demov to find a catch, at least does result in a Guardian and a pick-off on the Holiday.
And Demov's doing some work. I mean, AK Soul's not leading his team. still creating opportunities with these kills coming through. Might even look for another one onto lane 1 on for Saf, but he's gonna have Into the Shadows, so should be relatively safe. Let's put up on you, man. So annoying.
So good. All right, Dimov returns for the Guardian. Saf's in trouble here. Affliction is available. All right, Return to Shadows is waited out, so the Calico walks away, but that is a Guardian lost. Now, 2 Guardians to 1 favoring Virtus Pro.
Only 2k soul difference between the teams, though.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he doesn't make the jump.
Not so available either. It's tough for Taz. I mean, Taz can dive these towers, by the way, really effectively because of this resto locket. I actually think that item is so busted. The amount of burst heal it gives you is very unexpected. Nothing like a healing rise. It's like 400 health just for free, basically. Doesn't help Taz there, apparently. And he gets caught out by Virtus Pro, who are now, honestly, trying to create some opportunities, but at least, on aggregate, some of them are starting to pay off here. This fight, though, probably won't look all that good for them as emerging from the satchel really sees Dimov just get blown up. And there's a cube here. This won't save the Warden, though, I'd say. Swap is in play. Play with me does eventually fall. Now it's a question of whether Prestus can actually get out of here. No, the answer is Virtus Pro. Pile in, find their numbers advantage now. What ends up being a 2 for 2 overall should leave them now with even the ability to pressure the middle of the map.
Yeah, decent turnaround. They get a flex slot, so they get the 3rd Guardian of the game. Litz is trying to push on the lane 2 to get his own, but it should be saved here by LS. Or sorry, Listic. What's the O? What are you looking at?
I was worried that Litz was about to get collapsed on, but I think they just entanglement away before the Vindicta turned up.
I like that. Collapsed. Like getting clapped.
I see.
Nice. It ain't... who was the Infernus that got his butt cheeks clapped that DDK was calling out last week?
Oh, I remember that with the melee kill, yeah. Oh, I don't know who it was, but
that'd be a great mouse pad, like the mouse pad with like the 2 bumps for your wrists.
That's true. Yeah, the really sussy, like the sussy anime one. Yeah.
Man, I gotta do some merchandising, I swear. Demo,
okay, honestly, your hit rate's been 50% so far, so that's good, but I wouldn't quit your day job yet, What's Taz's plan here? Again, want this passive pressure on the Guardian. There's the swap. Try and help out a little bit, at least with a barrel. Away we walk after the first flex slot now available to Paravision. Where are we looking to go now? Wow, geez, we're everywhere right now. Land the stun. Listic. Oh, though. Soul Exchange going to be used. Lasso immediately out in response, but this gets dicey. Fortunately, they're able to walk away. I think Taz made good use of that resto locket there.
So a little bit of a mistiming on the lasso to try to prevent the Soul Exchange from coming through. Just a little bit too late, but I mean, in the end, they get the kill, so it's not too big of a deal. But they are gonna lose out though on their last Guardian, so a little bit of an advantage for Virtus Pro. They're sitting on a 4k lead. Nobikim, I don't think he's gotten a single assassinate kill with a 7k soul mark, like the max level
maybe
assassinate
one
just yet.
Yeah, maybe there was like one earlier on there, but Dimov is having a bad day. There is nothing that they could do to get out of that. Sharik also knocked up and yeah, also knocked flying.
3 kills. Did Paravis just go for mid? I mean, you don't have Black Hole. The singularity is not going to be too useful. I mean, there is some decent poke out of Virtus Pro, but I guess they don't want to do it at this stage. I mean, definitely it's too late now. They're trying to look for some more kills.
Threat of the Zergy stun maybe puts them off the idea. I can see why. Saf just got roasted. No, they do not want fries with that. And this is okay. Good to see a Zergy game where they would have real impact, even sort of earlier on here. Obviously, your heal banes and your spirit lifesteals being picked up here. This is the classic, the quintessential quantum entanglement route here that's being taken by Litz up into the balcony, and he still won't be walking away from this one easily. Although he's got those points in Rejuve of Aurora that lets him still move after it's been activated, but we've just walked straight into a swap. That's freaking tough out there, man. Brutal. Okay, let's try to follow up on this one. Dimov goes in the entanglement. He almost got away with it too. Crazy stuff. It's VP looking at mid boss.
Last stands up for play with me though. They do have the people to reinforce this one. If you're Virtus Pro, you just got to back away. You don't want to do a 50-50 coin flip here. The last stand comes in, play with me, looking for the charge. You might be able to catch out one. Zergy's been locked down, but they get the kill outright on play with me. The assassin, I believe, came through. A combo's going off at the same time here, so they're trying to finish off a second player. But Virtus Pro, they're still going to be down Listic in the meantime here.
Yeah, he just gets shot in the face. It looked like he was looking quite healthy, in fact, going in with that last stand. Maybe felt that because he'd popped the ultimate already, he had to commit to it. Now, though, Virtus Pro could sort of take their time. Losing Listic, I think, definitely impacts their ability to go for this objective in earnest. Priceless, of course, is going to get out to make a quick return to the fray. Ideally with some better items, but see what's being worked with now for Zergy. Again, a lot of these just general activated abilities that work in areas of effect. So we've got a rapid recharge coming up at tier 3. I noticed there for the Infernus. Majestic Leap, of course, being locked in now. So we're very much online if we Dimov.
So if he's got rapid recharge, I mean, he went for the Flame Dash build instead of the 3 build. Paradoxical Swap's going to come in. This is a really good catch on together. He's going to fall. I believe that should be a max rank wall as well. So you silence him, so there's no way to escape. And now Virtus Pro, they're like, you know what? We feel confident to head back into this. There's no huge ultimates we really have to worry about, especially with Together Dead. So Virtus Pro, they're going to go for the coin flip on the Rejuvenator, but they have every advantage in the world here. Yeah,
they've got a lot to work with. Jason, I feel like it's hard for them to mess this up, and they managed to secure it. Now they've got Overkim set up on this high ground. Tass already going to fall, and okay, this is much more of what we expect to see from a clean VP game. That is 4 down on the Power Vision side, and we're about to chow down on some walkers, folks. I hope you're hungry.
I mean, he said didn't want fries with that earlier. And
yeah, maybe I actually will change that to supersize me, brother man.
I didn't know we had Defran in Deadlock. In the meantime, I mean, Listic was pushing lane 4 and gets himself a walker. So that's the first walker of the game. They're going to get themselves a second one. So that's going to open up a flex slot and maybe a third as they're pushed onto lane 3 at the same time. So I don't think they're going to go for shrines just yet. And they don't have a wave to push down lane 1, so they can't get the last walker of the game. But this is a huge gold swing or soul swing for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's absurd on what those 3 walkers can give you. But that's the risk you take now. Like, we're almost at 20 minutes into the game. And if you lose a fight at mid boss, it's going to cost you sorely. But I understand Paravision felt like they had no choice but to try and go for it. Look, it wouldn't be an EU final without it going to 3 games anyway. Do you know what I mean? So I'm very much here for the VP win with this Rejuvenator now. And you can see the yellow snakes are really long, chat, and the blue snakes are really small. That's very good for Virtus Pro. Now they're just going to farm the map.
Time bomb set.
Did you just explain it like I'm 5 or something like that?
Even though a lot of chat spends their time explaining these stuff, like we were obviously debating whether or not the patron was knocked, and we just failed to look at the map in between the soul totals and actually see it for ourselves. And like 5 people are like, and they're just lecturing us on it in the chat. So
you know what? Let's bring those 5 people in here to cast, and then we'll just criticize their casting the whole time. Let's do it.
That's funny. It was funny. I mean, I knew that. Obviously, we're supposed to look there, but in that moment, chat, we've got a lot going on. We've got lives and all that, and also I'm very easily distracted.
Especially by yourself about having a life.
Well, that's true. Sorry, I won't overstep there. Unstoppable, Dividers Kevlar picked up here. That's the Moen Krill and the Pocket, respectively. The Toxic Bullets also represents a power spike for Zergy. And that's a period cooldown, of course, meaning that there are more pulls for Mikhail S. Here's Lasso. Pretty rough out there, but Overkim just, shrugs it off, honestly, because if you notice, a lot of their build is makes it pretty survivable. They don't really give a damn. They're so far ahead in souls right now that it doesn't really seem to make a difference. Overkim walks away from that fight unscathed, and Saf and together get put in body bags.
I get Play With Me pushing right now on lane 3. They're going to send Listic back to deal with them, but the thing is, those shrines are down for Paravision because Play With Me's not here. This is not looking like the... I really wanted to say the name of the build, the knockup build that we were expecting just yet, because they're completely being snowballed over. They're going to lose the shrines, they're going to lose the patron. Play With Me's not even going to get the walker in lane 3.
Damn, bro, you just got lit up. It's tough out there. These streets are mean. What's that?
Did I give you that joke? That sounds like something.
No, it's from Skins, bro. Yeah, no, not Skins. Suits. Mate, you got it. Yeah, have you not seen Suits? Lewis lit.
Oh,
the
yeah,
lawyer guy. You just got
lit
up. Damn. Come on, man.
You shouldn't have the quite annoying smile when you say it.
Oh yeah, I can't replicate that, bro. That's a generational talent.
The only big thing you have, it's
forehead.
Not teeth, it's forehead.
Oh, I got it. If I say it first, just the impact's not there. That's rough.
Trust me, it's still plenty of impact for me at least.
It's not. Could have been so much more than that. Anyway, Paravision. Okay, let's go down across the map here.
Carbank's not ready.
And we are on the push. This one should be the last hurrah here for Paravision, chat. They are so far behind now, about 30k or so souls at this stage of the game. Basically all of the big ultimates are online here, except for Michaelis, of course, but that will be up quickly because he has that improved cooldown.
Telekinesis.
Okay, telekinesis.
Doing nothing. I mean, they're not in a position to capitalize off it. Just like Tass's Lassos, they haven't been in a position this whole game to capitalize off of that. And Virtus Pro, they're just going to rush this down. This is going to be a match 3 for sure.
Yeah, we just watched Dimov dive into their spawn and pop Affliction. So that's kind of where we're at right now. We got a game 3 in our hands, folks. Make no mistake. Virtus Pro able to fight back. It's a 22 minute game, very, very quick. And again, they have a comp that we were actually still questioning, I think, through the pick and ban, or at least we weren't like over the moon about it. We liked the fact that they had the Paradox. Obviously, that's very powerful. The Overkin Vindicta was like a bit questionable. I think, Jason, you were the only one that sort of had that clocked as an Overkin pick that we've sort of seen in the past. We saw the Zergy Infernus. Meh. Does Zergy ever get to that late game phase to sort of be, properly impactful in this, in this economy? Not so much. But Virtus Pro here looked really smooth. I really feel like a lot of the edges were found, outside of the comp here, really just some very, very strong lanes, and just this is a bit more what we expect from them. They always seem to extract more value than they give up when it comes to trading objectives across the map.
I feel like there was nothing really that exciting on an individual scale, which is obviously very hard to replicate after the first match we had in this series, right? With all the individual plays. But like Obi Kim, I don't think he got like a single assassinate until like way later into the game. Obviously, pre-max level on it. So he wasn't like super impactful. Obviously the mid boss he was, but I believe he got 2 of those. But just looking at the stats, I think like Dimov was the only real standout player, as he did have some domination on lane 2. He had some good rotates into lane 1 as well, able to take down Saf. But it was just all in all just a very like back to business kind of game for Virtus Pro. And it was like the first map didn't even happen.
Yeah, let's bring Jake in and talk, because I think that we remarked how well behaved both teams seemed, at least early in the game. We know what Paravision was. They kind of had to be. I think they were being pressured very heavily. But Virtus Pro, you said it, backs up against the wall. They weren't taking any huge risks. They weren't going for those, aggressive dives early in the game until they felt like they had enough reason to.
Yeah, I mean, and this has been VP's recipe for success in the past, right? Like playing these slow, stable games, making it about the macro game, eventually winning one fight, and then kind of turning that into some big objectives. And they replicated that here. Whereas last game, they really tried to push the tempo. They really tried to, kind of play Paravision's game. This time they were really sticking to their wheelhouse. And, in that vein, Paravision are the team who I think needs to be a little bit more aggressive in the mid game, based on their style, based on the draft. I think as well, like the Obakim Vindicta meant it was really scary to be in a slow late game where, yes, theoretically Vindicta is like your support-ish, like you might buy a rescue move at some point, but in the end, you're basically having an extra core on VP's side. So scaling into the late game becomes a huge problem with the amount of damage Vindicta can end up building.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that like Obakim, this build is looking less supported by the second, right? Alkfire was the support on they built up, but outside of that, like they were definitely ready to fight. Like bullet resist shredder there. We talked about the cube, Jason, being a good counter to like the Vindicta Mo combo, but we saw there that Obakim just scopes in at the cube and waits until it expires.
Once, right? That was like fairly early on in the game, and then once the cube faded, so did the life of Prestis. Yeah, I feel like I don't even know. Paravision just looked like a shadow of their former selves. Like they just were not there. They were not existent. It was a very slow, awkward early game out of both these teams. I think for Paravision in particular, Jake, you talked about they're the sword to Virtus Pro's shield. That sword was blunt as hell because they were not like Tass was not a part of any early game kills. I believe he did not get to rotate around to look for kills. And kind of with that, I feel like they fell by the wayside because he wasn't able to be the playmaker early on.
Yeah, I think the Holiday struggled to find pickoffs, trying to catch things like Pocket and Vindicta. Holiday's great at catching the low mobility characters, maybe better than Paradox, but those super high mobility opponents are a real problem. And I felt like that was felt here in the inability to land those landing stunts from the jump pad on the Flyers. And as well, the Dynamo really fell flat. Like we've seen Dynamo be feast or famine before. It kind of is in the nature of the hero. But no like big early game team fights, no real, multi-enemy ultimates coming down. VP really played around the Dynamo super effectively and showed why it's still just a niche pick.
Those are your end game scores here. And we can definitely see that, while Listic doesn't need to have such a big game on the Geist we saw previously, like for Virtus Pro, right? The Geist was one of the biggest outputters of damage here. Zergy farmed up a Storm, 7-1 and 7 over the course of the game. They've got to be happy. And Dimov made some great little roams that really didn't put them in harm's way too much early in the game. The Pocket was a pick that we felt was good in that it denied the Kelvin, basically, and forced the Kelvin ban from Paravision, which, allowed VP to go down the line and get exactly what they wanted in the next 3 picks, right? They got the Infernus, they got the Moen Krill, and of course they rounded things out with the Vindicta. So we have a 1-1 series here on our hands, folks. Once more, Paravision and Virtus Pro taking each other to the brink. One more decided map waiting for us on the other side of the break here at our Deadlock Fight Night number 14. This is the EU part of the show presented by Intel, so don't go too far. We've got a decider to sort out after this.
took them out. The crows
Was not without cost, but the price was.
Okay, so the sacred timeline has been preserved for now. Virtus Pro have been able to claim their way back into the series with a pretty decisive showing, I think, in that second map, and are looking very, very good once again. I mean, these are teams, though, guys, that have a lot of experience playing against one another, whether in scrims, whether in officials. And that's why we've seen some like things come up in the draft, like in the bans that we've been curious about, like why are they banning this? Why are we banning Mirage first? A couple bits like that, but these teams know better. Virtus Pro, though, Jake, are able to just take it slow and steady here through that early game and then explode off of a one fight around mid boss into 3 walkers.
Yeah, I mean, then this was very much a game in Virtus Pro's wheelhouse. Like they played exactly how they've constantly practiced. You know, if anything, this makes game 1 look like a bit of an aberration where maybe they thought, okay, we beat them in the other tournament 3-1. We're just going to steamroll these guys. Let's just be super aggro. It blew up in their face. They lost that map 1. But now map 2, slowing the game down, playing as they practiced, they look great. That was a much more one-sided match than the first one. And so for Power Vision, there's a real question going into match 3. Do you have to change things up here, whether it's the draft, whether it's in your approach to the game, to catch Virtus Pro off guard? I think maybe it is a little bit of a draft situation here. I think the Vindicta pick was really smart from BP. The way they played around the Holiday and the Viscous feels like those characters, typically strong initiators. We've seen them make big plays. Viscous last week, Holiday this week, but against this draft of the high mobilities, Pocket and Vindicta, they weren't really able to get the catches they need.
I mean, maybe one thing Paravision should do is head over to deadlockfightnight.com and get themselves some sweet swag that they can use while playing in Deadlock Fight Night. The hat is definitely being held up by my hair, but I just wanted to give the shout out there. We have a ton of merch for you guys to pick up for yourselves. We have new merch coming constantly. I think we have some Calico stuff going up on the site today, if I'm not mistaken. Get yourself an Abram shirt where you can read a book. For me, it would be the Iliad, clearly. And not to mention one of my favorites, the Bebop Get Over Here. You can pick it up for yourself. Support DFN. All the money and proceeds go right back into the show. It does not go into our bank account, Mitch. And you can help
and get
That's
some.
crazy.
Or you can help the show continue and get some sweet things for yourselves.
I mean, look, just fantastic artwork here. Also legally distinct as well, which is what we love over here at Deadlock Fight Night. So, look, it takes a bit to run this show, and frankly, it takes more and more to do it as we try and scale up what we're capable of on the broadcast, and also, like we talked about, we're expanding into the Pacific region. to try
DFM
and bring you
Pacific,
some
man, that's gonna be so
Deadlock
sick.
stuff. Exactly. But in order to do that, your support really goes a long way. So we're ambitious about this esport. We believe it can go a long way. We're also ambitious about what we do over here at the show, and we'll hopefully hope that you can also see that vision, partner with us. If you can help, then great. Get yourself some merch and sit back and enjoy the show. We'll get our third map here just around the corner. We got
Yeah, so back to the match.
Yes.
Ignoring that call. I wanted to bring this up to Jake. Look at like the difference that Paravision had to go through to win the first match versus how Virtus Pro won the second match. Obviously, the early parts of the game were drastically different, but I feel like every time we see these two teams play, Paravision always has to fight so much harder than Virtus Pro ever has to when they win games.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that is credit to Virtus Pro when they do just like lock the game down. It feels like they're just unbreakable. Like you can't find any ways in. Whereas Paravision, a lot of the games they win are a little bit crazy, a little bit messy, with a lot of like super aggressive dives from the whole team. You're not necessarily going to be coming out of that unscathed, even though it may be to your advantage. So for Paravision, it's a challenge to be able to leverage, especially if you're relying on winning the lanes, winning the early game, and starting a snowball. If the lanes are just even, or if they even go a little bit against you, you really can't play that way. You have to be able to adopt the defensive posture. And so I think for Paravision, maybe for the future for this team is going to be about diversifying their strategy. Sometimes, needing to be aggressive and snowball the game. Other times needing to take a page out of Virtus Pro's book and slow things down.
So we are not wanting to deal with the Dimov roams here. We were actually really curious at the end of the last draft, like who is playing what. I mean, that should speak, I think, to Virtus Pro's extreme flexibility and ability just to cover a lot of those positions. But the Paradox, doesn't matter who was piloting it, it was Dimov, was extremely, excuse me, not the Paradox, the Pocket was extremely effective in that early game. So getting around the map here, Paravision, we've seen them ban that once before in this series and in the past, and now we kind of understand why. That is still a very dangerous pick, and it might enable like an early Kelvin take here if you want something that, isn't going to counteract your healing over time in these more drawn out fights.
I gotta say, I'm really curious for the NA ban prio, because Sinclair has had the highest possible prio that a hero can have, which is to say whoever has second pick is always banning him so far. Yeah. Other than in the one game in which he destroyed the game in our best of one. And so honestly, I'm curious if NA rates Sinclair as highly as clearly Virtus Pro and Paravision consider it the best hero in the game.
So complete duplicate bans in the same order for match one, but not duplicate picks, where we had Paradox picked over Wraith.
Holiday was a weak spot for Paravision last game. Wasn't able to find the initiations, where Mikhail's always has been great on the Paradox. I think stealing Paradox away from Mikhail's and Virtus Pro is never a bad thing. On top of being probably a little bit more consistent and stable of initiator than Holiday. Don't mind the start, but it does give Wraith up potentially.
They've got to take it though before the end of this first round, but they can lock the Geist in. They really prioritize this. Obviously, we've seen it now. Virtus Pro are picking it like every series they possibly can, and they're picking it first. They don't really want to risk it, getting away from them here. They obviously have another, pick to spend, and they can probably take Holiday a third pick if they really want to bring that into their composition, have access to that lasso, which we've seen most teams go to when, in lieu of having the Paradox available to them.
Time for an adventure.
There it is.
They're like, all right, we're going to take them early this time.
This is a pretty sick combo, actually.
That gives Wraith over for Paravision here.
Yeah, it does give Wraith over. I'm a little surprised. I would have expected to see the Wraith go second. But, I mean, Kelvin has had ridiculous games, like so many times, whether it's like controlling the objectives, protecting, critical throne races on the Patron, or just like healing up some of these frontliners. I mean, Geist, Kelvin, I'm a big fan of these early drafts where the first few heroes just have fantastic synergy, and the rest of the heroes you pick, you're very free to kind of go any different direction. You're not looking for partners for heroes you already have committed to in the draft. Like, even imagine if you had a team of just 2 to 3 heroes, you want that to be a strong team, I think, for these opening drafts to be really strong.
You were a bit surprised to see Mirage picked here over Wraith, but both these teams actually prio that quite highly. When Virtus Pro
could still take the Wraith
first
here.
Pick, they were trying to pick it up. And exactly, you've got.
I think it's pretty likely they'll take the Wraith here. If they don't, I'll be honestly surprised, because I think it's almost certainly going to get snapped up by VP.
Empire without sacrifice.
Well, my question is, are we going to see a Grey Talon ban out of Virtus Pro?
because they've been banning that consistently to deny that away from SAF for Paravision.
They could grab it here too. I don't think it's crazy.
I mean, Listic plays it. I don't think we've seen him ever have the same success as someone like SAF has had on it, but like it is definitely in his wheelhouse for sure.
Are we going back to the 7 here as well? Like after the game 1, it was something that didn't really sort of blow our minds. I feel like the 7 was a big difference maker there, but they got much more value out of Infernus in game 2 than they did in game 1.
Back to basics for VP. I mean, the Geist and Warden combo with the help of Kelvin, very strong triplet of heroes here to just like group up, run it down super aggro with Kelvin supporting you from behind, helping you catch, saving you if the counter initiation comes in.
And it's a dirty lane as well. The Kelvin Warden setup we've seen like used in inner lanes on multiple occasions, and it's just disgusting. The amount of sustain and also just like poke between your flask and grenade makes it a real nuisance to deal with. So it's a Vindicta ban. Virtus Pro, instead of banning the Grey Talon here.
I'm curious if Paravision bans the Holiday now, because I do think VP probably want the Holiday. I think they're banning the Vindicta partially due to the fact that Holiday struggles to catch a Vindicta. I think taking away Holiday could be nice here. I think VP would love to have that as their designated pickoff here. I mean, you could also go like a Bebop or a Mo Krill, but I don't think either of those are quite the same prio as Holiday right now.
I got work to do anyway.
Infernus. Oh,
Wow,
so you're forcing
Infernus ban.
So you're really forcing Zergy to dig into his pool of heroes, and I'll tell you what, his pool of heroes is pretty shite. If I'm
Is it going to be
honest with
7
you
now?
guys.
Is what else is left?
He's played Haze twice.
Zergy's off the 7 now, right? He's been pulled off the 7.
Well, I think he played it in their best of 5 in one win.
I want to see the ulti build on 7. I low-key think the ulti build is not too bad. If you can get like unstoppable on the ulti and you know, go to the skybox with max investment in ulti.
All right, here's a 7 being picked up for VP, so that could well be the answer.
I just hope they don't put it in the side lanes. It's not an outer lane hero in my mind, at least. I feel like you have like AOE on your stun. You have, I mean, AOE on all your skills, right, on 7. So it feels like a natural like inner lane hero.
Him and Warden, like I've always looked at 7 as being like a dual lane, because any like hero that has hard CC like that should almost always be in a dual lane. But him and Warden together, you're gonna kill someone for sure.
Yeah,
obviously, you do have the potential of Kelvin Warden, but like Binding Word and the stun at 7, you're gonna kill something.
So Mo and Krill is available. Obviously, there is still like a Grey Talon there for SAF if they want to go. I don't think there's anything.
This is the moment
that's going to dissuade that.
If you don't grab it now, I think VP could even steal it from you.
I think I want to say they're gonna delay it to last pick potentially, because like you don't want to see a Bebop when you pick a Grey Talon. Obviously, like Grey Talon has the ability to get away, where Vindicta doesn't. But like Bebop would be a pretty damn good hero to throw in against a Grey Talon.
Okay. Yeah, you might be right, because at this point, like picking a Holiday might have that same issue catching a Grey Talon flying away, struggling to actually get on top of that critical backliner that you need to catch. Makes it a little bit more difficult for VP here to select their pickoff choice. I think it may still have to be Holiday based on how the draft looks now, and may just be targeting other players for the most part, but not the end of the world.
VP have none.
Yeah, I mean, you get the hard stun from the landing damage from Holiday if you draft it, and you get the 7 stun. It's really reliant on 7 setting up with the stun for Warden to hit the follow-up trap. If you're not hitting the trap, then yeah, you're right. I think it's going to be a struggle. Although I like the Warden. It means into something like Mo Krill is like a free trap. Like when he combos anybody, he's just giving it up.
Is Viscous reasonable here? Some decent cube applications, and also a very ground-born, like relatively brawly Paravision team comp here.
I don't mind Viscous at all. I think the stun is really nice. The roll stuns are nice into Calico and Mo Krill. Good call.
Lock it in.
I saw Mitch look at a second monitor. He was reading the script. I'm just kidding.
I don't think they've given us the draft screenshot since, but the great bamboozling of 93.
It's probably Ivy here for Paravision, right? Because you need a little mid boss. You don't have a great mid boss secure yet. You know, you have a bit of global presence with Mirage. You'd love to have more. Generally, when you get some global, you kind of want extra heroes global. It's the Shiv, okay? So they're running it back with the Shiv, which, to be fair, was really strong previously. Although I do think the matchups for Shiv are a little tougher this game, right? With the Kelvin on the other side, being able to sustain through this, with somebody like Viscous being able to save people from certain death on the ulti.
Oh,
but
Kelvin,
in the end, I feel like VP have an interesting interesting draft here. It's like, I guess they do have the late game secured because of Seven, and then even, I mean, 7 great talent are going to scale like insanely. But Viscous and Kelvin both, I think, is like pretty early game heavy as far as the draft goes. Like heroes that want to sustain and get early pressure, but that will fall off in like the ultra late. They're sort of both in the support role, unless Viscous goes for like a scaling spirit build, but I'm not sure how viable that is in competitive.
Okay, I mean, these comps are super interesting. Paravision definitely have the ability to like stage fights and take them kind of wherever they want across the map. There's still like a decent roaming here from Virtus Pro, but I would not put it on the level of like pocket pocket Shiv level roaming with Calico. Like they don't really have that level of global presence, I think. And I think like the 7 is still a huge question mark for me.
I'm worried about a lack of damage on Virtus Pro side. Because like you really need to delay that. If we're talking about like late game scaling, obviously one big factor that ZP really hammered was that Paravision had a better late game scaling team in match 1. But like I'm worried if you're 7 in Great Town and you don't have a decent start, is your team just going to be lacking damage in that like early to mid game, where Paravision can really just catch you off with like the paradoxical swap and the combo to Mo and Krill?
Okay, well, folks, this is it's a bit of a head scratcher comp for us looking at the Virtus Pro setup, but everyone is on pretty familiar heroes. Listic will be on the Grey Talon there. Sharik, of course, on the Warden, which is absolutely a comfort pick for them. Was it actually Zergi on the 7?
They're doing the lane 4.
Oh, they
it looks like
into the guys.
Sorry, lane 1.
Okay, so it is a solo lane 7. So it is going to be Zergi back on the 7. And yeah, Michaelis has realized, hang on, I've been had. They bloody double switched into me. That's rude. Good luck, senor.
I mean, who are they going to send over with him? The thing is, like, Listic's not going to have, or not Listic, sorry, the way they keep swapping. Michaelis is not really going to have much, like, wave clear here to deal with this early pressure either. You can see him taking a ton of harass. I mean, Paradox with the 1, Scorn out of Mo. It's tough.
This is annoying. Yeah, you don't like this, I think, if you're in the guy's position, but maybe just an early resto shot, or maybe like a healing right there, because you're going to get poked down. They did really well to get the farm that they did. Jake, what are your thoughts here about this like 2-on-1 in lane 1 setup here? Oh, never mind. Catch you in just a sec. Sharik's dead. He's bloody dead. Gonna be a 1-for-1
coming in though. Yeah, easy kill for Kelvin here. Ooh, I wonder if Kelvin can fight this as well. I think Kelvin's winning this. Oh no, I had to back off on the reload. But I like the super early lane pressure. We've seen this actually more out of NA, and I've barely seen it in EU. I think it makes a lot of sense for starting off the side lanes really aggressively. It tends to throw the early game into chaos, though. And usually, I think players at this level are pretty all right with it, because even though you're shoving on the Guardian super hard, that early protection, or I mean, I guess they've done half the Guardian. Like, that is pretty insane. And killing Mikhails, that's a big mistake from him to die into this lane. They could lose the Guardian in the first few minutes here.
Yeah, they might just straight up lose it. Whereas Saf has been able to stay alive underneath that lane 1. I mean, that is you're sacking a lane for another essentially, but the exchange seems to be working out pretty favorably here for Paravision. So the Guardian's getting down to about half now, so this is what you'd expect, that early pressure to come through. And desperately they're trying to finish it off as quickly as they can. Soul Siphon though, put the fear of God in Taz. He's trying to back away. Elsewhere, Saf does fall. So again, that's 1v2. The solo laner against 2 falls for both sides here, and this Guardian is going to be under some serious pressure.
I mean, you're trading like a Guardian apiece in these lanes. Well, ideally, Paravision need to get back to the Guardian as quick as they possibly can. And then you're just going to see like solo laners kind of pick up the lanes where they do have a Guardian and they don't have one on the enemy side. It's going to be Virtus Pro to pick up the first one of the game at lane 2. So Saf, I imagine, is just going to stay here for the most part. And I think we'll see see Michaela stay to lane 1 while the rest rotate out.
Oh, I like it. Throws the group down. Tass a little bit low. Oh, they're not getting out. This is no chance. Elsewhere, you see the pressure come on towards the Guardian there. That does end up costing Litz, at least gets it, but yeah, they've got to trade their life out for it. So if we had to really compare, it's Virtus Pro to get the earlier Guardian and win out on kills from that exchange. Is that really all we can sort of conclude after this swap?
I'd say so.
I mean, I'd also say the inner Guardian is distinctly more valuable than the outer.
Yeah.
At this phase in the game, since the inner one is that's like an extra shop that people can pass by and use. It's probably more important when it comes to the map control than the outer lane. So all in all, I think VP navigated this super well. Have a small advantage, but a real one at that.
All right. Surely we're going to see a drift over in this direction fairly soon. Yeah, there's some movement for Paravision, so they're leaving that lane number 1, heading inward. But at the same time, Virtus Pro actually grouping up here at lane number 3. There are so many people here. Surely you find something else. A puddle punch thrown out. Yeah, Prestis is extremely dead. Irrevocably dead. Rigor mortis already setting in. That's how dead he was. So a big rotation for that 1 kill. Virtus Pro obviously hoping to do more than just that off of it. And they've sent the Grey Talon Viscous there back to hold this lane number 2. And Saf will just drift to lane 1.
We have combo up. Cube's going to come through. Looks like Dimov, yeah, he's probably just going to fall from this one. Too many players on Paravision's side to deal with him. And with him going down, they can reapply that pressure onto lane 2 to look for themselves another Guardian.
It's a nice melee. Charge melee came out there, of course, from Litz, just knocking the cube onto their side of the map, and then an easy combo follow-up. Can't complain about that at all. Very, very clean. Still, though, it's 1 Guardian apiece. It has. I mean, as Jake mentioned, that lane swap does throw the game into chaos, or rather, at least means that we see Guardians go down earlier in lanes 1 and 2, which kind of skews, actually, the safe zone, in those lanes for either team. Now, it's like a bit more dangerous for Paravision to play too close to mid, because they've lost that Guardian so early, but on the outer part of the map here, you don't want to overextend if you're Mikhail. Unless you have a Viscous coming to help you. Then you can do what you like.
Well, we might be overextending now. See the Viscous coming through, but we also see the rotation out of TAS right behind us with Litz. Looking to pick up a kill, I would imagine, on the Viscous, but I believe he's up high. He's completely on the roofs here, so there's no real chance he's going to fall for now, especially with his goo ball available in just a few seconds.
Good safe rotation.
Yep.
This will be able to roll away.
Just punching the mole when he's underground. Just don't see his health bar move whatsoever. I'm also surprised if we've completely ignored lane 4 for the most part. I mean, Zergy and Together just been going head to head, not really harassing too much, it seems, because their health bars are like relatively high. Just trying to farm as much as possible. I think for me, it's more about like, when do they plan to get involved into these fights? Also, I'm curious, what build is Zergy going for? Because he was kind of like the pioneer of playing Zergy in the solo lane with the ball build. But we've seen in recent times, most 7s, well, most, we've only seen Realistic playing it, has shied away from using that anymore. It's more about the Chain Lightning and, of course, the ultimate.
Okay, Taz there, actually. Unbeknownst to them, maybe the fact that there's a ton of VP players right below them. Healing right on this one. Carbine at the ready. Catch onto Sharik, but in comes Overkim. Doesn't land that Frost Grenade and force Taz right on back here. I mean, that lane 4, I feel like, has just been left on an island by both teams. They probably both said, hey, don't fight, you guys. Farm up, because lanes 2 and 3 are basically a frenzy at all times. Good ball here for Dimov as definitely came to see what was what on this lane 2 side of the map. And here's a paradoxical swap now coming through. Telekinesis follow-up, pretty darn good. I think that's Sharik caught inside that, so it has to be a frozen shelter. Great counter to that little combo. No ultimates now up for the Paravision side there. And Albo is coming in. Where does it land? This is Listic in control. All right, actually catches out onto lane 4, but doesn't really give Zergy anything to work with. I don't think they were trying to fight anyway.
Nah, I don't think so. If anything, Listic was trying to steal some farm here, because I believe he could still share it with the owl exploding on the wave. And then he shares it with Zergy in lane 4, but then again, you can't absorb from 2 lanes anymore, I believe. Looks like they might try to catch out Saf here, but just looking at Talon, just not doing nearly the damage we saw Saf do just last week with it, but it's hard to expect that every single time, as we do have a trade come through. Tas and Obikim both going to be falling here over towards lane 3. Yeah, we went from that like crazy initial start to a much slower, like late early game.
Is there a catch here? There's no tornado available for Prestis. I think they tried to, or rather there was a cold front from the person that they were teleporting onto the Shiv. Obikim has turned up in this lane though. I don't know if there's any real fighting to be done. Well, they seem to think otherwise. Arctic Beam here, really trying to freeze the situation down, and Tass is going to get caught. Man, Obikim is everywhere. Kelvin is so powerful right now. And there's no business here for Together. There's nothing to be done.
He's just so hot right now, Mitch. Switched on to lane 2 in the meantime. Deepov able to take down Litz. I mean, they already had the Guardian before, and as we've seen, with that Guardian down, there's just no safe place to retreat to, and Virtus Pro able to pick themselves up 2 kills. We're only at the 8-minute mark, and the lead, obviously not that quite different between the 2 teams, but we are seeing Virtus Pro take advantage of that Guardian being down, whereas Michaelis was relatively safe on lane 1.
There's going to be a stun here connecting onto Together. This could be it, folks. The Shiv might be in trouble. Together falls. And Zergy now with some help, because Obikim doubled back apparently to that lane number 4, and I don't think Together was ready for it. They wanted to fight. They had, of course, that ultimate ready to go. They end up falling. So things not panning out very well for Power Vision over the last couple of minutes. It's only a mild soul deficit, but that lane one, this lane one Guardian here is under a lot of pressure. Mostly Michaelis now ready to fight Saf as they pop out of the Return to Shadows. Dash on away there is Together still catches. Looks like a knife in the back of Michaelis as they fled.
Guess he boosted back in the lane after dying in lane 4, but Tasking got to rotate in to help out, or they're going to be losing the Guardian here momentarily. And Obi can just really does not seem to care. He loves to be aggressive. He didn't actually go for the Infuser in the beginning. We've seen a lot of Kelvins do that recently for the extra damage on the Arctic Beam. And well, Zergy, he's getting a little bit involved here with lane 3, looking for another Guardian. Looking to get them up to 2 so far in this game. And there's really no one on Paravision here that can contest this at the moment.
Yeah, and you can see that even with the spirit damage reduction to Guardians, he's still like 500 with that one sort of electro ball, whatever you want to call it. Very, very effective at sort of pushing these down still. Here's the swap on with Sharik elsewhere. Frozen Shelter is a great answer to this, as per usual. So Obikim and Sharik group up inside the shelter and then look to back away. There's nothing to hold them in place.
It's a 4K difference. Oh my god, the combo from the Storm Cloud. And Zergy's just going to fall trying to defend his Guardian. And they're going to be losing this. It's going to be at 2 apiece. And that, 4K lead we had is just going to dissipate as they get another catch on to Play With Me. Man, Play With Me, we didn't even mention, by the way, he is on the Wraith this time. And I did say at the start of the first match of the day that he's 100% win rate at the 4 matches he's played on it. Looking for maintaining that win rate here with number 5. But he doesn't also seem to be necessarily like the playmaker at the moment within the team that he was previously when he played Wraith.
God, so annoying. Yeah, look, I mean, that's definitely a pick with Play With Me that you have high hopes for. All of a sudden, I mean, I'm pretty sure we just said Virtus Pro, or rather Paravision to be getting the short end of the stick over the last couple of minutes. That has definitely changed. They are getting killed in every single lane. And Guardians are falling also quickly as well. Both teams have found 3.
Ultigo's going to be careful in lane 4. You see the Traveler being used. Also the Teleport being used over to lane 4. It's a massive skirmish here. Zergy's able to get the first kill, but what can Paravision really respond with?
You can definitely fight this. I mean, you have enough teammates in position now. Zergy's been mostly ignored. Frozen Shelter comes up, so this is a good sign. Zergy gets free Guardian damage. Well, free. He's taking damage in order to get it, but that is sick. Kelvin, you have to ban Kelvin. The guy is far too powerful. 60k heals, Frozen Shelters to counter every kind of initiation ultimate, or use it aggressively to guarantee your initiation ultimate gets that kill. It's too good. Play With Me just gets absolutely rolled over here in Virtus Pro. Well, they looked like they were struggling across the map. They boost back into basically every lane, and now, yeah, it's Walker time.
Can they get this Walker? Yeah, look how fast it's actually falling here. You also have Sherrick behind them. No last stand available, but if anyone tries to push out, he could easily get a catch. And instead, they will back away. Virtus Pro just taking a massive advantage here. I talked about them being like only 4K ahead before. As Michaelis, that's going to be the cube to come in, and together his hope shattered by the cold front out of Demov.
Yeah, the cube though. The cube is such a meme in that little engagement. It could have been pretty good for Together, but they've actually had some unfortunate situations already this game on the ship. That one just being the most recent in a spree of them. Still, no walkers got picked off there from Virtus Pro, so the response has been good from Paravision on defense. But of course now, like, we're heading to the 15-minute mark. We're still very much in a contained state in this game, but we're already like Surge of Power getting picked up. So a couple of those T3s, Heroic Aura, now online for Sharig. So of course that Warden is starting to become a bit of a nuisance in that front line. Well, Taz, nice knowing you.
Just looked like he was a vat of acid right there.
Yeah,
I think
like
that
he was just melting.
out of Demov.
It's a great way to dispose of the evidence, I guess.
For sure. I mean, if we're talking Breaking Bad, that's the perfect way.
Yeah. Let's Officer Sharik come by and wonder what is going on. There should be a earn turn-in that is a little hard to challenge, or rather Paravision not really valuing being in position to challenge this. Once again, Saf, CC'd by every possible mechanic in the game, has to use that ultimate just for safety, and it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. Now that glorified invulnerability phase still gets them caught. Now we turn our attention to Saf, who still hung around there, so heavily slowed up. I'm surprised they stayed alive as long as they possibly could have, but again, it's really tough to avoid this. Cold front use there. I appreciate the parry. Obikim really is the kind of person that goes and gets things done themselves. As soon as they start to get a decent amount of souls under their belt, they will just go.
I mean, think of his holiday before. I mean, he was the one making plays for his team. A play I don't understand, though, was Paravision letting the Urn go away and trying to push onto lane 1 when they already had the Guardian down. They could have pushed a different lane, maybe like lane 3, to look for another Guardian just for some objective damage. But in terms of objective damage, they are shoving down lane 4 as quick as they possibly can. And Sherrick using the Warden pretty much the exact way we've seen him use the last couple of weeks here, using that last stand to try to get the objectives down. And that Walker is extremely low in HP.
It just lazily turns and throws a binding word down on whoever might sort of stop him. You can see just how highly the objectives themselves are valued here as opposed to just finding the kills around them. This might result in Sharik getting killed ultimately as Litz is hot on their heels. Warpstone used to come forward. Okay, well, help has arrived. That is a very odd time to pause, Saf. Play with me did DC from the game. Fair enough, but this is always awkward now when you are... Yeah, let's see how this plays out. So... We have had Sharik fall here. Oberkim is also dead. So they obviously, after they pulled off those heroics, finding the kill on the Calico, they were chased down. You got to favor Zergy there, but Tass is waiting. And frankly, there's not a whole lot of help. In this vicinity is also the Mirage, as you can see there. So not a fight I think you want to take if you're the 7. Where your only backup is the Grey Talon. I think Zergy has so much time to consider this. I think there's pings on towards that lane as well.
I wonder if they're ever, when we get to like lands for Deadlock, if they're going to implement like a similar rule they have in CS, where if there's like tech pauses like this, no one's allowed to talk at all.
I mean, yeah, we'll be at land, so there won't be disconnection issues, but yes, I mean, normally tech pauses can't talk. Zergy got out in the end. As he had tons of time to contemplate the field in front of him. It was full of enemies. Listic, though, won't be so lucky, I'd suggest. Kinetic dash. I like this routing he's trying to take to get out of there. Also throws down the snare. Beautiful. Okay, he got out. Love to see that. Altime
coming through. Oh, look behind. D-Mob's behind them.
Nice connection. 2 people caught out by that one. Oberkim stunned up, though. Play with me does eventually get caught. It's going to be a tornado away. Here for Prestis, trying to put some distance in between him and VP, but I don't know. I feel like they have built up a critical mass here, Jason. A real head of steam. And again, was that a Spirit Lifesteal picked up and a Heal Bane added to the inventory for Zergy. Mid-boss time.
D-Mob's position, he was just ready to puddle fist them from behind and really push the pain on them. Prestis and Play With Me both going down. And this is going to be a mid-boss attempt out of Virtus Pro. The steal potential... It's not high, but it's not impossible for Paravision. Rejuvenator is going to be falling, but one thing we can see is Paravision are not going to be contestants whatsoever. Their response, though, is Safta to run the Urn. The problem, Virtus Pro can easily get there in time to stop him, so I don't even think they're going to get the Urn off of this, which is going to be a double loss.
Yeah, just the way this is sort of played out, Jason sees the Urn location, or the turning location, right by the Walker that Virtus Pro are eyeing off. Alkfire now picked up for Taz, so he's shoving those waves in one after another. Tesla bullets also picked up a little bit. So Play With Me definitely still a legitimate threat, of course. Still,
wow,
want to get the Wraith into the game a little bit more. But Virtus Pro have such a soul distribution here across their team. Everybody is going to be feeling quite powerful.
I didn't think Paravision would get the Urn turn. I thought Virtus Pro were actually going to contest that. But they get it either way. A little bit of extra souls for themselves. It's only a 5k difference, fun enough, between these two teams at this stage in the game. But with the Rejuvenator online, they can afford to go for some of these fights and look for these last 2 walkers of the game. Get another flex slot for Virtus Pro and look to extend that lead. Obviously not as easy of a match so far for Virtus Pro compared to match 2. But they have kind of set things in motion for them to start to snowball this game somewhat. It's about Paravision like stopping the rot here. And they need to respond by not letting these last 2 walkers go down and not overcommitting resources to stop a push on one of these lanes.
A few more of these slowing hexes picked up by Virtus Pro. In a pinch, I guess they can be used as an initiation tool. Of which they don't have many on their comp, right? They have the the Arctic Beam from Oberkim. That's really kind of it. I guess the goo ball stuns, could say that gives you an opportunity, but yeah, Slowing Hex feels like a good way to, I don't know, just sort of supplement that on your team.
It does help control Listic because he can't like move as freely, I believe, from that one. Like the dashes kind of helps control him a little bit since they don't really have a hard answer to him except Litz, who can't really afford to go that deep unless you're going to hit the paradoxical swap on top of this. But the way Virtus Pro are set up, I mean, the downside is they don't have like lane 2 and 3 walkers left. It's 2 and 4, which makes it a lot harder to rotate in to help each other out. So you kind of almost have to commit like one player to lane 4 and hope they don't get overwhelmed. And if they do, you hard shove one of these other lanes to get the last walk or the third walker down.
Yeah, it's a little more awkward. Listic's starting to hit pretty hard here. That improved spirit, of course. That's tier 3 in the inventor. Starting to really confer some extra damage to a lot of these charge shots. And
So weird to like not see them really go for anything off this rejuve. It was like a take of opportunity considering the kills they had. I guess they just wanted it mostly for the lane pressure and a little bit of extra souls, but they're not really capitalizing off it, right? They're just kind of farming up.
Jake, why do you think that is here? The Virtus Pro sort of just, you know, looking to play a fairly conservative post-rejuvenator game.
Yeah, I mean, I think VP are smart to slow the game down right now and just focus on, you know, farming the map, getting further ahead. Like, although they have the rejuve, the soul lead isn't too crazy. And you think about the objectives on the map, like if Power Vision wins a fight and secures some objectives, they'll be right back in the lead. So I think VP are right to not force too much here. And there's not many camps available on Power Vision side if you check the minimap. So I think there's an opportunity here for VP to, by slowing down the game, to expand their soul lead, cleaning up some of their own camps.
It's almost like trading the Rejuvenator minion buff for those neutral camps across the map, allowing you to sort of passively push those lanes up without actually having to be present in them. And see, that is definitely what we've fallen to now. So again, we're getting to the point where some of those more important items are starting to be built up here. You can see the play with me is definitely going to be, you know, a threat. I think that's an intensified magazine there, picked up at tier 3. So
yeah, we have Jake here, right? So I actually want to go into this because Tesla Bullets has been one of the most argued items for a Wraith. I know Zergy is actively against it, but we see a lot of other Wraiths pick it up. What's your opinion on Tesla for Wraith?
I mean, I built Tesla, but it's just because I think it's like playing more for the insane farm potential and snowballing into like an ultra late game Wraith, especially if you build this like end game build with the sharpshooter and a bunch of like siphon bullets and become this like super tanky, super farmed beast. As we see, it looks like Blast Walker going to be going down with the help of this Warden, who, by the way, moves at Mach 7 with all these movement speed buffs on, just walking.
Yeah, it's insane. You were just... Yeah, I got the sprint boots on, of course. That is kind of terrifying, especially if you're in a fight against that stuff. Now, the Tesla bullets, right? They don't count as... Like, they don't proc other on-kits, right? They're just, like, spirit damage shocks that come out from them.
Yeah, I mean, Wraith... Like you have the card. Oh, we'll get to that in a second really quickly since we're seeing a fight over the buff that had already spawned in and been taken. The Frozen Shelter has gone down. Virtus Pro don't have too many members committed over to this, just 3. Because in the meantime, they're pushing lane 2 here, Mitch.
I mean, they're doing a pretty good job, though, of keeping Power Vision busy. They've definitely catnipped them over on this side of the map, but can they stay alive or do they lose a lot of tempo from this? It will be a Walker exchange. The Guardian is still actually up in that very lane that they're fighting, so it is going to take Power Vision a decent amount of time to get anything really significant off of this. It feels like Virtus Pro choose their engagement pretty well.
I think it's a win for them, to be honest, because if they can keep this Walker alive, they got an extra flex slot, and Paravision got nothing except the Guardian and 2 kills. I think the flex slot's going to be a little bit more valuable right now for them, and it looks like they will be able to reinforce this lane 3 in time. But to go back to the Tesla thing, yeah, it's just, as you heard Jake say, it's just like for farming, because Wraith, I mean, you're really high in single target damage, but you can't really AoE that easily except your cards, which again, with the constant nerfs to it, doesn't really do as much anymore these days.
Yeah.
But I can definitely see it. I mean, if we have Zergy on, we should ask him why he kind of strays away from Tesla as well to kind of get like his opinion on it. But it is interesting to see like a different build path for a race.
Because it doesn't proc siphon bullets either, right? The Tesla shots.
I'm not sure actually on that.
No, but siphon is capped at like a per second amount, so your Wraith shoots so fast it won't. You're not looking for extra procs. I think you're really
it's like
just
0.8 seconds. I think 1 per 0.8 seconds. So
exactly. So if you're somebody like Wraith, you're just going to be procking as fast as possible, regardless of that item. I mean, I think that the reason not to buy it is just that I think gun slots are at a real premium on Wraith. You might want to be building intensifying magazine or escalating resilience. You know, there's a lot of these like pretty solid 3Ks that Wraith can look to on the gun slots. So I think that's really, it's not that Tesla bullets is bad. It's just a question of, do you actually need to accelerate your farm? I think one thing in pubs we see is a lot more jungle camp farming, where in competitive play, the teams are really, really focused on pressuring lanes, as much as possible. Like players are not going to go look at a jungle camp. They're going to clear the next wave or push the wave a few seconds faster. And when a whole team plays like that and they're constantly shoving waves on you, if you start to send people to jungle camps, you're going to get hard punished for it. So I think if I had to guess, that's probably why he's a little bit against the Tesla bullets, is because he's probably just against doing the jungle camps at all. So speeding up your jungle camps isn't even worth it if you just shouldn't be doing them in the first place.
And we have a pause here. That was, it looks like Preston and Play With Me both reconnected or had the DC for a moment. This is a decent time at least to consult some of our pickups here. So the Superior Stamina now comes online, of course, for your Grey Talon. They're getting around the map pretty easily rather. Some T4s getting built up as well. We'll be able to cover them. We've got a Fortitude here. Okay. And in comes the dive. Man, I got that lethal slash so much, even though you built so tanky. Return of Shadows doesn't quite get a hit. Looks like Michaelis did have to make a soul exchange there. Saf, though, is probably exhausted their durability now, and they just overextend Dimov, waiting for him to step up. And Jason, these are not the mistakes you can afford to be making at this stage of the game.
Who did he soul exchange? Because Saf's health didn't move.
There was another play with Saf, no?
I think it was Saf, actually. I think Saf might have
health, though.
Locker, maybe?
Press the ultimate. I wonder if you like ulti right as you're getting soul exchange, if you block the damage but you don't block the heal.
Yeah, I think so.
It could be something like that, because I'm pretty confident he soul exchanged Saf just before the ulti came off.
It
We've seen Resto Locker picked up sometimes to counter the Geist, or at least just to give you an infusion of health back in case it does get swapped off you. Or not, maybe not specifically to counter Geist, but we've seen a few players take it in games that she's featured in. So yeah, either way, not really sure. But Paravision got flattened there. I think that's the take-home message. As we're watching Saf struggle, Paravision just get blown to smithereens in a matter of pure seconds here. So this is Virtus Pro do what they do about the 24 minute time frame in the game, looking to knock themselves a patron.
Yeah, I got way too distracted with that interaction to realize that Paravision got completely wiped out now. And Virtus Pro, with their second mid boss of the game, are starting to knock on the front door of the base of Paravision. You almost guarantee that these shrines are going to fall. I mean, they should be falling at least. Are we going to be looking for a pick here? Luckily, Paravision were able to respawn back in time before Virtus Pro technically got inside of the base. And Dimov, I think he's just looking for an opportunity to get in with his ball, especially when the wave catches up to him.
Yeah, I mean, right now it is a matter of Virtus Pro waiting for their opportunity. Prestis is down, and that's a shrine that is going to fall here almost certainly. Paravision now with only 5 players left. What's the play? They've got a lot of lockdown, right? Of course, they got the telekinesis. They can combo here. They've got a swap to work with. Warpstone going to be used there by Dimov to try and get away. But yeah, in response, there's actually just a frozen shelter that goes down. That's not in response to any ultimate from Paravision in order to engage. That is just to secure that pick off. So fair enough. Not going to be any use to them inside the pit. Anyway, here's the first swap. Finally comes out. Listic does get caught. There's the base guarding going down now. Carbine activated here for Tasman. What is there to shoot at, really? Here's where most of the fight's happening. And there's an Alk fire amidst all of it. Zergy now gets his moment in the sun, or by the sun, as it were. With that storm cloud that actually seems to be pretty bloody scary. That is filthy stuff. Zergy able to at least find the one. Does fall. Now that patron will fall. What a time buy. Zergy getting up there. That was Virtus Pro knocking the patron and cleaning it off essentially in the same fight, which is a rarity.
I think that caught us completely off guard. Honestly, I was looking at Zergy, seeing his ultimate. I was like, oh, so he did max his ultimate first. And I didn't realize they were hammering that patron to close it out. This is the 4th week in a row now that Virtus Pro have been able to win, the longest streak we've had in EU. And the thing is, losing that first match must have been so frustrating for them, but to see them mentally reset, come into match 2 and win in 22 minutes, then come into match 3 and keep that composure, I think is a true testament, how damn good they are. But that was such a weird finish, considering they got a full wipe, a mid boss, and a push to win. I was expecting a little bit more.
Yeah, this is how Virtus Pro do it. Let's bring Jake back in. Plenty to talk about in this kind of game, right? First of all, for me, Kelvin is insane. He's so powerful. Whether you want to use him aggressively to start those fights, or you can use him to counter a lot of those initiation tools. But let's start from the beginning. Paravision end up swapping their lane 1 and 2, right? They end up getting a 2v1, but they also put themselves in a 2v1. Now, the lane that is in the 1v2 for Paravision, Jake, is the inner lane, which ends up losing its Guardian first.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a subtle trade, right? Like you think Guardian for Guardian, pretty decent. A couple more kills go VP's way, which I think is nice for them, a little bonus. They delay like one more wave. But ultimately, the inner Guardian, when that goes down, it frees up those inner lane players to rotate more freely versus, freeing up your outer lane player, they probably won't rotate even if the Guardian is down. They probably still want to stay in the solo lane and get farmed up. That's not a shop that's all that relevant for anyone but, the single solo lane player. Whereas losing that middle lane, I think it opens up a lot more options on the map, and a team like VP are great at finding the best use of those options.
I mean, and Jason, this is classic VP style as far as I'm concerned, right? It's like take good early advantages, have like a 3 to 6k soul lead, have a fight around mid boss, or just sort of clear the map, like take one big fight win and then blow the game completely out of proportion, like blow the doors off, so to speak. They definitely don't want to play that chaotic early game, but my God, when they get into the driver's seat, they don't shift down any gears, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think that's why I've always said to me, like Buff and Joyers then, Virtus Pro now, they are easily the best macro team in EU, hands down. And I would still even say a better macro team than Hydronation were at their peak, just from what we've seen. They were the first team I've ever seen take a 5, 10, 20k soul lead and close out games with that. Whereas you see a lot of other teams in EU and NA, they need like a 50, 60, or if you're melee creeps, a 70,000 soul lead to take down a team like Hydronation in match 1 last week. But I'm so flabbergasted at how anticlimactic that finish was though at Virtus Pro. Like I'm still just like, how do we go from match 1 being insanely close to match 3 where, one fight turns around the entire game and they close it out? I was hoping for more out of Paravision, honestly.
That's got so much more to do with the team that's leading in those scenarios, though, right? Like Virtus Pro don't give you those exciting finishes. They give you very decisive, like shut the door on you finishes. They don't let you back into the game. Whereas Paravision always play loosely enough, I feel like, to give you some openings, right? To want to play flashy a little bit. And VP aren't about that life. VP did that in game 1. Remember, they had like those they did pretty well out of lane and went for these like dives behind these Guardians. They didn't clear them all. They were like ahead like 4 Guardians to 1, I want to say. Like it was crazy how far ahead they were.
6 objectives to 1, yeah.
Yeah, just got a little bit too ahead of themselves. So I think we should start talking about a player of the match here, though, presented by Intel. Over the course of the whole series, by the way, not just for this one map. And our player of the match is going to be, checks notes, Mikhail S, guys. And a lot of Lady Geist play from Mikhail S over the course of this series, right? We wondered, like, there was like the second game, there was like a paradox in the comp, but like, oh, what's Mikhail going to be on? But in general, VP, they prioritize this guy so much, Jake.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of it comes from Mikhail's being really strong on the hero. I mean, game 1, I think, was his best performance. Even though they lost, I mean, his just ridiculous stats, top damage to the lobby on Geist with a ton of healing, kept that game going for as long as it did, largely because Mikhail's was so strong on the Geist. And then game 2, the Paradox, just a masterclass from Mikhail's. At this point, it's like when he has the Paradox, you just expect it. At this point, it's almost normal. Like he's gonna find every pick off. He's gonna have huge hero damage, huge objective damage. But I mean, in the end, we still gotta think this guy is the best Paradox in Europe right now, and he's been that way for a long time. He's been on top, and it seems to just continually get better and better. The Geist is a nice addition to the pool. I think it fits his playmaking semi-carry style. But it's another big threat now that teams are going to have to think about when drafting against him. So the game 3, I think, was the quietest of all the games for Mikhail's, relatively not as explosive as some of the others. But I felt like he endured really well despite facing that 2v1 early lane. He brought it back and was still very much a relevant force on top of finding a lot of swaps that really complicated some of these team fights for Paravision.
And then you have the end of game. Obviously, Zerky gets a pretty decent showing here on the 7 in the end. Well farmed up. And a couple of these, cheesy storm clouds toward the end of this game might have padded those stats a little bit. You know what I mean? Diving into the spawn might have had something to do with it. But in general, yeah, great showing here. Virtus Pro showing us that it doesn't have to be just listic on the 7. They can move that around a little bit. We think back to how we thought about this comp, right? We were like, where does VP's like hard pick, hard catch potential come from? But it looks like they were able to force fights like around objectives and give Paravision a reason to come to the table without them having to literally lasso them, right? Without them having to drag them into an engagement. Plus, they all have like slowing hexes as well. So they were able to, like, as soon as someone overextended a little bit, like they could super punish, and then they had enough mobility to sort of dive them. But They just pushed objectives. They said, come to us. We're going to fight. We're going to fight you under your walker. If you don't fight us, you will lose these objectives. And that's kind of how they win without like this true hard engage.
Yeah, and I actually really like the use of the 7. It seems kind of memey there at the end to be like ulting into the enemy base, but really that's like one of the best uses of 7's ultimate, right? Like in the end of the map, you got to think, right, in this huge map of Deadlock at the center, these 4 lanes so spread out, but they all terminate in each base, right? So if you're 7 ulting in the enemy base, you're clearing every enemy creep on the entire map. At the same time, you're zoning the enemy back. You can out damage the heal they get in their base. I mean, it's incredibly hard to re-push into that. You basically have to deal with the 7 first before you can get anywhere else. And so whether it's defending the base in a full committed push or just going all in and finishing the throne, I mean, the 7, I think legitimately that is his strongest point in the game is when he's ulting above the enemy spawn.
Now, we have an opportunity here to interview one of our winning players, and much to their chagrin, I think, we have selected Listic to join us here. So we're bringing Listic into the channel, mate. Thank you so much for joining us. I've told Jason to go easy on you for this. How are you feeling? Once again, our Deadlock Fight Night champions.
Feeling really good, just another one in the bag. Pretty easy for us, not at all humble. Yeah.
Oh, good to hear, mate. Look, you guys are prioing the Lady Geist really highly right now. We saw it in the 1-win tournament. We're seeing it here as well. You guys are like first picking it or getting it in that first rotation. What is it about the Geist that you as a team are really, that makes you really want to get her in early in these drafts?
I mean, the main thing about Geist is like the damage is just the damage, the sustain, the tankiness. Like it's just like a presence in fight. It's always like the swap. The swap is like the most broken. It's one of the most broken abilities in the game. The fact that you can just like shove a Geist in and completely annihilate their carry if she just warps down, like swaps the guy. It's just completely takes the guy out of the fight. It's ridiculous. That's like the main reason. She's just like really stable in laning as well.
Is it my turn? Can I go?
Jay, I see the look on your face, Jason. I told you to be nice.
All right. Because, I mean, let's be honest. If you have Listic here for the interview, chat wants to have one question answered. And of course, we're going to have to talk Dynamo. And the question is not going to be about him, actually. It's going to be about you in particular as a player, Listic, because I feel like myself and in general, I mean, you'll get to it. You've always been heavily criticized as like having a very small hero pool when we first saw it, right?
This is a great opener to the question, Jason.
I don't know, I'm quick at learning stuff, so it's really good for me to be able to be that guy that, flexes to other characters when it's needed.
Then let me go one step further on that then, because the opposite of you right now, I feel like, is Zergy, who's played like less than 5 heroes in DFN this entire time. Do you think the position... Oh, okay, so that's why you went with the build with Dynamo and how you named it. Okay, Jake, what do you got for him?
Yeah, that was a fantastic answer, Listic.
I can't believe they let us air that.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the audience are going to be
mad smack. That's crazy.
They're going to be going back to that one, reviewing the replay, checking the clips. But, of course, we'll leave that to them. Listic, I just want to close out and talking about you guys as a team. I mean, we've been really noticing how good your team is in a defensive situation. When you're in a defensive posture, you guys look really strong, playing the macro really well. I'm curious, like communication-wise, who on the team is really leading comm-wise when you're in that spot playing defensively, holding the game down? Is it everybody talking? Is there anybody leading more than others? What can you tell us about sort of the internal communication of the team?
It is so messy, but there is, yeah, that's like the simplest way I could put it. But it's everyone is talking like at once. This game I think requires it though, because the 4 lanes, the amount of plays that can be made, the objectives that are constantly spawning. There's a lot to keep up with. It's not like as simple as being able to have that one IGL guy, you know, and like Overwatch or something where it's just 2 teams fighting.
Yeah.
I mean, even Overwatch comes, you know, it's quite messy, but yeah, Deadlock has so much to pay attention to.
Yeah, there's so much that you can't see as well. That isn't always also like clear from the map. Listic, thanks for joining us, Sven, and congratulations on another Fight Night win. Hopefully we see you back same place, same time next week. What do you think?
Yeah, should be.
Sounds good, buddy. Take
Put
care.
up another one.
Joining us.
All right, see you.
Jason, I said be nice.
I can't believe he said that though, like about Dynamo.
Yeah,
like
man.
chat is gonna go crazy. I'm surprised Virtus Pro even like signed these guys.
I
with
can't
that
believe
kind of
he talked about the knockup comp. You know what I mean? I finally got to hear the name of it on stream. That's crazy. Anyway, guys, that is it for the time being here for our EU component of the show. Once again, it is Virtus Pro that have gone all the way, have won themselves $1,000 thanks to our friends over at Intel. When we come back after the break, it will be the NA portion of our show, and there's much to be discussed over there. MTB is here. A team of new and old faces, I think, and of course, Hydra Nation deserve a crack at their throne once more. They'll be going up against, of course, those that dethrone them. It is Melee Creeps. So stay tuned for that one. That's coming at you after the break. We'll see you shortly.
Redemption week for Llama Lords, as they have been re-invited back for the first time since they were caught with the cheater on the team. With a recent pickup of Scout from TF2 Boomers, they were looking to show that they are a contender to be the top dog in North America, whereas Melee Creeps are looking to get their chance back into the championship match where previous week they took a map of Hydra Nation. With the Sinclair changes just one day prior, Llama Lords swoop him up to be played by Naked in the support role. We also get to see Young Kalk back on Shiv, hoping to repeat the performance he had versus Hydra Nation. With Paradox ban, Melee Creeps decide to first pick Holiday, so they have the pick potential. 9 minutes in, Melee Creeps have 3 Guardians down to 0 and built up a 6k lead. However, with some nice catches in lane 1 and 3, Llama Lords are able to close that gap down back to 3k.
Kane will be a problem if some of this gank pressure can't move over in the lane 1.
Yeah, great work there from them. And it's gonna get worse here for Melee Creeps as Holiday unable to escape. Lane is not long for this world.
Melee Creeps try to keep control of the game by countering a push out of Llama Lords on lane 4 while trying to push a Walker on lane 1.
Maybe in trouble. Shiv is getting bursted, but still pretty healthy here. The Divine Shield coming in from a distance. And
yeah, and Naked is coming in when the support has audience participation up. This is not necessarily the most favorable fight. However, Kalk gets completely caught, frozen out. Shelter goes down. And he is completely frozen out without a hope of being saved.
Wow, the action just does not stop his EP into the combo. And that's another kill. And they can probably get the walk off of this. 3 players there.
MC looks to pick up the next flex slot, committing to lane 4 after catching out Young Kalk.
And so, AZP, we started off with a hopeless, desolate world for Melee Creeps. So they've turned it into a fertile ground.
650 bag just being dropped there, immediately snatched on up. Melee Creeps keeping the pressure up here on lane 4. And look at this pocket going in. A huge affliction. That is about as meaty as it gets. A full course seasoning onto Llama Lords. And Melee Creeps are ready to feast.
With a pickoff on Saya, Llama Lords look to gain control of the match, pushing for more kills, but somehow both teams manage to disengage without losing to anyone else.
Yes, this is a problem because if Melee Creeps lose another 1 or 2 players here, this could be a mid-boss conversion for Llama Lords. That's their way back in the game. And right now is a massive fight outside the mid-boss here. And Melee Creeps trying to survive, but they are low on HP here.
You have so many low people on Melee Creeps. Killing Blow is good to go. In this case, Kalk not necessarily near any of the low people. That could have gone so much worse for Melee Creeps.
Both teams are scared to make the first mistake, but Llama Lords need to catch up, being down almost 20k, so they turn to the urn.
Whilst all this delay is happening, but here it is. Here's the chance on that urn.
Combo opens it up. You see the rescue beam coming out right after. Gets the Calco out of the fray. Now Naked goes in, Naked goes out. Immediately punished by Lemaine with the lasso. So this fight breaks down. The Frozen Shelter goes down. Calc has one here so far. Killing blow though on cooldown. Got a second. Is a Shiv about to come online? Shiv now under the gun again. Frozen on out. A song of ice and fire spells young Calc's doom.
Melee creeps turn their attention from the base of Llama Lords to the mid boss.
Communication, all of the above.
Llama Lords are going for the steal. They're going to get it. No. Melee creeps securing it. No naked magic this time. However, with 2 kills, Llama Lords still might be able to salvage something good off this. Getting a little bit of kills, evening the gap just a bit. Poshi Pop very, very low. Might get caught. Here comes Calc. Sizlucky with 2 so far in this fight. Calc on the hunt, and Rejuvenator or no, Llama Lords making some lemonade out of was actually lemons here, Dan.
Managing to keep 2 players alive with Rejuve means the lanes are going to continue to push. To capitalize off this, Melee creeps look for a fight at the Urn turn-in.
And here we go. Lasso comes out early. Calc was the target at the beginning. Frozen Shelter down. Naked. Already using audience participation. Goo Ball now in. Scout looking for a little bit of disruption. AV burns down the Shiv. There won't be any Shiv snowball this time around. Sizlucky though, making the most out of Scout's disruption. Frozen Shelter now down for Axe. The true Frozen Shelter, not the one the Naked just stole. Scout though, stuck, can't get away.
Now approaching a 30k difference, Llama Lords can't keep letting this game slip away. They decide that they have to contest the next Urn turn-in.
Right now, they're looking. The Urn's gonna get turned in relatively for free. There's still poker on the outskirts. Melee creeps though, not too low just in. And of course, as I say that, Cool Cheese bursted down. Frozen Shelter now out in return. Naked down. Llama Lords looking for anything right now. It's Calc that's under serious focus fire. Not on screen, but Shiv about to fall. Okay, gets AVG down in trade. Not the worst between both teams here, Dan. A lot happened off screen, but you know, for Llama Lords being as behind as they are, they're again making a little bit of something out of nothing. But how long can they do that again? Another trade.
Llama Lords managed to delay the mid-boss take by Melee creeps, pressuring them when they tried to take it, buying time for respawns to get back in, but eventually the Reju would fall.
Llama Lords, and they are certainly going to go in on this EP. There's no other choice.
Is there still opportunity for Llama Lords? The game on the line, the chance to go to the money match. Frozen Shelter down. It's gonna ice out the Rejuvenator for just a moment. Shelter is down. Rokane gets the Rejuvenator from Melee creeps. And the finish is there. Naked not able to steal it. Frozen Shelter, steal or no.
Somehow the Llamas have managed to keep the soul difference at 30k, but there's only so much Song they can do as Melee creeps come knocking at their front door.
And I does know to buy these items, so those have been some big edges in itemization for Melee creeps.
Frozen Shelter coming down early from Axe, already left away pocket. Diving in, looking for an affliction. Scout under the gun. Sizlucky and Scout both down. Melee creeps looking for the final push now. See the patron just getting pummeled away. And Llama Lords, they will not be doing another run to the finals this time around as Melee creeps. Dan, they are in the money match. The patron is dead. Who needs frontliners anyways?
Even with securing Shiv for young Calc, he could not replicate that magic from 2 weeks prior when they took down Hydra Nation. Now, Melee creeps, they have been improving every single week from here on, and the question was, could they be the first team to take down Hydra Nation? There's only one way to find out. Go check out the recap of that, and make sure you guys like and subscribe here to Locked In. Melee creeps managed to get back to the championship match up against Hydra Nation, where last week they took a map. But one map wouldn't be enough to take down the Titans of NA, as they're our returning champions now for 12 weeks in a row. But would today finally be the day some team took them down and claimed the title of the best team in NA? Heading into the draft for the first time in the series led us once again to another Sinclair pick, this time played by Vegas. Melee creeps decide to take away some signature heroes from Hydra Nation with the bans on Paradox and Greytown, and first picking their own Vindicta. With AVG rocking the Abrams in the solo lane, he was able to find 2 kills on DMB within the first 5 minutes.
How it really pans out in terms of the execution, and wow, another pick off on the DMB. This is going to be a problem soon for Hydra Nation.
Hydra Nation respawn though with a nice double kill in lane 3 and the Guardian.
Is going to have to gank the sledge rather than later. Combo though comes in, Axe down. Hydra Nation looks to get up ground on lane 3.
After turning in the urn, Melee Creeps have gotten a staggering 11k soul lead 11 minutes in. Both teams go for a push on opposing lanes to look for some objectives.
Saya, though, going in. Stolen.
Oh my God.
He's the last stand here from Vegas. However, Lorna just gets crunched by AVG on the other side. Seismic Slam in. Tornado out. AVG, though, might bit off more than they can chew. Death Slam, though, in. Again, the real Lash, not the fake Lash. Drops the Death Slam. Follows up and in. 2 extra pickups here from Melee Creeps. Hydra Nation not walking away with nothing out of here, but that is a healthy Lash, and that is a very dead Sinclair.
With Hydra Nation running the urn, Melee Creeps try to take down the last 2 remaining walkers of the game. While this is happening, Poshi Pop is able to shut down the split push by Leffa.
But will they give up a walker and maybe some kills for it? Because that pressure is still continuing here on the walker. The alchemical fire down on the ground as well. Most spinning around, trying to do anything and everything to try to keep this walker up, but it is going to get taken out here, ZP, and in comes the charge for your troubles, and Flick is going to get absolutely
even die.
melted.
Being down now 40k, Hydra Nation tried to push the lane 4 walker to open up their second flex slot, but Melee Creeps had something to say about it.
Could end. Let's
Yamato
see
is
how the
come
fight
in.
goes here.
She is the destroyer. One where you must run from. The Shadow Transformation is out. In comes the grapple. Mirage tries the tornado away. Is just getting sliced to ribbons. Axe with the quick kill. Knockdown in onto the viscous. Goo ball or no. The assassinate pierces on through. And it's just devastating. And also you got this guy, the original Lash, not to be replicated nor duplicated by Vegas. Bringing in a hot urn to the turn-in.
Yeah. The assassinate does so much damage at this point. Oh my God, no, please. At least there's no ground strike follow-up. That's something, I suppose. But Hydra Nation, I mean, there's almost nobody left.
The lead is staggering for Melee Creeps. With mid-boss respawning, this is the last chance for Hydra Nation to make a stand.
Step number 1, can Hydra Nation get the steal? They go on in. Death Slam, though, over. Comes on down.
They got it.
Yeah, Hydration gets the steal, but the rest of it, they even get a kill on the Axe. This is step 1 from Hydra Nation.
After catching out 3 players of Hydra Nation, Melee Creeps and their 70k soul lead decide to end the match.
The full steal. Yeah, I mean, you might be telling yours like, why so many jokes? Well, it's hard to come back in Deadlock when you are this far behind, and Melee Creeps, aside from mid-boss, they're just not making mistakes, and they have the stat difference in spades. With these deaths here, Dan, Melee Creeps gonna put themselves 1 map away from dethroning the champions of EU in Hydra Nation. This is the path they must take. The patron, though, is down, and Melee Creeps kick it off up 1-0.
With Hydra Nation getting first pick in the second match, they immediately lock in Paradox. This left open Vindicta once again for low main, as well as Holiday to have their own form of the pick. With AVG dominating DMB for a second match, Melee Creeps focus their ganks onto the other solo lane as they turn around to fight.
For the Mirage, oh my God, the point blank birds coming into play as well. There's no escape. No escape. Watching will go down. And that is Hydra Nation getting some dubs here on lane 4. Here comes some assistance, though. Actually, this could be a great trade coming in for Melee Creeps off of the back of losing Poshi Pop. They get the trade.
Yeah, Vegas was just pinned in. The Spirit Snare was not going to be the savior needed. And all right, get over here. Lasso. That's lasso, not lasso. As Paradox just gets crushed in lane.
As the match progresses, both teams managed to get an earned turn in each. Hydra Nation, after killing off 2 players, had looked to do a mid-boss, but were held back by the presence of Melee Creeps. With a catch onto Hydration, MC go for a risky play of mid.
Definitively, yeah. Yeah, and that's going to be very helpful. Now the Regi is going to be coming down. No hydration to be found. Who's going to be able to pick this one up? There is the dive on top of the Regi, and it's Cortez for Melee Creeps to pick up the mid-boss. Not an objective they were looking to take, but Hydra Nation forced the issue, and they get the last laugh. And look at the follow-up kills here, ZP as well. The lasso. Oh my God.
After that rejuve, Melee Creeps managed to go from a 6k soul lead up to 20k in 1 minute. Hydra Nation needed to get a foot back in the game. The swap from Flick is exactly what they needed, but they weren't able to kill Cool Cheese fast enough, and Melee Creeps pick up 3 more kills and the base of the Hydras.
This Flick down, Saya going in deeper, Cloak out. And you look at Hydration. Hydration not so scary right now in the Shiv. It's not the gap you need soul-wise, and he just gets gunned down.
It's now gone from a 20k lead to a 40k lead in the matter of minutes. DMB gets caught trying to get the urn, This leads to 4 more kills and the first loss of Hydra Nation's ledger.
He's going to be able to get out of this one. That is a pretty fun Calico. In comes the Holiday, the dash in.
The answer to that is DMB will not be able to get out of that one. They know they're on second stage patron. They don't need much. Hydration caught by AVG. History in the making as the assassinate lands. And this could be it, Dan.
Wow. The very, like, half of the identity of DFN is just Hydra Nation winning everything. So it looks like that's all about to change here as Melee Creeps march in to do the finishing damage to seal the deal here.
The patron falling bit by bit, the $1,000 for once not claimed by Hydra Nation. Melee Creeps is your new champion of Deadlock Fight Night, North America.
After 12 weeks of being the top dog in NA, the Hydras have finally fallen. And what makes it more insane is that Melee Creeps in map 1 had a 70k soul lead. In map 2, they had a 40k soul lead, and it looked almost too easy. They have managed to find a chink in the armor of Hydra Nation that no team out there was able to do before. But now here comes the real test. They've won it once. Can they maintain it though next week? Well, there's only one way to really find out. Thanks again for watching, and make sure you guys like and subscribe here to Locked In.
Welcome back, everyone. The Deadlock Fight Night. This time, North America, presented by Intel, as always. I'm ZP here with DDK and Dan. We just wrapped up with EU. Virtus Pro doing the special where they sandbag a little bit on map 1, come back, win the next 2 maps, but we got to break into NA right now where we have a new champion, we have a returning champion, so to speak, and a whole lot of changes to boot. NA never fails to disappoint, at least when it comes to roster changes.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to get into that and the storylines behind all of that, and to see if Melee Creeps can stay on top. I think that's the big question. They got a lot of momentum going into this week, so are they gonna have a streak comparable to Hydra Nation? That's the question for me.
Well, if you're just tuning in wondering what all is going on here at Deadlock Fight Night, we got you. Here's the schedule here for the day. We are basically halfway through our show day. We kick things off with EU and then move into NA as the night progresses. EU, of course, Paravision, able to take down 1 win, but not quite able to dethrone Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro taking it 2-1, but Paravision making it interesting. But again, you take a look at what we're seeing schedule-wise right here. It's not a production error. Hydra Nation actually in the best of 1 against a new up-and-coming team, MTB. They've been around for a while on the scene, kind of grinding, getting up to the level of being competitive. And Dan, this week was the week. They got the nod.
Yeah, you know what I'm giggling at is the fact that they get to just play Hydra Nation straight away. Cool.
Yeah,
have fun, guys.
Exactly. That is true. It's like, congratulations, you have your first crack in a best 1. By the way, you have to play Hydra Nation in that best 1. So yeah, it's a rough baptism, Dan.
It is.
But also, look at this. The graphic, the change, number 13 actually unlucky in this case for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see what they come up with here, because Hydra Nation's been an interesting team in that they've assimilated so many players of lineups that could maybe do damage to them, but then finally they've fallen, and all they know how to do is to change their rosters. Evie, I feel like they don't know how to make a roster work if there are hiccups potentially. They've yet to really show us that, because there's just been constant changes. The revolving door is continuing here today as well, so we'll get into that, but I'm really curious what it's going to look like role-wise for them.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I do wonder how aptly named their team is, because you could also make an argument to call them Borg Nation, where they simply adapt anytime that they lose a map. This guy, okay, we're gonna like take parts of your team, we will cripple your team, and then in turn we will enhance our team. But look, we will save some of the deep dive breakdown for that for just a little bit. But we also now have an announcement. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the broadcast. We'll hit it a few more times, but Deadlock Fight Night, we are taking a run at Pacific. That's right, Deadlock Fight Night Pacific gonna be going on the 24th. Obviously, it is a Asia specific time, but if you are up, by all means, come and join us. Dan, it's just gonna be fun to see storylines in a completely different region that oftentimes has been very good in both hero shooters and MOBAs, to say the least.
Yeah, especially at this time of the game, as you switch regions, you'll be encountering completely different metas. How people will be playing the game will definitely be interesting. There'll be a lot to talk about, and there'll be a lot of hero building to do, as these regions are only going to grow over time. So it's awesome that we get to give some love to the Pacific region to see who the heroes are.
Now, on to the main event here. Our best of one here in North America. And of course, it wouldn't be North America without getting to some really good team logos. That's right. We're done with the Virtus Pros of the world. Very professional, very good. But instead, let's get that matchup graphic. Hydra Nation versus MTB. There we go. There. Dan, this is professional. That's what it's all about.
I don't know what that is supposed to be, to be honest. I've just been watching like Solo Leveling, that anime where they go into like dungeons and stuff. I don't know. So it looks like a monster from a dungeon, but I don't know if you understand even what MTB stands for, either as EP, or if it's better just left unknown, because I know, you know, sometimes people make these very interesting abbreviations. So I might just leave it.
We kept it abbreviated for a reason, but you got an MTB roster on the right, and on the left, the new and improved Hydra Nation, where should they lose this best of one, perhaps some new members of MTB will be on the Hydra Nation next week. Who knows? But the big changes here: Lefa off the roster, and Lord NM, a very brief appearance on the roster, now gone, replaced by Young Calc and Rocane, which also, Dan, also means that Llama Lords is dead. Just throwing it out there.
Well, at least we still have melee creeps at the top, because that's the thing. We've been pining to have some stable rosters in the NA scene, and so right now, I guess it's just melee creeps at the top level. But yeah, Rocane and Young Calc jumping in for Lefa and Lord NM. I feel like from a role point of view, it's not. I don't hate it. I feel like it's definitely something that should work out. There's more details to go into. I don't know if we're going to be hitting that beat right this moment in terms of how some of these dynamics will play out on this new roster of Hydra Nation. But yeah, I think they're going to be looking pretty strong today for sure.
Also, to get some extra insight into the roster mania that goes on every week here at Deadlock Fight Night, we got to welcome back Jake. Welcome back to the broadcast. What we were talking about off the break is that EU might at times have the absolute best Deadlock gameplay, but NA doesn't disappoint in some of the drama behind the scenes.
Yeah, we've definitely got roster mania going on in NA right now. I'm a little bit less skeptical about this Hydra Nation roster maybe than you guys are. I still think this team can be super good. I think Young Calc and Rocane have both been really strong when we've seen them playing for other teams. I think they could come into Hydra Nation and have a real success. Obviously, losing a player like Lefa has got to hurt for Hydra Nation with how mechanically talented he was. But at the same time, I think this is a different look for Hydra Nation that could also be good for them. And, yes, they fell last week, but I won't easily forget just how many wins, how much dominance this team showed over the weeks and months past. So I still think Hydra Nation have to be considered a very, very serious threat.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting to me is that Young Calc is definitely someone that has been a massive playmaker for all the teams that he's on and has shown a great deal of versatility. So I do think that even if, you're losing some of the mechanical prowess, the team cohesion certainly could stand to gain. I think that's likely going to be, what they are after based on some of the things that I've been learning. So I am really excited to see that version of Hydra Nation. But I think when you're going into a new roster like this, if there is some new shot calling that's happening, it's going to take some time for them to rediscover how their style will best work together, where the roles would best be fitting. So we'll see if they're going to get it right off the get-go here today, or if there's going to be a little bit more building that's going to be necessary.
Well, speaking of things that I'm excited to see going forward, we do have a draft that's about ready to go on. But before we get into the draft, that's right, it's the beginning of a new region. That means the Mo 1v1 must commence. The moles must throw hands It's the only way we do things here at Deadlock Fight Night. And here we go.
Oh, opening
Opening parry
parry.
here, Jake.
That's a metagame play right there. That's a big metagame play.
Is there any coming back from that? That is brutal. 2 free hits. Still the lead. Throwing out the parry again. A nice dodge though. I think
throw out the
things
raw
are evening
parry
up
and-
here.
The parry
You know,
mind games are crazy.
It actually just goes on and on where, aside from EU, which was a stomp, you just look at the movement on here. The Mo 1v1 just continue to increase. And of course, it's Calc taking the reins here on hot
We should give them
pursuit.
flying carpets next time, please.
Parry and then, the hammer fist at the end. And Calc taking it at the end. You love to see it. And, Jake, the meta just seems to evolve week after week here in the 1v1s. People are actually kind of practicing on
I
this
love the
specifically
full
for it.
opening parry, like no damage trade, right? Just walk up and parry. I mean, we do see them always trade the quick melee usually at that phase, so I think that's actually well played by Calc.
It's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors kind of situation, isn't it, to an extent? Like
It really
right
is.
at the
I mean,
beginning.
All mind games.
You just gotta read what your opponent is gonna do. But here's another thing we can read: the draft. We're good to go. And I believe Hydronation, after winning, they chose to pick and ban first here. So we'll see what is on the menu and also what has changed in their prioritization after changing up their roster. Because it oftentimes with NA being so focused on enabling, specific stuff that your team likes, player-specific heroes, I do think some of Hydronation's pick ban priority might have changed here, Jake.
Yeah, and for MTB, I think there's something of a black box, right? With just not having played in Fight Night before. Sure, maybe they've scrimmed some of these teams. Maybe there's a bit of familiarity there, but I still think this is a team that has the opportunity to define themselves, even though they have a tough opponent today. Curious to see who ends up looking good as far as those player hero combos.
I think one thing that's always, I feel like it's always important to bring up whenever you see a matchup where you've got like a favorite team against an unknown, is that usually the favorite team can get it done on fundamentals alone. So as long as they put themselves in a position to play the best fundamentals, like we get the Vindicta ban. I imagine we'll get like another just high tier ban, something that's like that you want to take away because it's just annoying to play against. It's high up on the tier list at the moment, and you just try to just play for your most comfort picks that you can, and I think that's usually enough. You don't have to do anything special. Just wait for MTB to make mistakes, punish, and win. That's usually the simple formula if you're the team that's a lot better in these best of ones.
Now, the holiday ban to begin with here is kind of interesting because I do wonder if that means Hydronation will just open up with the raw Paradox pick here, right? The value that both regions have put on your playmaking selections early on have been pretty high. Paradox usually doesn't go beyond the first pick, and once again, Paradox picked immediately. And yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense to me, Jake, especially with Holiday being banned off the rip by MTB.
Yeah, I think it's well said. I mean, those two really compete for playtime. So for Hydronation, I think they get. I still think Paradox is a little bit more stable in terms of her output as like that consistent team fight opener pick off hero. And now that's kind of the main one. I mean, curious, MTB, they could go for like there's unconventional choices like Bebop or Mo Krill can be quasi filling the same role. But I do think in the end you do really want either Paradox or Holiday right now.
I saw the reaction as he feeds. Do you want to say something about the opening Kelvin pick? I know he's really good right now, but
still, it's first pick. I don't think we've seen that before, honestly.
Well, NA has definitely decided to go like more earlier support picks than EU. But I mean, you thought about what we just saw in EU with how impactful Kelvin was at enabling compositions, right? It was basically the main difference between the third draft that we saw coming in for Paravision as opposed to the first, is the ability of Kelvin to just make your late game that much better, to just set up isolations and plays that are really strong. I actually think we may be going back to the era of like, hey, maybe Kelvin should be picked earlier, just like the first era of Deadlock Fight Night, the first few weeks.
Still, though, I feel like this leaves like a Wraith open for the pretty natural second pick. We could even go Shiv. I'm curious if NA still keeps Shiv on that high prio. I mean, the combo with Kelvin, I think, is really when Shiv is at his best, so maybe becomes a little bit less attractive for Hydronation. Would love to see a Wraith here as the third, though, rounding out with like 3 heroes with great control, great damage, great mobility, and ganking potential. It's just such a solid triplicate to start with.
I do feel betrayed by EU suddenly picking Shiv after like just crapping on Shiv for the last like few weeks. So
well, he has been going 12th, so it's like, well, they're picking him, but they're not feeling too happy about it.
Let's see who coming here. Is it going to be the Wraith? No. And this is, again, where if you're an EU observer, you're just losing your mind because Wraith has not dropped out of the first round of picks in EU in maybe ever, quite frankly. Wraith has just always been up there, but the NA priority a little bit different. And the thing that's interesting to me here is that normally for Hydra Nation in their earlier incarnations, if they were picking Yamato early, that would be a Leffa pick, right? Like you would usually have Leffa on Yamato. I'm curious who's going to take the reins now for Hydra Nation as their primary Yamato player going forward.
I wonder if it'll be. I don't think I've ever seen Rokane on the. Yeah, I guess we'll see.
For what it's worth, I think MTB's first 3 are really nice. I mean, the Kelvin first was a little surprising, but Kelvin, Calico, and Shiv is a really powerful, aggressive, brawling group that can, play off Kelvin's sustain, can catch people with the frozen shelter. You've absolutely got the aggression and the follow-up to burst people down and finish kills. As far as the draft starting off, I mean, Hydra Nation have very conventional, top-quality heroes, although they still need to round them out with some more support and control heroes. But MTB, I really like what they've got cooking so far.
I'd love to see a Geist from them even to add to that even further. And I almost wonder as well with Hydra Nation if they'd be interested in like banning the Geist if they're not looking to pick it. As such, I feel like it adds to that. Like just everything you just said, I feel like the Geist just like powers it up.
Geist fits perfectly. Agreed. Yeah. I think you're right. I think they should either ban it or steal it away here. It really does fit what MTB, have going on so far in the draft.
Well, instead, it's the Mo ban coming in. And also, I do wonder about the wisdom of the Abrams ban coming in, where, okay, you look at it and you go, well, Calc is now in Hydra Nation, therefore Calc will play Abrams potentially. But I also, intel is that Calc is probably going to be playing more of a support role. So I don't even know if it's likely that Calc is going to be doing Abrams as much anymore with his current role in Hydra Nation. I mean, obviously, it's something they could always flex to. You're not like set in stone, but if it is true that Calc is going more in the support role, that the Abrams ban is a little strange to me. But also, you look at MTB right now; they're going a little bit old school meta-wise. If you look back to EU, in the idea of just stacking frontliners above everything else as the main priority, even over things like Wraith, they just want a very deep frontline at the moment.
Yeah, it puts more pressure on Hydration's hero pool. As flexible as he is, Warden and Shiv have been 2 of his top characters so far in Deadlock Fight Night. So, with those 2 off the table, pushes him a little bit deeper into his comfort zone. The Sinclair, I feel like this is just a Hydration hero. Like, I don't know anything. I have no facts or details, but just vibe check. I feel like this is such a Hydration hero.
Yeah, I like what MTB have going on too, in the sense that like you can really force the game into your hands by just trying to like barrel down objectives more quickly than your opponents, and you're really strong in those open fights. You've got the Kelvin as well for the ult, that's going to even be more protective. And if they got some other like big AoE kind of initiate ult, like let's say like a Lash or something, I could really enjoy that as well for MTB. If you're forcing the fights, the other team to react to fights that are on objectives in the open spaces, I think it creates good setups for stuff like that.
Here's one thing I have to say I really like, though, is that we were talking about in the break, is that Sinclair, by virtue of audience participation, something that, is very dependent on what the other team is playing, one of the absolute highest value ultimates that you can steal as Sinclair is Warden. So immediately locking in the Sinclair after the Warden, I think, is a great pick by Hydra Nation. And I have to think throughout the course of this match, every time audience participation is up and a Warden is on screen, it's going to be copied. And it'll be even more funny if it's Hydration playing the Sinclair, because it'd be like, well, you've taken Warden, but I still get to essentially play part of Warden anyways.
I would think Frozen Shelter could be a decent grab as well in certain conditions, just depending on how the team fights go. Even the Calico ultimate, if you're just trying to escape and get out of trouble. That's kind of the flexibility that you see from Sinclair. This great talent pick is interesting. It's kind of the only bit of high mobility global presence. The Lash now being the answer for what MTB are going to grab playmaking wise. And it's the Kelvin on their own team, so no option for Hydra Nation to have that Frozen Shelter to stop the Lash ult. I feel like Hydra Nation most likely close with a support here. I think Viscous could be decent. Ivy, probably next best. Could be a McGinnis even.
Yeah, I really like the pickup there of the talent, just to like fill out the back line and the versatility, just with the DPS, just the assist with the owl. There's a lot of utility there, and I don't know, Hydra Nation, I mean, they could have Wraith, they could have Yamato that can help deal with the back line, but I'm actually liking MTV's draft a bit more right now.
As I'm looking at it, I kind of like the Hydra Nation draft more, and I think part of it is that Jake, you bring up a really good point in regards to Kelvin in terms of like also grabbing the frozen shelter. But the reality here is that Sinclair as a hero actually is a wash with riches and all the options that you can use audience participation for, and just like best ultimate at the best time. And the rest of it too. I mean, look, you have a draft where you got Paradox, Mirage, Wraith. I mean, this is a draft you literally would not be able to do in EU. Like an EU team would not allow you to get this amount of high value picks. So for me, as I'm looking at it, yes, the front line of MTB is a little bit scary, but the flexibility of what Hydra Nation has team-wise and the overall just like meta power of the picks they're able to get, I kind of give Hydra Nation the nod here of the two.
Yeah, and I think Yamato is super scary right now. I feel if Yamato has like a big game out of the lanes, she's just gonna kill Great Talent every single fight, just like inting onto the back line and ulting and just like, what do you do? There's not, I guess Kelvin could save with like a rescue beam, but this doesn't feel like they don't have a native save. They're relying on Lash for which is really more of a counter initiator than a starting initiator. Feels like, how do you really deal with this Yamato in the late game? I'm not sure how they're going to be able to sustain through it. I think it's just kind of the frozen shelter and trying to outlast her. But sometimes these Yamatos just get too big, too explosive for that to really be an option.
Ooh, this is going to be a good one, though. I actually like, so I'm going to lay out the case for MTB and their win con here for me, and why I like their lineup. If they apply the strategy well, and I think honestly how they drafted, it feels like they're aware of what they should be leveraging, which it really is just like forcing the other team to react to their objective, taking powers, because they have a great sort of front line. The ults especially are going to be really effective in just like barreling down those positions. And if they are doing that, they are going to force Hydra Nation to have to react to them, which will keep Hydra Nation away from, actually being able to, I think, flex some of the power of your Yamato, of your Wraith for those picks early on. I don't think you want Hydra Nation to be feeling free to be able to make plays.
One thing, though, I think that MTB really has pressure on them in this game in particular is that when you look at the composition they don't have a composition that's very good at coming back if they get significantly far behind. They don't have a Paradox, they don't have a Holiday. I mean, yeah, you have a Lash, but like Lash doesn't have the same level of bringing you back from a 10 to 20k soul deficit as some of the better playmaking heroes do for individual pickoffs. So, I mean, MTB, if they get ahead, their front line is very scary. I think it's going to take them pretty far, but if they get behind Jake, it just kind of feels like it's going to be curtains to me.
Yeah, I agree. I think they need to get an advantage early and snowball it. And honestly, on the other side, Hydra Nation, I mean, with the insane just raw hero quality you mentioned, ZP, I really agree with this. I think if Hydra Nation just get to the late game, they are going to win. It's a matter of MTB preventing that from occurring, which is kind of a scary spot to be, I feel, as a newcomer to the tournament, to be putting yourself in this all-in, like, win early or go home situation. But on the other hand, it's a relatively straightforward strategy if difficult to execute.
I think one thing that's interesting too is that we don't know how well MTB are going to fare in the individual play in the early laning stages, because how used to playing opponents of this caliber are they at this point? And so that could dictate a lot, because obviously they, like you guys say, they have to be able to put the pressure on like pretty much straight away and come away with those early game advantages, which again I think is inherent to their composition. But if they miss that window, yeah, I think there's no way back. So I hope that they can perform well in the early laning phase here.
Well, speaking of early laning phase, Jake, one final thing I want your thoughts on. You got the Mirage Warden going on in lane 4. I know I could talk about the Warden level here, but it's like, you just kind of look at Merc running for their life. This is not one of the more pleasant lanes to run, and that's before you consider just the possibility of getting ganked as a Warden in solo lane.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Warden solo lane. I just think the CSing isn't that good. Mirage has like one of the best CSing weapons in the game. Creep score, I mean, like last hitting creeps. Mirage is just one of the best in the game, and the poke pressure looks immense. I mean, Warden already is kind of falling apart in this lane. I think this lane could get really out of control really quick.
Who would you swap though? Would it be just the Calico? I think it's maybe the best option that you have.
Yeah, it really should have been Calico in the side lane. I'm really surprised it's not. I think that's an oversight.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at this. I mean, this is the only upside here is that you call for help, but even calling for help, I think it's going to be until Lash is at 3k before Lash really feels comfortable going over for the Mirage. And, DMB just being ahead, also just able to go around, do a little bit of box hunting, add to the soul advantage just a little bit more. And, this is where, it's the snowball starts here, Dan.
Yeah. I mean, I would feel worse if it were like, let's say, the Wraith or maybe the Yamato, I think, over the Mirage getting free farm on a lane like this. But that's still like, you know, I'm still trying to apply some serious cope here. but yeah, so I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. Again, I think it just comes down to how well MTB can activate as a team into that like 10-minute mark when you start trying to like snowball into objectives. Because at that point, I don't think even if Mirage has got some good free farm, he's going to be ahead enough for it to be enough to like stop pushes like that. So there's still a chance. They just have to, like, as we say often on the broadcast, they have to lose the lane well.
Yeah, which does not appear to be the case right now. The other problem is, too, is like you look again at lane 4, is that Warden needs to be at least even with the rest of the game. And the fact that you see Merc just, the rest of the game is starting to potentially get ahead, it can be really, really tough for Warden if help isn't given there at some point. But for now, it's just DMB putting on the pressure, and this is going to be a very early Guardian kill in lane 3, Dan. I mean, Hydro Nation, this is an incredible start, even as bloodless as it's been.
Yeah, that's a huge problem because that's hydration on the Yamato is going to feel free to roam at this point. Oof. And so, yeah, hydration, I'm sure, is going to be ganking onto the Warden. Like, they can start to really, you know, snowball this into a lot of pressure early on, which, you know, we talked about having a good early game. I don't think MTB are going to have much fun with the start being such as it is right now.
Well, again, it's scary because if you get super far behind the comp they're running, they just don't have that many options to get back in the game. And oh man, yeah. Dash just needing to get out of there. 2.9k. Shiv, not quite a killing blow. And you look at the lane presence, like you just look at the mini map, and already Hydro Nation is just ruthlessly chasing down Guardian kills. You have Vegas rotating over the lane 4 to go along with DMB, and even with Flash rotating over, kind of feel like they can bully the rest of this Guardian a bit.
Yeah, actually, maybe a chance here for MTB to potentially hold on to lane 4 because they are getting some reinforcements there. Oh, maybe they would have needed Merc to come back over here because it's a 3v2 in favor of Hydro Nation on this lane 4. Walker, there goes the Death Slam. So it's going to be tough here for MTB to hold on to this. They are getting forced back and they just don't have the numbers, CP.
Oh man, that was brutal. Also, the clone frozen shelter. But look, you saw Pixel go in for the Death Slam, and DMB just pointed their gun to the sky and just went shoot, 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 shoot. And yeah, that was all that was needed. So not only are they not going to defend the Guardian here, they give up a few extra kills. And the macro play from Hydro Nation right now, very strong here, Dan. Even though, bright side for MTB, do you see Flick getting picked off by Iden?
Yeah, a 3v2 in response in favor of MTB on that lane 1 to try to contest, but it was more of a defense of their Walker, or rather their Guardian, as opposed to being able to win that fight on top of the opponent's Guardian as Hydro Nation did, which allows you to actually convert the objective. So right now, you know, MTB are having to react to Hydro Nation, and that is precisely the opposite of what I feel like would be the win con of MTB. So we'll see if they can stabilize. In terms of souls, it's actually getting out of hand pretty quickly, and I don't think that's just objective diff.
Yeah, I mean, they're down 3 Guardians, and again, they're running a composition that only works at even or better. They're not going to have a lot of options to get back into the game with the comp that they have. I mean, you stop and think about it, right? Effectively, you're hoping that Pixel gets an incredible Death Slam, or that somehow Iden is able to poke enough people down on the Talon that it sets up chain reaction killing blows from Dash. But if you get too far behind soul-wise, you're never going to have the actual damage to get that chain reaction going. You're just going to get kind of run over. And that's the real dilemma that MTB is dealing with right now.
Yeah, it's still definitely not unrecoverable by any stretch, but the issue is that Hydro Nation is a pretty high-level team, obviously, so they're great at compounding their advantages. And okay, so Hydro Nation are looking to again put the hurt on that lane 4, finding Pixel there on the Lash, as well as forcing Merc back. Again, just outnumbered MTB on that lane 4, and there's nothing really countering this movement. With that said, though, MTB are starting to gravitate more players towards lane 3, so there are rotations happening at the moment, but no clear fight that looks good for MTB just yet.
Well, here's the other scary thing for MTB right now is that there's absolute thievery going on. Look at what we're watching right now. Hydration is sitting here robbing the double vaults. He's robbing them blind, Dan. This has been going on across the entire map. Just casual jungle invades that take farm that would otherwise rightfully be MTB's and puts them further in the hole.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great point. Yeah, I saw the Ivy doing that as well, and that's something that Ivy is so good at doing. So young Calc on that Ivy. So yeah, absolutely brutal, really just making matters worse. And this is the other thing too. Again, you can win off the fundamentals. If the other team is so pressured that they are unable to really react to these small plays, you get these small edges, and Hydra Nation are good enough to find those edges and just extract maximum value. And that's just going to eventually look like this, a 10k soul advantage, despite not a massive difference in objectives. Obviously, 3 objectives ahead, but that's not a 10k difference at this point in the game.
I mean, if you're MTB, especially with your jungle just getting continually invaded, at some point here, you have to overcommit players and go for a punish. You cannot just sit here passively and let Hydra Nation walk through your front door, rob your valuables, and go away. Because eventually, Dan, I mean, this is already a very significant soul lead, but if it gets a little bit more than this, MTB just won't be able to convert on kills, period. That is how dire it is, even at the 9-minute and 30-second mark.
Yeah, man, they need some home security cameras, get the Ring subscription on the go or something. They need to figure it out. And I mean, they are putting that pressure on, sort of as you mentioned here for lane 2, but we get that equal reaction.
Yeah, also looking at lane 1 right now, DMB has been great. Just you look at the mini map, DMB just walks up and you just see whoever else is in lane have to leave. It's just the wall of poking pressure coming out strong. So 1 buff can be grabbed here, Hydration. Again, bridge buff number 1, and I believe Hydra Nation was able to get the second bridge buff on the left. I think it might have went to Rocane. So both bridge buffs going for Hydra Nation. Now a 12k advantage, and look, I'm just gonna tap at Jake for a second here. We've just been seeing the choke out and the invasions. MTV's losing without a whole lot of fanfare right now.
ZP, this game is done. I'm calling it. This is actually over. I don't think I've ever seen a game be over this early, but Hydra Nation, I mean, this is like 4 team fight throws from being an even game, and Yamato is out of control already. When Yamato shows up to a fight, she will be killing everything. Mark my words.
Yamato will announce her arrival, Dan, with death and destruction. You'll see just fire in the skies as the power slashes rain down.
Yeah, it's about to start getting kind of bold, isn't it? Like almost twice the amount of souls on the Yamato compared to everyone else. I mean, is this going to help? I mean,
no.
It's not the best under the walker, I guess.
I guess it saved Kelvin's life for a moment, but is that the value? Like, Dan, you know, if you play Kelvin, is that the value you want from your frozen shelter? I would ask for a refund at some point.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that interaction, but we've got an actual defense potentially here for MTB. They're going to get routed and they're going to get chased, and I'm sure they are not going to be able to survive it. Okay, yeah, Hydration's he's gonna get what he came for. It's a little bit delayed, but he'll get it nonetheless.
I mean, the other team looks at him, Dan. They're just like, well, you gonna ask him to move? It's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. And Kel's like, I will defend my honor, as walks up. But you know, the other thing chat's kind of losing their mind on, Dan, is the Calc support. That's right, Calc's an Ivy main now. It's a new era of Deadlock.
Yeah, that's quite the role swap up, I gotta say. But I'm so used to seeing Calc on like just something aggressive, like just taking over the game with an Abrams, which I don't know if you can get any more of an opposite play style.
Well, look, he's going to be growing the kudzu. It's just going to be nothing but kudzu. It'll be like your neighbor that gave up on lawn care, 10 years ago. It's just going to be an eyesore. I don't know. Yeah. Either way, he's not going to be charging people the way he usually does, but you look at the allocation of souls here. Kind of going back to what Jake was mentioning, the Yamato, like, Hydration's running around 15k. The top on the other team is Dash at 9k. There's no one that Yamato can't just give the look to and just have them die instantly.
Yeah.
That's quite literally where we're at.
And this is a different sort of way to get ahead than we are, I think, used to seeing, because, and this is kind of my question right at the beginning as well, where usually it's the case that you'll expect that if a team is playing the other team, they're losing lanes, that they do that thing where they kind of lose well. So they're at least not too far behind. They're not missing too many waves, not getting sent back necessarily at the wrong time. They're in a situation where, you know, they're not getting their entire jungle stolen.
Can we just talk about Pixel dropping down, seeing Hydration playing slots on their double vault? It's like, oh no. Please, sir, continue playing the slots. The casino is open 24 hours.
Yeah, just about that you just can't do anything about it. It's just actually so tragic. Oh no, it's so tragic.
Like, I gave you the slots, man. What are you doing? Get away from me. Ay.
Oh no. Absolute thief. He is the robber baron. Okay, so Hydra Nation just it's not a good look, CP. It's painful to witness.
It's not great. I mean, you take the teleporter and you huddle and parry as, I mean, look, it's Rocane just shooting you with the Tommy gun, point blank. What more can you say? That is quite what we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a systematic takedown of the objectives. Nothing to see here. Okay, there's a death slam. Wow. Okay. All right.
Still alive?
Guy's in trouble.
Nope.
Okay. All right.
Well, you take the small victories when you can, but the reality of the game right now is that it is a nearly 30k lead for Hydra Nation, and MTB is still looking to get their first flex slot. Jake, I know you just left the channel. I'm going to call you right back into the channel because I enjoy making your life more difficult. And as you take a look here, what sequence of events does MTB need to somehow bring this back?
Simultaneous asteroid strikes in the home of every Hydra Nation player.
All right. Well, there is one, Dan, you'd linked me. There is like a asteroid that is potentially going to be hitting the Earth, but the problem is I think that's scheduled for at least a month out, and this game will not be lasting a month.
Well, no, actually, wasn't it like 2032 or something, actually? Wasn't like a few years away?
Yeah, this game will not be going.
Yeah, you're right, Dan. They got this, bro. They got this. Couple of years of Saul.
Oh my goodness.
Man. I don't know.
Yeah,
we're gonna need paid production more. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, yeah, it's kind of a problem. It's kind of a problem, but you know, on the bright side for NTB, they're gonna get a lot of learning experiences here, right?
Losing is learning. That's what we always say.
Yeah, losing is good, guys.
It's good. Dan, we need to get you coaching. You're a natural.
Well, also, it's a great excuse for a coach to be like, Coach, like, you've lost every game this season. What in the world is going on? And you're just like, you know what? We did the most learning this season that we have ever done at any point ever. Please continue to support the team. Yeah.
Love a loss, Max.
Well, another walker going down as Hydra Nation continues to impose the will on the game.
Hold on.
Dash, though, killing blow. 2 killing blows. Not enough to turn the tide, but it is enough to feed MTB and give him a little bit of life.
That's some dignity that you're claiming back right now. That's all it is. I want some dignity. I want to feel like I'm not just completely useless. There we go.
They grab the urn, and I mean,
It's a
this
big
urn
fight,
will give
I
them.
will say.
I mean, it's not only a good fight, but they're getting urn on top of it. Brings it way closer. Well, hang on. Raid boss is still alive. Hydration is like, give me that urn back immediately. And why are you wearing ice clothing right now? It is actually relatively warm in the Cursed Apple.
Wait, is that what this place is called?
The Cursed Apple, yep.
Oh wow, okay.
It was once a Big Apple, but then, you know, the Deadlock lore came into play. You got souls, and I think it was like the occult industrial complex or something.
Wait, where do you get this lore? Is that like a comic book or something? Where do you?
The stuff is leaked, is where it goes.
Oh, okay.
Well, the mid boss is in play here. MTB. I mean, look, at this point, you're so far behind. If you're a Merc, you roll it. Time to change the world. See how it goes, Warden. One Warden versus the world, and it's not time.
Oof, that was not good timing. He dropped way too late to get that.
But not too late to make an impression on the opponents.
No, he showed up. You know what I'm saying? He put that. He sent a message right there. Message received, Hydra Nation.
What was the old OW saying? Is like, there's two types of Reinhardts, and this one wasn't the coward. That's kind of where we're at.
Hey man, you gotta
DMB is so farmed
to get the big reward. Okay.
Like this damage on DMB is crazy. Look at it. His items he has so much damage.
I will say this, Dan. You talk about team prep and how things go about. Melee creeps for most of their prep. You have to think they did most of it on the new Hydronation as far as coaching goes, and props to Melee creeps. They've likely predicted this one accurately with where we're at right now.
I think that matchup's going to be so fun after what transpired last week, and then what has transpired with the roster changes. Because I could see Hydronation being like really vibing. Imagine if you're on a team and then you get young Calc on your team. How are you not vibing?
I mean, right now, Calc is actually the story. Like, I look at our chat, and it is nothing but a dumpster fire of Calc copy pastas for Calc playing Ivy. The people love Calc on Ivy. Like, they might be memeing it, but this is actually what they're living for right now. That sweet, sweet airdrop, stone form action from the once most dynamic Abrams in the game. That's where we're at.
Okay, so I got an Overwatch reference for you. So back when Overwatch was a newer game, one of the best Quake 3 duelers of all time went onto an Overwatch team, and all the Quake fans were really excited, and then they found out that he was stuck on Lucio. It's like, wait, what have you done to like the most legendary player in our scene?
Wait, are you talking about the time where Rafa was on Lucio? I know Wins got stuck on Lucio. Oh, Cooler, okay. Rafa eventually graduated to like Pharah, but
Cooler was I remember Cooler played Zarya, I think. But maybe he played Lucio at some point. Cooler on Lucio is out. That's out of control, actually. That's some wild stuff.
Oh, can't even get him into the fountain. So close yet so far as the patron gets absolutely crunched. Hydronation, they want to reclaim the throne. They want Justin, who pays the checks, to give them that sweet, sweet $1,000 once more. And they'll get the opportunity as they win the best of one and head in to our best of 3 money match for that rematch versus Melee Creeps.
All right, so I think what we should do here is we should look at the positives. I think I liked the comp for MTV. I think there's like a definitive strategy there that would work, but it just feels like they lost on the fundamentals in the early game, and then there's just no recovery against a team that's as good as Hydronation. You guys feel the same way?
Yeah, I mean, I do think MTV, like individually when we're on their cams, we're seeing them making moves, like we're seeing them, being comfortable with the game. But I believe in this Hydronation roster. I think there's a chance this could be a better version of Hydronation than we saw from them previously, with how good Rokane and Young Calc have been. I don't think we should sleep on these new additions to the team, not only fitting in, but actually really contributing to their team's success.
And honestly, the one person that contributed to the success more than anything else, you might think we would look at the end of match stats here and be like, wow, Hydration, essentially had the rainbow of overall stats in the game. But no, your player of the match, presented by Intel. That's right, the one and the only, the absolutely new and redefined Young Calc on Ivy. A new era of support play has happened here at Deadlock Fight Night.
Makes me happy.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. What a performance. Can't wait to see the highlights that got cooked up for this. Hydration had a decent game. It was all right when he was taking the enemy double vault as it spawns at 8 minutes. I don't think I've ever seen that, by the way. Like waiting for the enemy double vault to spawn, you're in there. But Young Calc, he won our hearts.
True.
We didn't actually gather a ton of highlights from Calc here, but the reality is that Calc may have been doing God's work the entire time, where it is the most exciting, evolving story in Deadlock history. We're also memeing, by the way. Like, I actually think Calc probably will be quite good on support. It's just this game it's a little bit out of hand, and people were shocked to see the once proud Abrams player now playing everyone's favorite Gargoyle.
Yeah. I totally agree. I think he will probably redefine himself with this roster and help to redefine the team as well. Yeah, I actually
zero deaths, guys. Good players on 0 deaths. That's all I have to say.
1 and 0. What a KD ratio.
But tied for assists at the same note. That means that when stuff was going down, Calc was yelling it out. He was in there, and he was getting it done. So compare that to Hydration, who is very selfish by comparison. Just more kills, not anywhere near the amount of assists. I mean, Clearly it's just Calc.
Young Calc already knows he's amazing. He does not need any stats. It's better for his teammates to get them.
He allowed Hydration to farm those camps. He made that possible from the other side of the map with his aura, with his presence.
And when he was doing all the calculations on all the item timings, that's a quick thing. All the respawn timings for all the vaults, all the creeps.
I think part of it too might have just been motivation, where Hydration might have been questioning, is like, look, Calc, are you sure I can get in there at 9 minutes? And Calc just yelled at him. Like, it was like primal rage. And Hydration knew he had to get in there and punch those vaults as hard as possible at 9 minutes. That's my headcanon, Jake.
I love when the Lash showed up and Hydration's doing the vault. And the Lash is like, never mind, sir. Have a good day. Like, continue as you were. I will leave. They're like, oh, I think that's when I knew the game was over. I was like, okay, boys, like you can't that if the guy is soloing your vault and you know it and you can't stop him, that's pretty bad.
And then on top of it, like after that great display of courtesy by Pixel going like, yes, Hydration, please like take our vaults like it is our offering. Hydration still hunts down Pixel by the secret shop like a minute later.
Well, he farmed a camp,
again. It was classless.
Which was, of course, against the law in Hydration's sector of the map.
Oh man. Well, again, feel like there's okay. So Jake, what did MTB need to work on? Let's leave them with a positive note.
All right, I don't want to come in here with some BS coaching for MTB. I think individually they look like decent players. Maybe the draft was a little too all in on the early game. I think the lanes were just like this was just a lane loss. Like they lost all lanes, not massively, but by enough that the game was kind of out of control a little too quickly, and the team like Hydration just isn't going to let you back into the game with that kind of an advantage. So I don't want to like come here and say, oh, MTB, they need to just like fix this one little thing. I think honestly they're going to need to come out of the lane stronger to have a chance against a team like Hydration. But Hydration, probably one of the best laning teams in NA, easily one of the best in NA, if not one of the best in the world. And so I think for MTB, I don't think they should be too discouraged. Just go back to the lab, keep grinding away. And these are all players who I think we could see more of at Deadlock Fight Night.
I actually think from a personal note that is whenever you're competing, it's actually pretty motivating and helpful to even get crushed in your first experiences playing like the really good teams in a competition setting, because it's different from a scrim setting. So that feels kind of good, I think, even if again it's not a great result. So I hope they leave this motivated and work on some of those fundies, and hopefully we'll see them back here soon.
Well, on that positive, uplifting note, this is Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel. Coming up next, it is the best of 3 money match. Hydration looking to reclaim the throne against the very intimidating Melee Creeps. But will Melee Creeps have an answer for support Calc? We'll find out in just a few minutes. We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. North America, the money match underway. Hydra Nation looking to reclaim the throne versus Melee Creeps. I'm ZP here with DDK and Jake, and it's been a wild one. Calc is on support. We're talking about probabilities of a meteor hitting the planet. But you know what we have here, guys? We have some good old-fashioned Deadlock action, and we'll get to see if this new Hydra Nation squad has what it takes to reclaim the throne.
Yes, I will jump in and say something. So yeah, this is cool because Melee Creeps, if you guys somehow missed it, obviously they won, they broke the streak that Hydra Nation had, and they're on a lot of momentum right now. They found a style that works for them. They are leveraging it pretty hard. They're studying the other regions. They are scrimming like crazy. These guys are taking it seriously. Hydra Nation are going to have to put on a show to win this, but honestly, I mean, they can definitely do it. I think, you know, we've been talking about how well these new additions definitely fit into the roster. Based on what you guys are seeing with Young Calc and the support, how likely do you feel like Hydra Nation will be strong enough to deal with Melee Creeps there?
The Ivy was solid for me, but I mean, that last game wasn't really a test for Young Calc. I think the real question for Young Calc will be if he gets pushed deeper into the hero pool. You know, does he have the Kelvin, the Viscus, the McGinnis, you know, the depth across the support roster? We've seen some teams with their supports playing Vindicta or even what's the one I'm looking for? I lost it, whatever. But you got to have a lot of hero pool on support, right? Like you get pushed across the roster. You can't always just get the Ivy. And I think Ivy is probably the most accessible support for a non-support player, because in the end you're still doing a lot of gun damage, a lot of tracking, wave clearing, healing people up, and then it's just kind of like ulting to show global presence and save people with heals and stuns. Something like a Kelvin is probably a lot less accessible and requires a little bit more comfort and experience.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see the draft here in particular, where I do think one of the things that really did help Melee Creeps dethrone Hydra Nation is that you had a lot of game tape on Hydra Nation in terms of how to pick and ban against them. You didn't have quite the same amount of info on Melee Creeps. It's certainly, if you're Hydra Nation, you weren't applying all your watch time to Melee Creeps. But when they dethrone you from your spot, that is where your draft strategy will change a bit here. And Dan, on top of the roster changes, I do think for me, I look at this and I think that if nothing else, Hydra Nation will have better drafting this week than they did when they lost the title.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. We definitely felt like we saw some toes getting stepped on with Lord and M coming in there, and then sort of Vegas sort of playing roles that we were not used to seeing him play. But also, Vegas has been extending his hero pool quite nicely. We saw like a really good Viscus actually from Vegas not too long ago, whereas previously we saw Vegas typically on like the Flyers, and then maybe plus Mirage was kind of where he was just living. So Vegas is a bit more versatile, but even Vegas I think was kind of pushed out of maybe some stronger positions. So hopefully that is all remedied here today.
I do love the signature heroes here, Jake. Calc on there. But looking to the other side of Melee Creeps, they who hold the throne right now, there's a lot to be said about, you know, strengths of the different players here, where, you know, it's funny on the signature heroes part. I would just edit it here and be like, all right, Cool Cheese Holiday, because to me, that was one of the biggest stories last week.
Yeah, we've seen Holiday really come out and be this critical character right now in the meta, where I think for a while people were still, you know, min-maxing the potential of that stun slam and all the different combos you could put together with the hero. So for sure, having like a really comfortable Holiday specialist is going to pay dividends right now.
Well, we are ready, I believe, to get into the draft, see what is cooking, where one of the cool things here too is that this is Hydra Nation's first time getting to choose first or second pick in the best of three. They've been in the defense spot every time in every other previous DFN except for now. So they now get the unique experience of being the challenger for the money match. They also got to do their first Mo 1v1 earlier today too. So first all around here, Dan.
So previously we saw them opening up with a Vindicta ban. I wonder if they're going to make it as like standard, a standard opening ban here, or if we're going to see what you guys were talking about, where it's more targeted. Melee Creeps last time, I think in the post-smash interview, told us, was it Cool Cheese that spoke to us? I'm blanking right now.
It was Cool Cheese. Cool Cheese Holiday, where I think, by the way, they will ban Holiday after what happened before. But no, they banned Yamato, so I am wrong, but it was Cool Cheese.
They could take it for themselves if they wanted to deny it still. I think that's an option. I also think, as good as Holiday is, I think we've seen it from Europe, that choice to play Pocket and a flyer carry to sort of like play around Holiday's inability to stun people off of the ground. I think that's sort of a different way to approach dealing with the hero.
Yeah, one thing I was going to mention, I think Cool Cheese was talking about in the interview, how just their team is pretty comfortable playing some of these like off rolls and some of these like weirder comps. So, and that was like one of the ways in which they were able to make Hydronation kind of uncomfortable in the draft. So yeah, that hopefully should be fixed here for Hydronation in terms of how the new roster will accommodate better role fits across the team, or rather a deeper roster that's possible.
So Dan, you had brought up earlier in the broadcast the idea of, hey, how deep is Calc's support pool? I think with the Kelvin being banned, I actually really like the idea of Melee Creeps here to grab the Ivy, because I don't know, like maybe there's a world where Calc actually plays secretly sick Dynamo or McGinnis, but that seems a little bit less likely to me. But also in terms of calling it, Jake, you had mentioned the idea of, well, they could still pick the Holiday to deny it, and they do just that.
Yeah, they do leave themselves open, I think, to dropping some really high quality picks like Paradox, Wraith. I still think Shiv is up there, although, his results have been mixed, and in EU, the prio is super low. Curious to see what Melee Creeps go with their 2-pick. Vindicta, of course, you stop banning it for 1 second on Hydronation, you get it. Vindicta, a great flyer, hard to catch for Holiday. And now that I see this, this is the perfect opener for Melee Creeps.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a world where we don't get Paradox here. But it'd be kind of cool to get a Viscous, actually. I think, especially against the Holiday, the cube is just so much utility to deal with some of those ults. But surely it's going to be Paradox, right? Right?
You would think.
That's the most natural choice here.
It was smart.
Okay, all right.
Because if you don't pick Paradox, then you don't have a playmaking option, because they would probably run Holiday Paradox together. I mean, it is viable. But in return now, you are 100% giving up the Wraith. I believe Wraith will go off the board because Hydronation is one of the teams in NA that highly values Wraith. So Wraith, I think, is gone here 100%. And also, I think Calico is probably gone, with how Calico has been valued as arguably the #1 priority for frontlining, right? So if I'm looking at this, Wraith for sure, and okay, Wraith Mirage then, you'd think. If they don't pick Wraith, then that's just NA being NA. Wraith should be picked.
I liked it when you said the Calico also, just quickly, because just like the Holiday Calico, like the early game presence with those two is actually pretty mega.
Yeah.
I do think Vindicta could present a kind of a problem for Calico, since she loves to be so mobile and, could get caught by that Vindicta tether, or just be unable to actually connect to the Vindicta deep in the backline or up in the sky. So Mirage is pretty strong at shooting up at that Vindicta, pressuring her out of the sky, because, you start stacking up that passive amplification. Vindicta typically relies on being so far away that she's not worried about the damage. But I think Mirage doesn't mind just extended long poke trades, poking, and eventually you just pop for half your HP on Vindicta. So I like this response. I think the global presence is always valuable, making Mirage consistently a top pick in competitive play.
Now I'm thinking about the order here. I think Melee I'm drawing a blank on who gets the first pick out of the bans here, but I think there's a world, if Melee Creeps does have the first pick out of the bans, that they could ban something like Ivy and then pick McGinnis if they want to do something, and just really make the support plan very difficult for Hydronation. I think regardless, this is at the point where, because of the early Kelvin ban, they have the option of, really testing Calc's support hero pool very early into this draft here, Dan.
Yeah, and I think in addition to that, the Warden, I feel is somewhat of a steal, obviously away from Hydration. Actually, the Sinclair ban, that's kind of nice, considering how just annoying Sinclair is. Obviously, we don't know Hydronation's test in the previous best of one's not the greatest barometer, but still, Sinclair is definitely good and very annoying to play against. And a lot of people have been banning the annoying stuff, like Bebop is another annoying one that's hard to kind of quantify sometimes in these fights. So, but I would love to have seen Calico on Melee Creeps, but maybe it's still possible.
I'm not mad.
Might even get banned out. Yeah, okay, it is getting banned
Never
out.
mind.
Do they grab Ivy though? Grabbing Ivy here, I would love. I actually think grabbing the Ivy in this instance, again, just to test Calc a little bit. And also,
me
like, lets us see more
I
of
do think
Calc's
Geist is still a super high pro hero left in the pool. So I wouldn't hate to see Geist, you know, if you like lasso her in on Holiday and you just can't quite full burst her before the duration, she's gonna swap and trade you out. And so she could be kind of confident frontlining potentially into the Holiday.
Let's have fun.
CP, I was putting all of my energy into the
I know.
The
problem is
I didn't know where it's going.
Ivy
Maybe it went to the wrong
plus
place.
McGinnis. So, you know, it's like, I guess you could force Calc to play McGinnis, but I don't think, unless that's like a huge problem for them, I don't think I think it only makes sense if you're sure that Calc doesn't play these other heroes. And honestly, who knows, right? At this point, Calc's shown a ton of flexibility. He's played a ton of heroes. You know, I think he's just a smart player. I don't think he's necessarily going to be a player who's going to suffer so much being on an off comfort pick.
Take whatever they throw at
Well,
me.
the
Oh boy, speaking of comfort picks, let's go.
The Abrams comes in, and this is where you wonder, okay, how deep is the Calc playing support? Because objectively, based on all available evidence that we know, the best player to play Abrams on Hydra Nation is Calc. Now, there's other concerns there of, okay, what's the overall team flow? What's the overall plan? There's a lot of reasons as to why you might not have Calc on the Abrams. But on the same note, you would think you put Calc on the Abrams.
I feel like Talon could be a good pickup for melee creeps now at this point.
Wow, 7 coming to North America, huh? I guess they like what VP have been cooking.
Yeah. 7 was dead, and now 7 is back here, Jake. Honestly, I think they reserved it just for you. They know how you feel about 7. They're like, you know what? We gotta bring it back.
I like the ulti build on 7. I think maxing the 3rd skill for farm snowball and then maxing ulti, I think it's kind of sick. I think melee creeps have no hard stun on the whole draft right now. So there's so far nothing that can break 7's ult, right? I mean, like, things like Wraith are like the best, but I mean, even Ivy, it's like you can pretty much only stun things on the ground, I guess. I think you can land on 7's head while he's ulting with the stone form, but that's pretty ambitious to like find that in the middle of a team fight. So I think 7 going for an ulti build here potentially could be super powerful. It could actually be a big threat getting into those late game scenarios. And it does put melee creeps on a bit of a clock.
Okay, so the final pickup. Yeah, I still feel like a Talon. Just like having some more backline DPS or some kind of backline DPS would be nice. Get some Furnace instead. Yeah, I don't hate that. I feel like the front line is really nice for melee creeps. I feel like their objective game will be pretty strong with this.
No, I think by all reasonable metrics, melee creeps have a pretty strong composition here. They have a great front line. They have Paradox and Vindicta, which gives you incredible mid-game control between just Paradox swaps and the amount of pressure that Vindicta puts on just simply roaming with early game assassinate, right? Like, their early to mid game on melee creeps is really good. The final payoff with Infernus, maybe not as good as other options, but Hydra Nation, okay, final pick Talon, that's probably gonna be what Vegas will be playing here. I mean, Hydra Nation is still, they have plenty of options here, especially if Abrams gets ahead. Like, Abrams Holiday can be in ways just as scary as Paradox Vindicta, depending on how the early lanes play out, Jake.
Yeah, I think the late game death balling from melee creeps is going to be really terrifying with like the AoE from Infernus, Ivy, Geist, Warden, Vindicta, and then, you know, Paradox just kind of like playing with the mobility across all of that. It's going to be incredibly hard to like push into these guys and win that 6-on-6 team fight. So Hydra Nation, I think they're going to be playing a little bit more pick heavy, a little bit more on the global presence from Mirage, on Abrams, pulling people out of position. Great talent could be, you know, finding big snipes. But I'm sort of curious because I'm wondering who scales better in the ultra late game. I think both teams are going to be actually quite strong in the late game. Both teams have a relatively late game oriented drafts. And so I think this could be one that goes a little bit longer unless somebody comes out of the lane super hot and is able to snowball.
Well, this has the makings for a really awesome rematch here, Deadlock Fight Night, a title match. Can Hydra Nation regain the title against melee creeps who currently hold it? It remains to be seen, but I like the comps from both teams as well. I really like that late Talon pickup. I feel like that adds also some good defensive potential, because I feel like personally melee creeps are going to be a little bit better on the objectives, especially seeing in the meta where it's more common now for the last stands to be used to just guarantee clear objectives early and get that early objective advantage.
Well, also one thing that we didn't immediately touch on is that this is also a full, like, no support setup from Hydra Nation. We've seen in Deadlock at times that having a support is optional. Even though most teams will run a McGinnis or an Ivy or especially a Kelvin, in this instance, they just decide we don't need it. An early charge from Abrams. Calc making his presence known.
Abrams support on the way.
He supports by killing.
You don't know about it?
Yeah. He supports by killing. Jeez. Jake, though, quick thoughts, before you head off for a bit. What are you feeling right now on this game, lane-wise, and also the fact that, Hydrodation is running without the typical support?
Yeah, I think Melee Creeps have like the more conventional, strong draft, where Hydronation are definitely going a little bit wonkier. But that being said, I think this absolutely could work out for them. I think it's going to be all on this like early to mid game. Who can get that lead? Who can start snowballing their advantages? Both teams are relatively strong in the late game. It's going to be about who gets there first.
Well, my question, CP, is whether or not Hydration's kleptomania will be kept in check this game.
You would think. Also, I mean, do you want your 7 to be the one deep diving into the double vaults? I mean, look, 7s are kind of greedy as you go, and I mean, the kleptomania may come back into fray. However, I think Melee Creeps, look, they're running like Vindicta and Paradox, right? The mid game is going to be fraught with danger. One would think.
Yeah, I do like how finally I think players are adapting 7's playstyle a little bit better to just keep up with the pacing, because that meta of just like farming the jungle is just way too slow, and you're out of the action too much for like this level of play. So I'm going to be looking forward to seeing a more active 7 from Hydronation too.
No, I mean, you're completely right. Just like how 7 has evolved in the last few weeks, where he stopped getting played as the hyper carry, and now you have Hydration on 7. Who was expecting to see Hydration on 7 even a few weeks ago? I know I wasn't. Got a little split screen action here though, and you see Geist power in lane. AVG just making life a little bit difficult for O'Kane though. The actual lane soul distribution in lane 4 pretty even between the two. Relatively quiet early game, in fact, Dan, so far.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially given what we saw in the previous game, where the early laning phase was a bit of a struggle for MTB. We're seeing obviously Melee Creeps, a team that's they're going to be much more efficient in how they're going to be exchanging their fights, how they're going to be picking up souls, and just also prioritizing that. And if you're going to be losing, the losing well is going to be more in effect. And I suppose even with that said, CP, it's not too uncommon to see frags exchanged.
Dan, I love the politeness. It was a bit of a struggle for MTB. That's like someone's house burning down. You'd be like, oh, it got a little bit hot in your house the other day. It's like, no, the house doesn't exist. It was burned to cinders.
That is
legendary politeness.
British, I gotta keep up appearances.
I know. It's great. It's just like, that is the most pleasant way to describe an absolute beating that I've ever heard.
And the best thing about being British is you say stuff that's really mean, but no one can really tell you've got that plausible deniability. But you've just ruined the illusion for everyone. So cool. Thanks.
I have. Well, it goes back to the old casterisms. Back in the day, I remember me and Hex casting the weeklies. It's like, oh yeah, that guy was really ambitious.
Yeah, that's a good one.
we weren't complimenting his ambition. That was the dirty secret there. It's Vegas. Quick little shot on the Saya as Hydronation breaks the kill drought. 15k to 16k here so far. And I was about to say what I'm looking at here is Calc, because the Abrams farm quotient, kind of one of the most important things early on in deciding how your game is going to go when you play Abrams, because probably the biggest feast or famine hero, I feel like, in Deadlock, Dan, in terms of like how he plays the game between a good early game to a bad early game.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's just because he's such an active hero, and he can't be active if he's like behind in souls. The playstyle just doesn't come together, and the key kind of window of time where it's really good and can get a team ahead before the late game where you're going to be just not scaling as well as anyone else. So it's quite a delicate balance. That's definitely a good point. And speaking of a delicate balance, it's very minimal on the kills. Kulchi is going to be picking up one under hydration, so keeping hydration in check a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, just in lane, quick paradoxical swap and dead. Part of why you pick Paradox here. And I think what you have to look at here is like the swaps of Paradox to Vindicta, but also the quick reinforcement into lane 3. Hot off the zip, bring 3 in the lane, look for the pickoff, find Saya. And that's some of the disruption you get early game, where the respawns are so quick that you kill someone, they can just come right back, often very quickly. Calc, though, airdrop from behind. You see Calc just looking at Ivy wistfully there, Dan, that could have been my hero. You stole it from me.
But actually, secretly, he's like, thank you.
Yes. He's like, I actually wanted to play Big Blue.
Hey, maybe it works out. Maybe we'll see the rescue beam on Abrams. Charge away, connect the rescue beam right before you press charge. I don't know, does that work? I don't know.
Oh, like, you can do all sorts of magic, but also Pashpop just, like, staying still there for a while. That was a little bit weird. Like, that was actually far more free damage DMB got there than should have, as you know, Pashpop was just admiring the glutes of the Guardian for a split second.
Yeah.
My best guess.
It's painful to play against Mirage, man. You're just getting chunked down, just consistently getting chunked. And we are on lane 2 here. We've got melee creeps. A good pressure on the lane. Really annoying to play against Holiday. Holiday has been actually an awesome addition to Deadlock. I'm really enjoying what Holiday adds to the game playstyle-wise, and also in the early game as well.
Yeah, I mean, what Holiday adds, I mean, it's a character that emphasizes really good movement. It's a character that gives you playmaking ability with fantastic lassos. I mean, even lasso itself gives playmaking on the casting end, whether it's lasso or lasso, gives us a little bit more banter. I mean, across the board, Holiday is great.
Yeah, and we've hit that point now, ZP, as well, where the Vindicta's getting a level 5 ult online, so that's going to be a really important thing to keep a check on, because you don't want to get a Vindicta that is too fed, and that's exactly what that ult is designed to do. Okay, we've got a bird going out. I don't know if that's going to be a surface-to-air missile or what's going on.
Bird goes in. It was heading for Vindicta. Vindicta shook off the worst of it. Saya under high pressure, but so is Flick. Flick, Holiday or not, Cool Cheese saying, no. I know Holiday's weaknesses. I've played that hero a lot. How dare you steal it from me? But yeah, 31k, still pretty even across the board. Looking at soul allocations here, it's about as even gets here, Dan. The most you could say is for Hydronaceous, you know, Rocane maybe a little bit behind. Like, if you had to choose who you want farm on, you'd rather more Wraith than 7.
Uh-oh.
Hydration. You might get this one.
They are committing pretty hard into it. Do they keep going? I think they're going to give up the ghost. So I was going to say it's interesting because Melee Creeps, they got into lane 4. They got the pick off, I think, onto Flick, and then they left, and then they forced Hydronation to bring 3 players there. But Melee Creeps, they went elsewhere, and they're getting a Guardian, they're getting more farm. So Melee Creeps actually with a winning exchange there in terms of the rotations and the macro. I'm actually curious how the terminology might develop in this game for that, ZP, because there is that kind of like element of we were talking earlier, and I referenced like Newton's third law, which is that you get an equal and opposite reaction, and that's kind of like what it's about. Where if someone puts 3 players on your solo lane, you need to get 2 players to deflect that, otherwise you're going to lose that objective. But if you overcommit and there's 4 players that you respond with, now you're losing out on the rest of the map. So there's like very fine balance is where you can get advantages at this top level.
Yeah, and it's also, I mean, how they react to it too, right? If the other team is aware you're drawing in a bunch of players, they can just back off and really exploit the macro end. But if for whatever reason they don't expect it and they lose multiple people, it flips the other way. So, delicate balance is absolutely the right way to put it. And also, there might be an assassinate balancing into Mirage's head here, but DMB senses it coming and backs out, which could have been an ugly 1v3. 40k at 36k. Melee Creeps, small edge right now. And I think keeping the edge, you just got to keep your eye on low main and Cool Cheese right now. This is where you really hope for your Vindicta and Paradox to carry you through the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no easy lockdown though for low main to get those like really easy snipes. That's like one of those really nice I suppose dynamics that you get with a Mo and Krill that can combo people. So those guaranteed ult kills. But hey, I'm sure they'll find another way to do so. We have some interesting positioning from Young Calc there. He's going to be trying to come in from the side. That 3v3 on lane 4 could be dangerous. Whoa.
He just knew the owl was coming. Meanwhile, Calc diving on in. Grudge versus the Ivy. Every time I look at Calc, it's just Calc v Ivy. Are we embellishing the story? Not really. That is actually every time I've been there. There's a charge into the wall. Calc making it personal. I do think, though, Axe is going to be able to get away there. Not not enough for Calc to really invest on. And you got the counter pressure in. 300 HP on the rooftop as Calc can be able to get away. Decides to go for a punch, a little bit of extra damage, but absolutely dead.
Yeah, the mind games there about like, you know, going up the rope and then like baiting, like baiting the melee is like, it's really interesting at this level of play because there's like a meta game that will develop where it's like, you know, double bluff, triple bluff, quadruple bluff kind of territory. So either way, we'll get a conversion here from melee creeps into this lane where they're looking to get the Guardian. Ooh, there comes Infernus with the concussive combustion. Rokane doing the damage. I don't know. Oh, Poshy Pop, I should say. Nice parry coming in. And Vegas will go down. So right now, melee creeps are doing a great job here, actually, the CP so far, it would seem.
Yeah, again, pretty even across the board. I do think one thing that's like kind of nice for them, depending on the next life, is where Calc is at on the Abrams. Abrams is like actually in the realm where one more bad fight would keep him perma behind, but telekinesis in. Saya, no last stand available for this fight. Hydronation, knowing it, being a little bit more aggressive as a result. And you got Vegas back in for more, so this is a heavy committal into the Urn lane right now from Hydronation. Cal going in, going for the charge, lands the charge on the Saya, immediately dead. Keeping Calc in the game, farm-wise, on the Abrams.
Yeah, and for this to be made good for melee creeps, they really have to get something else somewhere else on the map, and it doesn't really look like that's the case so far. They had some pressure on lane 2 and 3, but there's nothing really that could equal what they just lost on lane 1. Oh, good catch there from DMB onto Axe on that Ivy. And you know, when I said, oh, they're doing pretty well as EP, and I'm like, oh right, because I'm still looking at melee creeps like the underdog, even though they're defending the title. I think that's why that happened.
Well, I mean, look, you got like 12 weeks of hibernation indoctrination to deal with, but ooh, a quick execution coming in there. Swap with the Vindicta follow through when you got both your mid-game threats doubling up. Take down the Mirage. The Urn, by the way, still in motion. First Urn being held. Hydronation doesn't want to really go for the force, and turning an Urn versus Vindicta Paradox, not the easiest option. I mean, it'd be better for Hydronation to get a pick off somewhere else on the map and then go for the Urn turn in, but melee creeps, they're just looking to grab the Urn here and now. They're going to grab that and see how much Hydronation looks like Contestus. I don't know if they're in a great spot to do it. They are not.
Yeah, not really in position in time. Although, Young Calc doesn't get in there. Oh, nice parry coming through. The kudzu bomb as well into the stone form. Young Calc's in trouble, actually. A lot of trouble. That did not work out for Young Calc. The solo seismic slam. A little bit too late.
Calc is not a coward.
He's ambitious, one might say.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, we've seen Calc actually steal Urn in that case before, but that gambit actually carries more ramifications than you might think, right? Just, again, the Abrams trade where you really need to be neutral to ahead of the game to have the most impact as Abrams, and you know, you look at the overall soul allocation, and you know, it's turning into more of the support Abrams, unironically, right? At 9K, you're not the same threat to go in, charge, and kill someone that you would be if, you know, Calc was at 12 or 13K right now. So it changes the dynamic a little bit for Hydronation.
It does indeed. It's good that you've been keeping track of this for SCP. Well, okay, well, hold that thought. We've got another engagement coming through here on lane 3. Oh my god, okay. This is trouble for Cool Cheese potentially, but does have some help here, but everyone's a bit spread out, and that's going to be a focus fire right onto Cool Cheese, and when you're the Paradox, that is not what you want.
No, you do not want a Talon arrow to just explode your head. And that's exactly what happened there in the moment. Low main also very low, where I still like the idea of picking Vegas, or rather, not picking Vegas. Oh! Okay. Just when you think Vindicta's about to get out, flick with the drive-by. But I was going to say, I do like the idea of picking Talon versus Vindicta. So it does limit just how freely Lomain can fly, at least without taking poke damage that sets up picks like we just saw there in Flick.
Yeah, and well, you know what? I was going to make a point, but I'm going to wait for a moment here. See if we get a defense. Okay, DMB's going to be pushing the issue. I don't know if that's a good idea here, because there's a lot of damage. There's a lot of damage here. The tornado comes in, but DMB surely dead, ticking away. He will die, but the trade is through thanks to hydration coming in at the last second there. So it actually does convert. I think they're fairly okay for hydration after all.
Still very even right now, Dan. I mean, 77k to 77k. Both teams down 3 Guardians. Both teams with 1 Flex slot. Buffs coming up. I think Hydronation might have gotten both buffs there, though. I didn't quite catch who got the right. I think it might have been Calc. I think the one downside here, again, for allocation is that having a lot of your farm on 7, maybe not the best idea, but hang on. Full cheese right now. Looking for Flick. No swap, though, ready. Hydration punishing Saya on the other end of the fight. And Hydronation, get a clean pick and get the disengage.
Yeah, Melee Creeps didn't really have players in position to kind of... They had to kind of scramble to get there, and everyone's a bit too spread out. So now they are a bit more together, at least on lane 2, but they have to worry about this urn drop-off, which is currently in play for Hydronation. And we've got 2 players here for Melee Creeps. There's going to be 3 or 4 or potentially 5 now ready to help secure this one for Hydronation. I don't like the look of this for Melee Creeps.
I mean, they have the tools. They get the swap. Is follow-through going to be there? You have Vindicta here, too, for the assassinate. But no, okay, Vindicta's just killed. Flick got in on the backside with the aid of Talon. Here comes big old Calc, a double charge! Is the follow-through going to be there? They're actually still alive after that, but not Pashi Pop. Vegas comes in there with the arrow. Really, really nice fight for Hydronation, and I don't know if it's enough for them to go middle just because of respawn tires. It's on the edge. They don't really seem to be keen to go middle, but they do seem to be looking for the earth.
Yeah, again, just it seems like Hydronation are... I talked about this dynamic earlier. Hydronation, there's not enough pressure on them in terms of the objectives to create a world where Hydronation are reacting to you. So instead, Hydronation are walking around the map. They're finding pick-off opportunities in spots where Melee Creeps aren't really wise to it quickly enough. So their team positioning is essentially worse. So they just end up losing out on a pick, and then they try to convert with a trade, and it just kind of goes downhill from there. And so what I would love to see from Melee Creeps is them finding a way to take put the pressure onto Hydronation more, so that Hydronation have to react to them.
I think, you know, Hydronation, they need to keep the lead they have now. I don't think they can win this if it stays even into the end game. And the main thing is that you think about the heroes that Hydration is usually playing, right? Like Hydration, as performed, is ahead of the game. But Hydration being ahead of the game on 7 is not the same as Hydration being ahead of the game as something like Warden. I mean, 7, it's almost baked into his kit that he's expected to be a little bit ahead of the game. So the entire like accumulating farm a little bit less effective than norm, but here we go. Holiday, lasso, finish, cool cheese, abducted and taken out. Nice little pick there from Hydronation.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here. Very smooth picks. AVG going down as well. The reaction here from Melee Creeps to defend this point is, again, losing a couple players before the big fight to defend the Walker is not looking good for them so far. Are they able to find anything here? Oh, another pick-off. ZP, just everybody's getting isolated again and again. This is the story for Melee Creeps in these team fights, just consistent isolation.
Yeah, that was just really nicely done by Hydronation. I mean, they had not only the rotation there, okay, and just gets the telekinesis on to the back line, sets up low main for Calc, that just hit the easy alley-oop right after. And yeah, I mean, Hydronation is slowly starting to walk away at this game on a macro level. And I think part of it is that you think about kill conversion here, the amount of times we've seen Cool Cheese and Low Main get targeted first before they're able to set picks of their own in the last 7 minutes, Dan, is quite significant.
Yeah, and this was something I was going to draw some attention to earlier, was just, okay, we haven't seen any Vindicta assassinates. I don't think even one has connected. And a lot of this has to do with the fact that, again, Melee Creeps are not setting up fights. They're generally having to react to these pick-off options that have been taken by Hydronation. So you're not really in a spot where, as a Vindicta, your movement is not very good. And you have to spend a lot of time thinking about how you can position and set yourself up to position well for an engagement. And that just doesn't seem to be the case so much here. And even though 7 is expected to be a bit ahead, ZP, he's really bloody ahead.
Yeah, there's a little bit ahead, and then there's this. Also lassoed into the Walker. A little bit of stomp action. Just completely denying the ability to even swap. Brutality as Stone Form on the Hydration. Looking for the exit right now. Getting chased down by Ivy. Hydration not going to get away, and there's the assassinate coming on in. But overall, the trade's not very good for Melee Creeps here, Dan, as Hydration turn their sights on the middle.
Yeah, this is really dangerous. There are 3 walkers left, so if this is a clean rejuve take, which I don't think there's any world where it's not, this could easily convert into like maybe, I don't know, an extra 20k in souls at least, I feel like. So then at that point, you're looking at a 40k soul difference if it goes just smoothly without a hitch.
Now you start getting into the realm of, okay, what does Melee Creeps have to do to make a real comeback here? And the odds get a little bit long. I mean, anytime you do have Vindicta, right, you do have the ability to just radically get cash off assassinates. And you still have a Paradox, so you could set up paradoxical swaps. However, it's going to be easier said than done. And look at this. Owl in from Vegas, over and in, takes down AVG. Sets it up for hydration beautifully.
Yeah, and there we go. We are starting to speed ahead here now, and the map controllers with those super creeps is going to start to really come into effect in any moment now. The urn is being run across into deep territory, into enemy territory of melee creeps, but looks like Hydronation are going to go for it, I would expect.
One would think, and again, the abductions continue. Another great lasso by Flick. Doesn't need to be on Paradox to land some incredible pickoffs. Sets up Calc to just lay in the urn. And the soul lead, it's in a way, it's almost been quiet, Dan, but it's gone up rather massively as another walker now goes for hibernation.
Oh my goodness. The alien abductions with the lasso. So annoying to play against that. And melee creeps, there's not too much they can do. You know, they've lost map control pretty much completely because of a mixture of the super creeps and just being so far behind. And they've got 2 walkers, 2 central walkers to defend. And they are indeed about 40k souls behind now. So like you said, ZP, the question is, what do they need to do to get back in? And it feels like it would take a pretty big fundamental error from Hydronation at this point. But they still have some rejuve left. I'm not sure how much. And it looks like they're just going to instead of pushing, they're just going to clean up the map. Creeps.
I think they got about like 30% of the rejuve left right now. It's enough to go for a push, but also they don't have to necessarily do anything ridiculous here. They can just take jungle, look for pickoffs, and choke melee creeps out. Knockdown on the Flick as Flick looking for a lasso opportunity, about 8 seconds. And you see the rest of Hibernation right now rotating into the fight. The window of opportunity for a pick, a little bit low. Both teams losing 1. I mean, getting a pick on Hydration, pretty good value from melee creeps if they can avoid anyone else getting picked here.
I see Infernus.
Calc on the prowl, but melee creeps, I mean, they kind of have to disengage if they can. Pop, though, does not find the exit.
Yeah, not enough burn to take down the Wraith either. You'd need like an extra extended duration. Imagine if you could stack items like that. Now, okay, another fight breaking out near the walker this time, and okay, Vegas opening things up, and still some of those rejuves are available. So that's a really good fight to take for Hydronation. They are going to wipe absolutely everybody under the walker. Oh, it's just devastating. I mean, the walker's just there. It doesn't even matter. And it just seems like this is an open and shut case at this point, ZP. Going to clean up the other walker. They are 40k souls ahead still. That is such a sizable advantage.
Yeah, and I mean, again, you look at it and just wondering, well, where is your salvation right now? And at most, you're hoping for Cool Cheese on the Paradox to land a swap, but the reality is, once you have this level of advantage, Hydronation could legitimately win 5v6. One pickoff, even under the most ideal circumstances, will not be enough. And you've just hit the point where your DPS are going to melt you. Maybe DMB gets caught here. Not looking great for DMB. But the rotations are going to come in, and a price is still going to be paid. Like, this will not be bloodless on the retreat for melee creeps in all likelihood. As the rest of Hydronation comes on in for a little bit of revenge action. Specifically, nailed in from the Owl. Hits 3, Dan.
Oh, yeah, that's brutal. They have paid the tax. I mean, man, they got to pay some more, it looks like, because I mean, it might just be the game off of this. You got a lonely Geist, AVG, up on lane 3, just doing some Geist stuff, but ultimately gonna lose the base. So
doing Geist
really
stuff. This is like, well, yeah, she's just doing Geist things while, meanwhile, the base.
They're in some bombs, shooting a little revolver thing. But yeah,
little souls, make an Oathkeeper a little bit happier, but first stage patron going down. Hydra Nation vastly far ahead in their bid to reclaim the throne here at Deadlock Fight Night North America. In our money match, map 1 going very well for Hydra Nation here thus far, and quite frankly, theirs to lose at the moment.
Yeah, 44k souls ahead right now. And another urn to be claimed. And this urn could force the fight that ends the game. That's kind of what this urn represents, because it's so deep. This is like a good fight for melee creeps. It's really the best fight they could hope for, which is still a terrible fight. It's just the best terrible option they have.
And again, we were just looking at Cool Cheese's point of view. We could keep looking at it. And Cool Cheese could land a swap onto the... Oh my goodness. The quick just kidnapping of Saya into the Lion's Den. So not only is there no swap from Cool Cheese, instead it's Flick with the lasso into the quick finish. Sets up the 6v5 where Hydra Nation is vastly far ahead on souls. Dan, this very well could be the map. As Ivy just... Her wings got clipped.
Yeah. Dude, all this kidnapping with the lasso, indeed. Just don't tell Liam Neeson. But if anyone get that reference. Taken. I don't know. Anyway, there's the old Jake was hoping to see, and it's just gone. And it's gone.
You know what else is gone, Dan? The patron. The patron is gone. Even as Low Pain gets 2 pickoffs here, the rest of the damage is coming in hot and heavy onto the patron. There will be no reprieve for melee creeps, and their throne may be getting challenged and then some here, Dan, as Hydra Nation up 1-0, looking to reclaim the title.
Yes. Yes, it's a good start. It's a really, really damn good start. And we even had Calc on Abrams. So that's cool. I'm sure people were loving that. However, the issue that we have to kind of discuss here is what went wrong for melee creeps.
I think what went wrong for melee creeps is that it was a slow bleed. I mean, the most I could say is that when you're running Paradox Vindicta, right, you need to get ahead. You need to have presence in the mid game, and it didn't really happen. Instead, it was kind of the Flick show on the other end, where we just saw Holiday making plays the entire time, and without the mid game power, really, the keep melee creeps in it, they just fell behind to a point where everything else fell to pieces.
Yeah, it did feel really disjointed from melee creeps. Just an inability to put pressure on their opponents and just constantly being reactive. But then also, it felt like there was an uncharacteristically large amount of fights where they were isolated. Their heroes were isolated, so they couldn't really help each other correctly. They couldn't really combo correctly. And I don't think that's normal to see from melee creeps.
No, not at all. And I mean, I think you think about back in the draft and how the draft went, I don't think melee creeps was as concerned with Hydra Nation getting the early Holiday pick. I think they were more concerned about getting it for themselves, and they thought Hydra Nation would probably prioritize the Paradox. So I think when you look ahead to what will happen in the next draft, not Calc getting absolutely bodied on the parry there, but you think ahead to the next draft, I don't think Hydra Nation will get Holiday in the same way, nor do I think Hydra Nation will allow melee creeps to play Holiday, because if they change draft strategy, I would expect first ban from Hydra Nation onto the Holiday as a change up from what we saw here.
I gotta say, this is a really cool element of Deadlock, that you can change so much in between maps with the draft. You can just change everything, and I love how a series can evolve in that way, and that's certainly going to have to be the answer. I agree, for melee creeps to find something in this series, because we had way too much comfort from Hydra Nation right now. Hydration doing the thing where he just like collects the most souls, like he's trying to pay off a debt, and you got Young Calc on the Abrams doing an excellent job not running a support. Vegas just unharassed, uninhibited in any way on Talon, which is very scary. He landed some amazing owls, like consistently to set up fights or just to do just significant damage. So reliably. So it's too much comfort ZP for Hydra Nation.
Well, speaking of comfort, we got Jake back into the fray. He has dealt with absolute just chaos in the background, but he has braved it all to get back here on the broadcast. Just seeing the 3-man charge owl combo as Hydra Nation, Jake, they won the mid game and never really stopped.
Yeah, and I think Melee Creeps had the more conventional, high quality draft with a lot of picks that we've seen time and time again winning in Deadlock Fight Night. But this is a new and revamped Hydra Nation, one that I think is leaning more into their personal style and different preferences, and kind of a much more even performance across the board, right? Historically, it felt like it was always the team enabling Lefa and Hydration and them kind of being these core carries. And while Hydration is still having big games, I mean, the rest of the squad across the board, everyone's performing super well. And I think any kind of concerns about the roster change seem overblown at this point.
One thing I'll make mention of as well, as a quick comment on the match, is I feel like whenever Vindicta's picked, there is a great opportunity to potentially have a big game, but it just it can feel kind of gambly too. Because if you don't get the snowball in action, I feel like Vindicta doesn't kind of come online in the key parts of the game.
Well, I think what also really prevented Low Main from coming online is that it was a little bit of a no-fly zone, right? And one of the better picks you can pick against Vindicta is a really good Talon, and there's no better Talon in the business than Vegas. So the fact is that Low Main didn't have the opportunity like you would against some other comps to just simply stay in the sky and cherry pick for the best assassinates of all time. I mean, Low Main really had to pick and choose the amount of times that they're in the air when Vegas was around. Otherwise, I mean, a flying Vindicta is just free damage from a Talon. So I think you have to give so much credit to Vegas for limiting Low Main's ability on the Vindicta.
Okay, I will. Good job, Vegas.
Well, the props have been given. Anything else really show to you there on the stat screen there, Jay? Because the thing that was surprising to me, where I thought maybe it would have been bad for Hydra Nation, is that historically, Hydra Nation really banks on Hydration himself getting super far ahead on a hero that really exploits being far ahead. And Seven, while he got very far ahead on the Seven, Seven has attacks baked in on his performance almost that he's expected to get far ahead. So you wouldn't expect it to be as effective for Hydration as like maybe a super fed Warden.
Yeah, and I think Hydration, though, regardless of the hero he brings out, his farm is kind of inevitable, and in that way, I think a 7 really fits his style. Like, if he's going to farm on anything, you might as well farm on a character that farms really fast, is very efficient, clearing camps as quickly as possible. But I think this is a Hydra Nation that looks to be, maybe developing overall, like a little bit less predictable, and that it's not like you already know who's going to be getting all the souls and who's going to be supporting and making space for others. I think this is a more adaptable version of the team that looks to just kind of play to whatever seems to be their advantage in the moment. And I think long term, that's going to be kind of the future for a game like Deadlock. Like, maybe you have that one support who's probably pretty consistently not prioritizing farm and just like focused on showing up to every fight. But across the board, like, whoever's having a big game has the opportunity to turn that big game into an unstoppable snowball and really take things over.
All right, well, Hydra Nation, they come back in force in the money match, up one map already, looking to reclaim the throne. But Melee Creeps, they waited a long time to be here. They wait a long time to defend. I don't think they're going to let this one go quite so easily. This is Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel North America, and we'll be right back. The money match continues here at Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel North America. Hydra Nation striking first blood against Melee Creeps. They've come prepped, a new draft strategy, a new roster, and now we get to see if they can bring it all the way. I'm ZP here with DDK and Jake. And Jake, I mean, there were some doubts coming in about, okay, will Hydra Nation perform with the new roster? And so far, it looks like they are silencing some of the doubters.
It's not silencing me though, man. I believed in this squad. I just want to put it on the record. I think Young Calic and Rokane have come in. They've looked strong. They've looked effective, and they played a variety of heroes. This is a great start for this new roster for Hydra Nation. And coming up against the Melee Creeps that we thought would be super dominant, while this early game was competitive, honestly, Hydra Nation mid and late game looked amazing.
Yeah, and I feel like Hydra Nation probably have like so many different comps and pool, like they can do so much with their pool right now, which is really intimidating, I think, especially if you're Melee Creeps coming into this and being like, yeah, okay, how do we do a better job in the draft? Well, it's like there's so much more that's unknown perhaps to you, so it's going to be hard for them.
Well, speaking about expanding the pool, here at Deadlock Fight Night, we've expanded our pool of merch. That's right, go over to deadlockfightnight.com. You can pick yourself out a good shirt, a hoodie, a mug. We got what you need here. All legally distinct enough, but enough that, you can look at it and be like, yeah, I like what is going down on this piece of merch.
I'm waiting for the undies.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Saving up for the Deadlock Fight Night boxers.
We need to get some fight boxers, like actual like boxing trunks to go along with it. Look, you make it, someone will wear it. That's all I know.
Honestly, I like that idea. That could go kind of hard.
I'm down. I'll hang on. I'm not going to say anything that will get me in trouble. There's so many different things I could say. I'm like, you know what? Can we just change topic? Actually, can someone...
Okay. Well, we're hitting the escape lever for Dan because the draft is ready, anyways. Everyone else forget what was even mentioned here, but it's Melee Creeps. They have chosen first pick, first ban, and Jake, based on what we saw in the last game and its effectiveness, I think Melee Creeps, they open up here and they strike down Holiday.
Yeah, I think taking Holiday out is a decent first ban, but I'm worried. I mean, as good as Holiday is, I think Paradox is a decent substitute for it. Maybe you could ban it first and then also grab the Paradox. I would like that. If you're going to ban, oh, you're right, good call. Holiday's ban. I wonder if they will take the first pick Paradox now, or if Hydra Nation ban Paradox even just to fully deny any kind of imbalance on these pick heroes.
Well, I don't think we're going to see a Vindicta ban. I think they've proven that they can just leave that open and just like pick the Grey Talon. So that's not going to happen. I'm curious here what Hydra Nation would want to ban. I mean, pretty much it feels like they can work around anything at this point. So they might want to target their opponents. It's okay, so they take away the Yamato. That's definitely good.
I think they just decide there they don't want to deal with Poshipop's motto. They'd rather put Poshipop on something like Infernus, where Infernus right now has been pretty bland, I think, the last few weeks in Deadlock, where, it's been played as filler for carry heroes, but, realistically speaking, even from the eye test point of view, you're not really looking at going like, oh man, the Infernus had a great game. That being said, look at the current pick. I think at bare minimum, Paradox coming in. Paradox Wraith is probably the smart money, but as I say that, the Mirage comes in. But this actually just happened in the last draft, where Mirage, of course, also a very good early pick. It's fallen a little bit later in the priority in EU, Jake, but, either Paradox or Wraith would be equally acceptable here. But I think with Holiday off the table, I think it would have to be Paradox, right?
I think Paradox is a great opener right now for Hydra Nation, and being able to grab a second pick, I think is really good. I don't love the Mirage first pick. I think Mirage is strong, but I don't know that it offers like anything that's necessarily dominant or puts really a lot of pressure on the other team. It's just that Mirage can show up to a ton of team fights and split push lanes, and like those are powerful attributes. But right now, Hydra Nation have kind of cornered the market on strong opening pick heroes.
Yeah, I mean, not seeing a Wraith here would be surprising, but I know that EU doesn't tend to value it necessarily as highly all the time. But yeah, I agree. I wonder if the Mirage pick is just them feeling like they didn't control the early lanes as well as they wanted to. Also, okay, the Kelvin's open. There's so much that's open here they could have picked instead of the Mirage. I'm not.
That was what I was going to bring up, is that because it's NA, they could go with the Kelvin or the Wraith, and they do, which honestly makes sense given what it opens up in turn. This also means that, okay, they've picked Paradox. I don't necessarily think they will go Lash, but the fact that they have gone Paradox and they've picked Kelvin now also disincentivizes melee creeps from going Lash. Like you talk to players on, heroes they like going up against and certain other heroes, and generally speaking, no one really likes picking a Lash into a Kelvin. So now you kind of look at melee creeps and you wonder, what do you pick for playmaking potential here? Because Holiday's off the table, Paradox is off the table. I mean, I think at this point, Jake, you're almost looking more towards a Pocket for what's left.
Yeah, I think Pocket would fit decently here, and the good matchup against Kelvin. I do think it doesn't have the conventional playmaking catch and control of some of these other options, but you do have Wraith Mirage, so maybe you can just have enough stuns elsewhere. It's the Vindicta again, and I have to feel Hydra Nation. I mean, I wonder if they just respond with a great talent right now. I mean, I think if you don't pick it now, it's likely to be banned out given the performance against Vindicta last game, but I don't see why Hydra Nation won't grab it here.
The question is if melee creeps, because I was thinking about this, if they do this to like trigger the chain of events where, okay, we force you into the Great Talon, and then we have something that helps us counter the Great Talon. If they also identify that as the reason why low main couldn't come online.
To fight.
Oh, but we get the Warden instead. Okay, it makes sense.
To Jake's point, I think the Great Talon ban here, absolutely great for melee creeps. Highest value ban they could do if they want to let their Vindicta have a good game. In return here, though, for Hydra Nation, I'm thinking about bans that you could go with here. I think you could, target the support end here. Take away the Ivy, maybe force melee creeps to go on the beginners if they want to run a support, or force melee creeps to run support less, which Hydra Nation did do pretty effectively in the last game, but might not be something they want to do. Instead, they take down the Mo, and honestly, I like the idea because Dan, you had brought it up earlier, the idea of like, hey, Mo is one of the best ways of feeding a Vindicta, right? Well, now you've taken away options for feeding low main's Vindicta.
Yeah, it's definitely less guaranteed.
I think Sinclair is a pretty sweet pick here as well for melee creeps, right? Think about the ults to copy on Hydra Nation side are all three pretty decent value for different situations. So I wouldn't mind to see a Sinclair come out for melee creeps. Honestly, for Hydra Nation either, but I think it fits a little bit more nicely on melee creeps team.
I'm wondering who's going to get the Geist here, because I feel like melee creeps might start being a bit light on the frontline option. And now that you've got the Warden on Hydra Nation, they're going to get that. That's like part of that like snowball comp that you can get where you just barrel down objectives. If you add a Geist to that now, that starts to feel pretty oppressive, I feel like.
They're going to go Sinclair here, I think, because Vegas is hero pool. There's no more talent available. They don't want to give up the Sinclair on the other end. Yes. Okay, that makes all the sense in the world. And I think it was the Great Talon ban that forced the Sinclair here on top of, Jake, what you had mentioned, where it's like, yeah, if you're playing Sinclair, you would love to copy Warden and Kelvin in particular.
When you copy Vindicta, you also get like a full charge of her ultimate, right? Which could be kind of sick to if you like max your ult. I don't know how early you're really going to prio max the Sinclair ultimate, but honestly, it's kind of interesting here, especially, I mean, you could just, there's also the boilerplate, just copying the Wraith ult, casting it on Wraith, shutting her down in the team fights.
Take the Ivy away. Does this force the Abrams again? That's kind of what happened previously.
No, they have Kelvin. Kalka's gonna be on Kelvin in all likelihood.
Oh right, of course, yeah.
So Big Blue Abrams, he's not coming in this time. I mean, they do have ways they could swap around. I just think it's unlikely. It will probably be the era, because we actually did see Calc play Kelvin too in one Llama Lords game, if you think back to it. It happened way in the past, but we know he plays it.
I feel like it's kind of a nice Shiv game for Hydra Nation here. They've got the Kelvin, the combo to keep him alive, to pump heals. Could be a strong side laner, front liner.
They could. Yeah. I just wonder who you're gonna have play it between because like you have Warden.
Has DMB ever played it? I wonder.
No, they have. DMB has played Shiv before. Like they have run Warden Shiv, but they don't like running Warden Shiv together a whole lot. So the Geist coming in,
the Geist is
makes
much higher quality in general. But curious to see what they finish off with. I think it's pretty open ended here. I think they maybe want something to sort of answer some of these flyers. I mean, there's like the Bebop. I don't know if that's like too crazy to pick a Bebop here. I feel like it's not really the Hydra Nation way to go for a Bebop. But at the same time, I think it's kind of interesting here in this matchup.
Backline damage, but I'm trying to think like who's. I mean, maybe they would pick Infernus. I just don't know that that's like the best choice. We've been talking about Infernus gets a little flat. Okay, Calico. So they've got a really like bruisery lineup then, and really get in there. That's going to be super annoying.
I'm looking at these lineups right now, and I think if you're a fan of Melee Creeps, you're terrified. This is an incredibly strong draft coming in from Hydra Nation. It has really good front line. It has great playmaking potential. I think Vegas on the Sinclair is also like pumped ridiculous damage on the Sinclair, top of it being a bit of a deny pick. And you get Calico at the tail end, value-wise, that is ridiculous. And you have to pick the Lash into the Kelvin. This is not good for Melee Creeps. I'm just gonna say it right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is going to be a tough one. I'm trying to see how Melee Creeps comp can come together here. I'm trying to visualize it in my mind, guys.
I feel like they need to play for like a very counter initiation heavy style with like 7 and Lash turning fights around that Hydra Nation starts. I don't really see Melee Creeps being able to start too many fights of their own beyond just like, you know, poking and prodding, pressuring objectives. But you're right. I feel like Hydra Nation has a more clear path to victory as far as their ability to be aggressive, to force fights, you know, on their own terms.
Yeah,
and,
I mean,
yeah, there's a lot of counterplay. Like if the Calvin ulti is on point, I mean, maybe this puts a lot of pressure on young Calc to be in the right place, right time, every single time with the Calvin ult to stifle some of these counter initiations. But Melee Creeps, yeah, I'm not sure who's gonna like stand in front and like tank the push. I really don't think anyone can really do that on their roster so far.
I guess one of the issues was that you got the 7 picked up because you can't pick a Shiv, so you can't like beef up your front line to be able to be a bit more aggressive because you got the Geist on the other side and like other good answers for it. So they kind of got wrecked on the front line.
The problem that I really see here is that Melee Creeps did make a no frontliner comp work in the past, but they made that work when they had Holiday, and I think they also had Paradox there. It was a way more aggro pick-oriented composition, but you know, look at this, Jake. It's no frontline, and it's almost like you're really overly relying on Lash and Vindicta to run away at the game, and those two as a combo without frontliners involved don't really seem that likely to do that to me. I mean, it's the most just you hope Vindicta goes wild game I think I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, and I'm kind of worried about this, you know, the side lane with the Calico. I feel like Calico can be potentially really potent. Maybe, you know, winning lanes is your hope here for Melee Creeps to start to get ahead and stay ahead. But, you know, if we hit that mid game, and like I just don't know how Melee Creeps stand in front of an objective and pressure it unless they've already killed all of their opponents and Hydra Nation has made some big misstep. You know, I don't see how you're really taking the fight to the enemy.
Well, just have to lock in.
Dan, Coolcheese got ripped in half at the start of this lane, by the way. Vegas just, I think, landed some ridiculous vexing bolts at the very beginning. And you look at the life bars between the teams right now. Melee Creeps is already suffering a bit in terms of their ability to project lane pressure, with Saya and Coolcheese just not loving their current HP totals.
Yeah, it is definitely not the start that you want to see. Him the Ice Beam over the top as well, young Calc. Just fending them off, and yeah, yeah, we need to see a good early game. We need to see a game where, like you guys said, you can get AVG low main, Poshy Pop kind of just having a good start. Because the problem is when you have these types of carries or like DPS type of heroes, they're not going to have as much impact in the early game. But you kind of need that to be the case in this particular instance, because I feel like Hydra Nation's comp is going to get pretty far ahead by just being able to like bully and play the macro well with all that front line.
Jake, before we let you go, you're looking at the early mid-game situation here. What do you need to see from Melee Creeps for them to bring us to a map 3?
It's got to be a really strong laning phase. I think they've made some mistakes in this draft. I think Hydra Nation has just a much better look overall, and so even an early win in the laning phase won't be enough. I think they kind of need to snowball this game out of control, and that's such a tall order against a Hydra Nation that already has a minor lead.
Well, Jake sounds hopeful, TP. That's what I got from him.
Yeah, there's nothing but hopium there. I think we already established Jason got rid of the hopium supply for the planet last week, is where that was at. So if Jake sounded a little bit downer there, you know, that's why. He didn't get his dose, his quick hit before the broadcast. But it's a tough hill to climb. And, you know, the one thing we kind of brought up with Melee Creeps, you know, it's a younger team full of a lot of Roblox players. Had to get that reference in or Jason would, you know, quite literally end me. But, you know, this is a team that has a lot of individual skills, so they can find a way to beat the odds also wouldn't surprise me.
If emotes come into this game, I would like to see a Sinclair emote where he's like making like party balloons or something. Party animals. Balloon animals. That's it. That's what I wanted.
Pulling the rabbit hex out of the hat. Before
That works
throwing
too.
it at you. Yeah.
That works too. But right now, Vegas is just an oppressive, just absolutely beat. He's an absolute beast, just forcing them back. The Vexing Bolt seems extremely strong in the laning phase if you know how to use it.
Every time I've seen Vegas play Sinclair in anything remotely competitive, he just pumps damage. The amount of damage he pumps on Sinclair actually feels unreal relative to the average performance. Also, you know, it's funny, people are memeing about it, but in a way it's kind of true, is that you talk about the nature of Hydration allocating souls. With no left on the team, Hydration is just free the feast. Like, Hydration is going to be the largest warden possible. If he does his normal soul allocation, Melee Creeps doesn't make an additional effort to stifle that. Because the way Hydration plays, they're okay going, hey, there's a triple wave going in. Hydration, you don't have to come to this fight, just go get the wave. And they'll do that repeatedly. And before they split between Luffa and Hydration, but now it's gonna be Hydration feasting. Not just on creeps, but also on Axe.
Yep, Hydration, aka the Treasury. That's not maybe the best nickname. It kind of doesn't really roll off the tongue, but yeah, I need to workshop that one.
The Federal Reserve. I mean, look, if you think back to Hydration's prowess in interviews, like, it actually is about as entertaining as an interview with, like, someone that is currently leading the Fed. So actually, it checks out. And I'm bringing Jake for some commentary on Hydration's ability to give interviews, but we're immediately unpausing, so we'll leave that one for another time. But so far, slight edge to Hydration here thus far, and, you know, in terms of ways it can turn around, Dan, I'm just looking at Cool Cheese and Low Main, both hitting 3K. Time to make moves has to be now, and Cool Cheese already on rotation right now over the Low Main.
Yeah, just so far, like, equalizing things a little bit more on the extremities. 3.3k there for Poshy Pop, maybe not as good as you'd want, but like against the Calico, being even is honestly always a good result in a solo lane, I feel like. By the way, ZP, I'm also going to try to find a moment in the game to fake call in Jake as well, because I just want to keep him on his toes.
That's right. We always know, he has to know it can happen anytime, but here we go. Cloned 7 ultimate. Doesn't last very long, but enough to clear people out for a moment. Meanwhile, Flick on the hunt on the Paradox. Ball down, swap. Pressure into Cool Cheese. Cool Cheese not able to get away. Flirted with the idea of living for a moment until Hydration just says absolutely no way.
All right, so definitely not an explosive start for either team, and that may feel good, but I feel like we're expecting Melee Creeps, their win con is to get a good start early on, and there we go. Saya is getting that ult into play. I know that's going to make Jake happy. What do you think about that, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good value, you know, for Melee Creeps. I think the slash ult maybe is something they can look to aggressively. And honestly, I'm not too worried about Melee Creeps until we get really deep into the farm game when Hydration start grouping. I think that's the key moment. In the laning phase, like, I don't know how much the draft really matters. In the end, you're just in a bunch of 1v1s and 2v2s, but it's going to be grouping and taking objectives where I'm expecting the game to pop off and honestly play towards Hydration's favor.
I just feel like every time, Dan, we look at lane 2 and what Vegas is doing, it's pain. It's nothing but pain for the other side, and it's unlocking Sinclair's potential is where I think we're at. And lane against Sinclair feels worse in ways than Mirage when Mirage was at his most busted. It's just how I dissect what has gone on in that lane right now.
The Ice Beam. Yeah, I think that's a good analysis. I have to confess something. When I just brought Jake in, I was going to cancel it, but he answered so fast that I just didn't have a chance to.
Yeah,
nice try, buddy.
And now he's like coming in unannounced just for the little bit of taunting right after. I mean, he's absolutely dominating you. It's at least like 2-0.
I thought I had the power, but obviously not.
No. I mean, he's in your house. It might not even be 3 a.m., but he's changed his time zones. It's rough. You might not even get that reference, but if you hear a rip tire, run.
Dude, this ability can go behind walls. Like that dodgy movie where you could bend bullets around, whatever that was called. That movie
You know
sucked.
what? Oh, yeah, okay, you're not telling the Matrix. Not really on, but okay. Telekinesis on to Kelvin. I know the movie if I heard it, but it'll come to me at some point. In any case, take a look here at lane 1. Hibernation just looking for a little bit of Guardian pressure. Still a ways from actually killing it. 2v2 in lane.
Yeah, on the defense, melee creeps. So far, so good. At least keeping them at the steps. Okay, well, you can't keep Calico at bay for too long. There's the parry on the melee. Running into bullets, though. Like they're going to have to get out of this, but they're going to get a lot of damage here on this Guardian. Akbul might be able to get a kill here, looking to pursue. Again, good control from melee creeps, not to give away any kills, but obviously, this is Hydra Nation getting what they want. They're getting that damage on the tower. And this is a lot of pressure, actually.
Decent amount of pressure. Colchi's still waiting for Death Slam. Not coming to play anytime soon. Like also on the other end, able to just get one quick pick off, and Jake comes in the clutch again. By the way, it was Wanted. It was in my head. I was like, is it Wanted? That doesn't sound right, but that was the name. That was the Curvy Bullets movie.
Yes, I think that's right. Yeah. Nice.
Also, Calc, hot pursuit by 7 is going to get away. Nothing too ridiculous just yet. But, Hydra Nation now nursing a little bit of a lead here, and I'll draw your attention to what I think Melee Creeps has to worry about, which is the hydration money accumulation protocol, as he gets low main with the 8 of Vegas. That was probably like 90% Vegas and 10% hydration finishing it off. But they have to do something to shut down hydration before that turns into a 7k lead.
It does, for me, feel to some extent that Saya could play a really important role if he's able to get some of those key ults like Jake was alluding to previously. But we do actually have a nice little gank here, and that's going to finish off DMB. So that's a beautiful potential conversion now onto the Guardian. But yeah, I feel like that ult could be pretty good. Obviously, Calc's Frozen Shelter is really the only safe haven if that ult is going to land in a good timing. So if there's no Frozen Shelter available, then that's going to be great. And then also, obviously, the ult's amazing when we're talking about mid-boss and urns and so on. So that is definitely something that I think could work out for melee creeps.
Well, urn is coming down, mid buffs are up. Calc just absorbing the survival buff, so as if Kelvin wasn't hard enough to kill with Shelter up, just adds a little bit more onto that. It will be Calc running the urn over, and I'm thinking about how the urn fight will go here. I still generally like anytime you have Vindicta for open urn. Like the neutral urns, it's still pretty darn good. I don't know if Hydra Nation really tries to force the urn here, Dan.
Yeah, it seems like that's not going to happen. Hydra Nation, though, going to be trying to fight back into the church here on Sinclair Vegas, taking some respite from the action and unable to get out of there by stealing the Traveler.
Just swiped his frequent flyer miles right in front of his head. Just like, I'm gonna use this. Urn still just basically being delayed in middle by Calc, who's been holding on to it for a while. Looking back here on lane 4, melee creeps. Looking to get a little bit of pressure done here. Hydra Nation not going for a full rotate here just yet. I think more worried about their lane presence in other lanes. They give up the Guardian. And it's still Hydra Nation just holding back for now, Dan.
Yeah, and they're getting out of there just before we get the last stand coming into play off of the just off of that like urn drop-off point. I was looking at that on the minimap and like Hydration's looking for a really sick crunch with that last stand, and they evade it just in the nick of time. And in fact, they might even be able to convert back onto some of the stragglers here on lane 1. And the rest of Melee Creeps rotating back across the map. So the macro's looking good right now.
Rocane just barely got in for the swap, turns the pressure out Vegas, gets on the Saya. If that swap doesn't go down, it goes completely the other way. Unbelievable turn that just happens because you get a little bit too close to Rocane.
Oh, and that's going to also cripple the push effort on lane 2. And all of the players from Hydra Nation from lane 1 collapsing in to assist this fight to decimate the remainder of Melee Creeps. Oh, wow. And that's just like you said, CP, just all off of that one swap, everything changed. That's 2 separate team fights that got won because of that.
You hear the inevitability right now, by the way. I'm looking at the hydration doom counter right now. I almost wish we had like a custom UI element for, time until death by hydration. Now at 14k. 2k ahead of AVG, who's the highest on melee creeps, but in terms of frontline, hydration's just gonna be able to walk at people sooner rather than later as he just continues to collect money.
Yeah, it's definitely always a scary thing to be up against when you're playing Hydra Nation. I know you were talking about his Warden in the previous game, how strong he is when he gets ahead on that versus the 7. But we'll have to see. Again, melee creeps do a lot of really good work with Saya. And they have been showing better macro, I think, than the previous matchup. Like, this comp is, like, they're working the comp better. Like, we're getting better coordination on the team fights overall, better responses. So it looks like they are in a better space, at least.
Yeah, I mean, melee creeps has definitely been significantly more competitive. I do think a worrying part is the fact that even with no talent on the other side, it's been rough for low main, and Sutta drops the Storm Cloud in Secret Shop, but absolutely no reprieve. Just too good of a rotation from Hydra Nation, followed up by Flick. But yeah, I mean, you see low main at 9k, and the way rotations have gone about, low main just hasn't been able to really get fed, and we're starting to hit the point where you're not really as worried as much about the Vindicta anymore, and that's a real problem when you consider paths to victory that melee creeps wanted to take here.
Yeah, and in lieu of that, you would have at least Poshy Pop will be a bit more farmed, but hey, still a lot of time. Only a 3k overall differential between the sides. It's just Hydration himself is a little bit inflated. Okay, Stone Form just straight on top of the head of Flick. That's going to be enough to take him down. So a good opening to the fight. AVG very weak, trying to get out of there, though. Here comes the assist. Can they keep AVG alive? Oh, it's looking very close, but it looks like that is going to be the case. AVG still trying to fend off some additional players.
Vegas is out of there. Vegas grabs airdrop and, well, no, not completely either. Oh, what in the north? He stays in and dies. Wow.
They were so hungry for AVG's EP. All they saw was red, and that was the end of them.
I heard the airdrop is like, all right, he's gonna get out of there, and it's like, no, there's no cowardice for Vegas in that instance. Cloned airdrop or no. Oh, knocked off the zip line. Well, if any fall through is gonna be there, I think Poshy Pop is gonna casually walk away. 77k to 77k though, melee creeps evening things up in the last few engages, Dan.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're seeing. I mean, I was starting to feel a little bit. Well, hold on. Big swap. Ground strike to try to get away from that, but Cool Cheese is going to get taken out. Cool Cheese not having a good time of it. I don't know that that's really opened up anything for his teammates, but we do have low main on the urn at the moment, and this would surely force a fight. If Hydra Nation, do Hydra Nation want to contest it? They are rotating a couple players across, but I don't think they're going to have the numbers.
They have a 18k Warden right now.
Yo.
Is what they have. Now, Warden, not the turn-in yet. You see the hydration cam right now in the minimap, slowly rotating over. Kind of a problem for melee creeps in terms of killing hydration in this fight as it goes about, but especially if Flick is able to open up with a paradoxical swap, nearly off cooldown here. See though, Vindicta under pressure early on. Calc doesn't use the frozen shelter here just yet. Into the air goes Vindicta. And here comes Hydration into the front line here, early and often. Calc though, getting picked off. Not the worst engagement for melee creeps here so far. They withstand the last stand. And can they get a little bit more? Storm Cloud comes out. Flick though, Cool Cheese out of it. Hydra Nation disengaging decently well and still getting one in turn.
Damn, stealing the Storm Cloud is kind of BM. Okay, Flick is going to pick up that and it's not going to get stopped. And that's a few more souls for Hydra Nation. Only 4k ahead. Oh, hello. Okay, Calico's in. Never mind. AVG has been eviscerated.
Oh.
Wow,
we just warped into Call of Duty with that level of body shooting.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, what game are we in? Flick though, getting caught. Melee creeps quick on the re-engage here. Hydration would be a prize. They get him for free.
Wow.
Decent re-engage here from melee creeps.
That is beautiful. And they say you can't break apart the Fed. Well, there's the evidence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, sometimes you rob Fort Knox, get into those gold reserves.
Yeah, and this is again really great work from melee creeps. They're taking some punches, but they're hitting right on back, and they're not getting too far behind. And actually, one of the dangers is that AVG is doing a great job staying up this whole time, in terms of the damage output. And I think that is obviously a Mirage that is a bit ahead is really problematic in terms of the damage output, that consistent damage output, especially from ranges. So yeah, melee creeps looking like they're in decent shape at the moment, and that you can see that they're settling into some farming here as well. So they're catching up. They just evened up the souls.
I think the problem is, and Jake had alluded to it earlier, is that as you get into the late game, the position the team fights as they break down is going to present problems to melee creeps, right? Like, not the least of which is that, okay, you have a lot of farm on AVG, but you're up against Calico, Warden, and you have like a swap threat, right? So there's a lot of ways that AVG can either get straight up dove on in these fights, slippery or not with Tornado, or just get simply swapped, right? So keeping AVG alive is significantly harder than letting Hydration be a force when he's ahead on something like a Warden.
What is this? What are the shenanigans that I'm witnessing here?
Human Ward. Yeah. Great vision here at the top of the map, on top of the museum, as it's been so aptly named. And, it's very white up here, so, maybe it's snow, just untextured snow, so Kelvin actually feels at home.
I was going to say, this is pristine, if not snow. So clean. Okay. Well, we get the engage here from Hydronation, forcing the issue on lane 2, outside of the Walker, seeing if they can get a pick. And it looks like Melee Creeps in decent enough positioning to just mount a defense. I don't know that Hydronation can crack into that Walker.
All right. Vegas, take it to the sky, drops the airdrop directly on the Vindicta. See if there's any fall through there. They're down 2, though. Like, Hydration and Calc got crushed super early into the fight as Vegas was off on the sky trip. So, not the most ideal start here for Hydronation. I think they want to, like, buy a little bit of time so it doesn't turn immediately in the mid-boss. But now they're down 3, Dan, and I think you just need to get out.
Yeah, I think hold that thought. Telekinesis comes into play, and I think the magnificent Sinclair is about to be magnificently dead. It's not really... He can move, though. This magician... it's Wraith I'm looking at. Wraith has got some moves, then. For some reason, I thought I was watching... To be honest, the Sinclair can be basically anyone. So, it gets confusing, ZP.
I don't know if it was entirely in the intent, but Hydronation sticking around and just being an impediment there stopped that from going immediately to the mid-boss. And, we'll throw the Jake here. Jake, you saw as that happened, like, the fight was clearly lost, but they didn't disengage. And as a result, like, Melee Creeps can't immediately go mid-boss off of 3 otherwise good picks.
Yeah, it was pretty big that Calico was able to like stall them a little bit longer, delay them from going for that objective. I will say in that last fight, I mean, Hydration died, but Saya was on looked like sub 100 HP, turning around with the ulti lifesteal. So that was incredibly close to going against Melee Creeps. Hydration just, very slightly overestimating their raw damage, their cleanup potential there. So it's a nice fight for Melee Creeps to win, though, one that tips the advantage a little bit in their favor. I think they'll need to get more to solidify that. It's not really the start you're hoping for with Cool Cheese dying with Earn in contest.
Yeah, that also wasn't even a swap. No swap was required there. What was off screen? 3-man teleporter and Saya. Watch out! This is just a full-on crew rolling on up. Carbine. Swap going to be used here. I think it was actually, I think Flick tried to be conservative, and it might cause the 7 to get away. In this instance,
I think Bro just missed everything.
Yeah, that too. I don't know. It was the timing, was it greed? Either way, 7 is out of there. But Ivy, not so much. Here comes the end. Happy Looney Tunes to you.
All right, things evening up a little bit in terms of the soul count, but nice little snipe there of the Walker when everyone was distracted. Lemon's in there. Vindicta, not the most agile of heroes. Trying to escape usually just doesn't work. And so that is going to be the story here as well. Dropping straight into the mid-boss. Is there anything to answer this with? Not really. Bocce Pop very weak. 3 players dead.
You got Death
has
Slam.
Traveler.
You can Death Slam and Transcept 7 for the steal, but if it doesn't work, you're down your Death Slam and you're even further behind.
Oh,
and it's just goes Stormcloud.
Dude, it is a party when Sire's in the house, just turning up. Light show.
Wait, a clone Death Slam saying, get that out of here. On the follow through is Vegas. The mid-boss, by the way, is still torching people from the back, just wondering why he's still even alive. In this moment, Hydration, though, down. Melee Creeps back into the fight. They pick up 3. Melee Creeps could turn this into a full-on steal. Dan as Bocce Pop goes wild into the back. This has gone terribly for Hydration.
Okay, this is what a turnaround. Beautiful work there. And that's all Saya, man, getting in there on that timing with the ult. forcing the whole team to disperse. I mean, they talk about the seven, like the seven's big balls, but I think there's a different way to use that terminology for Saya in that moment.
Melee Creeps get it. The steal, though, was real close from Hydronation, but what a turnaround in game state. Hydronation thinking they had the easy mid boss. Side delays just enough, and look, we just brought Jake, but Jake, 7 ult enthusiast #1. What do you say about that?
Yeah, I mean, the 7 ult really just stalled the fight out, right? And then you had to use even the copied lash from Sinclair just to stop the 7 ult. You know, I think that was really well executed by Melee Creeps, able to delay just long enough for their team to get in and really get the engagement they were hoping for. Calc was forced into, you know, I think less than optimal frozen shelter on the Kelvin, sustaining pretty much only through the 7 ult, not capturing an enemy inside and killing them as you normally like to. So some of these like late game team fights, you know, a couple back to back now have gone in favor of Melee Creeps, and the game's starting to tilt back in their favor. And I mean, eventually, right, like maybe you lack some things in the draft, but usually those holds in your draft, you can plug them with items, you get farmed enough, and I think the draft stops being so crucial. I think late game is still going to be scary. The threat of the Paradox pickoff is always there, and I think that's, you know, no matter how much Melee Creeps are in the lead, I think they could still struggle if they get kind of picked apart one by one. But this is a mid boss that could really turn into a big advantage if Melee Creeps can secure a few more towers.
I see guys.
Such good work. Poetry's EP. It's poetry. Seeing them all disperse onto the side. Cool Cheese comes in. That gives him an even easier death slam. Stuns them. Very, very nice. And for Hydronation, what is the path back for them now? Because they are certainly in trouble. They've lost map control completely against the rejuve buff and the super creeps. All they can really do right now is just play really passively and just try to wait for it to expire.
I think the path back is that they still have pretty good allocation. I mean, Hydration and D&B are still pretty large threats. You don't need your Paradox to be farmed when the main thing they need is to set up pickoffs. You don't necessarily need your Kelvin to be farmed, and we got farm Hydration able to find the way through, takes down AVG, most farmed on Melee Creeps early in the fight. Frozen Shelter, meanwhile down here from Cal. See Pashy Pop just standing still, tracking from afar. Not enough to get a kill though. Vegas counter-firing now. Pashy Pop perhaps. He's in. Working on the DMB nowhere to go, so trade-outs back and forth, 2 rejuves down from Melee Creeps. But for Hydronation, who is behind, not the worst back and forth there, Dan.
Yeah, the instant catch onto AVG, I think was the problem there for sure. That was nicely done by Hydration to get that quickly. And is on the way now, potentially. Here for Melee Creeps, that would be definitely something that'd be nice to pick up. Hydronation, though, have quite a few players that could potentially intercept this. There's 3 on the map, but actually looks like Flick's going to go back to base. And, well, the lanes are really pushed pretty deep, but it is in their territory, this drop-off location, Hydronation's territory, so surely you would expect them to fight for this. But the question is, would Melee Creeps want to fight for this? This is, I don't know if you want to gamble an earn fight with the advantage that they currently have.
I think going in here, on one hand, you don't want to give up the urn and give Hydronation the path back into the game. On the other hand, you're going... Hydronation is just better in up-close combat, right? With the team comp they picked. You don't necessarily want to go into Kelvin, Warden, Geist, Calico up close. It's not ideal. Swap, though, in from Flick. Swap, they're going to be there after, perhaps not. Slippery as Hydration gets caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, 2 nice pickoffs for Melee Creeps. Oh, hello. Oh, okay. Whenever you see the Storm Cloud go up, it's my heart always stops to just flutters for a second, but not nearly enough cover from the teammates to make that really turn into anything good. So Hydronation losing 3 players, not able to answer back. More map control, that's going to be an earn now. We were talking about how it was risky before. It certainly isn't risky now to pick that one up, so it just compounds further to the negative for Hydronation as Melee Creeps are looking really well set up now. Here's EP for the next mid boss to really take this game, this map.
You know, as well set up as Melee Creeps are, even as they get the urn and Hydronation is kind of... Look, for Melee Creeps, they're very far ahead, but the game actually isn't as over as you expect. Again, it just comes down to soul allocation. The people that need farm on Hydronation, specifically Hydration, Rocane, and DMB, still kind of have it. And a lot of their farm deficit comes from Calc and Flick. Hydra Nation can win fights, especially under the backdrop of defending at base. So it's not as cut and dry as you would expect with this level of difference as it would be in most other situations. I firmly believe that.
Well, Pochipop is looking in a very good shape here at the moment, as is AVG on a 35k apiece. So as long as they can control, Hydra Nation can control that the output from those two players, they should be all right. Kinetic Carbine is going to connect, not going for the swap though. Our swap is unavailable. And you can see the poking coming in here from Hydra Nation, trying to create a fighting opportunity. Forced to back off though.
I think the smartest play, if you're melee creeps right now, you do not go for push, you go for mid bosses. You want to fight around mid boss. You need to make Hydra Nation actually commit. And if you're Hydra Nation, it's sort of interesting is that there is a world where they could give up mid boss to just defend at base, because defending at base with their comp, especially with Flick setting up with an early swap, I mean, it is doable. Them going in the contest mid though, especially with melee creeps being significantly ahead on souls, with Saya's ability to deny space, it's complicated.
Lash.
Okay, well, maybe they can navigate the complexity here. I mean, they have shown, I think, in many instances at DFN, the ability to turn around deficits. It does just take one mistake for melee creeps.
Well, one thing Jake brought up, which is very true, is Saya now has Unstoppable on 7, which means that it just gives you more time of your ult not being messed with, right? Relative to getting immediately knocked out of it with either a copy Death Slam or a knockdown. So Saya continues to be a bit of a raid boss here. Mid boss though is up, and Hydra Nation looking for a pick. Flick already dropping Paradoxical Swap. None has come in here just yet. They're looking for Pochipop. Pochipop is the one under the gun. Now we got Saya coming in from the side, dropping the lightning ball. Flick goes down. Pochipop finally gets taken down. Hydra Nation 5v5. Frozen Shelter ready right now. Refresher has been used, so it's one Frozen Shelter down. Calc waiting to drop another one. Who needs it? Vegas is down. The Storm Cloud in over the top. Hydra Nation down 2. Second Frozen Shelter now down from Calc. All the support in the world, not enough to save DMB. Hydra Nation down 3. Melee Creep still looking pretty healthy. Several members down at half. AVG able to get Young Calc onto the side, and it's just Melee Creeps cleaning up here, Dan. And this could be the beginning of the end for Game 2 for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, I really liked what Hydra Nation did there, because they made the fight hard for themselves, but they also made it hard for their opponents. And they did so by kind of like bobbing and weaving around all these corridors and choke points. Because if you imagine that they would go into the open ground around the mid boss, they're going to get absolutely wrecked by the ults from melee creeps, especially Saya's ult. So, you know, they were trying to make something of that, but just a bit too far behind, perhaps. That stat check coming in to play, and the rejuve will go into the hands of melee creeps. And as you say, that should really be it at this point. Melee creeps are so far ahead. 60k souls ahead, almost.
They're just running out of options for viable team fights here, and even the vaunted allocation on the hydration looks pretty rough when hydration right now is just even with Ivy, the lowest member on melee creeps. I guess Lomain is still pretty low too, right? But all in all, not really great for Hydra Nation. They run out of the ability to contest the open map. They can't really viably contest the urn. I mean, maybe they go for a swap, like Flick tries to pick off a straggler, but it's really tough sailing right now, Dan.
Yep. This might be the best worst fight for you if you are Hydra Nation. Oh, hello. Flying Bunny. So here we go. Looking to contest around the urn drop-off. See if there's somebody that can get isolated for a pick-off, but AVG is going to take down the base Guardian, and they're just going to keep pushing on through melee creeps. There's a rescue beam coming in. Support Vindicta.
Last Stand's already been used, answered in turn by a Death Slam. Last Stand nearly gone, but Hydration still gets AVG after. I think Hydration got thrown into AVG by his own latch, in fact. But I'm not sure how much it matters. Hydration still hunted down as the most farmed player. Melee creeps, Rejuvenator in tow. I mean, Hydration, they've traded out 2 for 2 so far. DMB though goes down. It's just the problem is Rejuve is up, and it's, you know, they're down for so long. I don't think it really matters, Dan.
Yep, I don't think so either. get these shrines down the Patron, they could potentially just keep rolling this through into a victory. They don't need to necessarily disengage from the base here, especially with 5 rejuice still available. Saya's gonna be back up any second now. And okay, his ult's not gonna be up. That would be kind of game changing. So that's not gonna be something Hydronation have to worry about, but yeah, I don't think Melee Creeps have to give up the pressure here. There's not too much of a reason to do so.
I think they're just waiting for Death Slam right now. Like, they're gonna have Death Slam, Telekinesis back up in a moment. Look for Cool Cheese to take away the Sanctuary of the Fountain as the pressure comes into the Patron, or they just slam the Patron. Slam the Patron, get rid of it. Nothing to be done about that level of pressure at the end. Melee Creeps, they nursed a lead and just added onto it bit by bit. We're a little bit skeptical of the draft, a little bit skeptical of the no frontliner play, but they make it work even without the holiday. Gotta welcome Jake back in here. And Jake, you know, again, we're worried about the draft, and yet Melee Creeps, they still made it work.
Yeah, ZP, and a few of those fights were really on the edge of a knife with, you know, Saya living on super low HP and turning things around with the 7 ult. I like that Hydronation stayed aggressive even into that late game where they're down, you know, 20, 30 souls. They were still willing to initiate first and kind of take that gamble, tried to turn the game around, and nearly succeeded. A few of those fights really made Melee Creeps sweat despite a much bigger soul lead than you would normally think would be surmountable for Hydronation.
Yeah, I was really impressed by the comp and how they made it work. I actually think that was somewhat of the key to their success previously too, if I don't remember incorrectly. They were able to run these types of comps and do so really effectively and be very dynamic with them. So yeah, props to Melee Creeps final match.
I do think one thing you have to go back and really apply scrutiny to, though, and where the match truly changed for the rest of the game, right, was what happened at mid-boss, where Hydronation had the advantage. They were taking mid-boss, and then what happens? Saya comes in, delays on Stormcloud. The execution response from Hydronation is a little bit scuffed. Arguably, Frozen Shelter not in the right place. Arguably, the clone Death Slam maybe not the absolute right play. And Melee Creeps, they trickle back in. They turn the fight. They get kills on everyone in Hydronation, and they get mid-boss. And at that point, Jake, there's just no coming back.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like the snowball from Hydronation, you'd think it would have been enough, but a couple strong fights, and then eventually Melee Creeps just break through to like a certain phase of the late game where they fix all their problems with like the perfect item pickups. They've outplayed, and that's got to hurt for Hydronation, who I think had the tools to close this game out. I think they're going to be kicking themselves for this one going into the decisive game 3 in the series.
There was one actually interesting scenario I noticed as well before that happened, which was Hydronation were like just a little bit ahead, and they had full map control. They had killed all of the jungle on the entire map basically, and there was this spot where I think it was where Hydration died. I think he died, and it was like very, very, very close for him to kill Saya or AVG, one of the two. And that fight happened because I feel like Hydronation didn't have any other option, I think, that they felt to otherwise just to do anything other than push the base, because every other objective is basically dealt with at that time. So that was the only way for them to leverage their advantage. But the fight looked awkward.
Also, can we talk about what we just saw in the replay there that, you know, I don't think we caught in the moment? The repositioning of Saya there via rescue beam on low main, just getting him to a better spot on the Stormcloud. You know, you don't see Stormcloud even channeled that long for the most part nowadays, at least until today. So seeing the combination of like rescue beam Stormcloud there, actually super, super cool. And look, 7 doubters, eat your heart out. Saya, great performance right now for Melee Creeps and a 0 frontliner comp, no less, to force map 3.
Yeah, AVG too, I think, did a really good job the whole game, because if we think also back to the points before they got ahead, AVG was very competitive, despite there being a lot of oppressive scenarios where low main was struggling. Poshy Pop was also was struggling to kind of be in the spot that you'd want Poshy Pop to be in. And so AVG was like the only person on the team that had that raw damage potential to, I think, really create a lot of threat. And there were a lot of fights that came down to like the last bullet where AVG was managed to survive or just get those extra kills. And that, I think, that really added up for AVG.
Yeah, and Mirage, I think, you know, in these late game scenarios can kind of get to a pretty crazy level where you're just applying your passive so much, you're so tanky, and you know, that late game escape potential from Tornado is really, really powerful, allowing you to be super aggressive, poking super hard, and then still get out without taking too much damage compared to most heroes that have that late game damage.
Again, I think the thing that really is remarkable to me about how Melee Creeps were able to win this, where, yeah, I mean, a lot of it did kind of hinge on that mid-fight where, you know, Hydronation might have messed things up, but also the fact that, you know, we talked about keys to victory. We thought that the one way they would make it work without frontliners is that you would have a monster Vindicta game. It was more of a supportive Vindicta game. It was not the Vindicta, you know, dominates the world sort of performance from low main. Instead, the rest of the team was able to compensate Jake in a way that, you know, I think based on how we've seen other teams play, we didn't necessarily expect coming in.
Yeah, I think Seven and Mirage both stepped up to be huge late game damage dealers, got a ton of farm, and really got to that point, crucially, where you hit critical mass, that the Seven ult starts to really be a huge threat in the fight. Mirage is pumping tons of damage. And then although Melee Creeps don't have a real way to initiate aggressively, they kind of were just starting by like ripping a Seven ult in the sky over an objective. And that in and of itself was enough to pressure Hydronation to force plays and to try and dive in. And then, you know, the extra rescue beams on characters like the Vindicta were really powerful in allowing the fight to stabilize, reset, and slow down. And eventually Hydronation, you know, you run out of gas on some of these aggressive frontliners. If you don't find kills with the swap, if you're not finding kills with the Warden ult, the re-engage is pretty devastating from Lash.
Yeah, I'm excited, guys. I don't have anything to add analysis-wise. I'm just pretty stoked to see the fact that like Melee Crews turned it around, because honestly, the first maps felt really hopeless in a way that was pretty disappointing, I think, based off of the performance we saw in the previous week. So I feel like we're back.
Well, we are back. This is Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel North America. We are going the distance just the same way that EU did earlier in the day. It is maximum Deadlock here today. It's what Wednesday has become known for here in the Deadlock community. 1-1. Will Melee Creeps hold off Hydronation, or will Hydronation become the champions once more? The only way to know is to stay tuned after this break. We're back with Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel North America, 1-1 in the best of 3 money match. It all comes down to one final map. I'm ZP here with DDK and Jake, and gentlemen, Melee Creeps. We weren't necessarily a believer in the last draft. They made us believers. They turned the tide. And now we wonder, can they defend the championship once more against Hydra Nation? Or does Hydra Nation reclaim the throne and just say it was only number 13 that had them down?
Well, I think it's a good chance. I think what was interesting is that Melee Creeps also found a bit more of what works for them. And I feel like if they're able to just go back to that, make sure that they have a comp that works in that fashion, they'll be fine. They had a lot of good options by the time the mid game to late game hit. They survived until that point, which is kind of what they needed to do. They didn't lose too badly so that Hydra Nation got too far ahead. There's a lot of marginal moments that they avoided to come to that outcome, but they pulled it off. And so we know that they can play those mid to late game comps. So yeah, I think there's a lot of ways to get to a comp like that. So I feel optimistic about their draft that's coming up.
Yeah, I feel good about Melee Creeps here, but at the same time, I think Hydra Nation could have easily tipped that one over the line. So I think this is going to be potentially a very competitive game 3. Even if Melee Creeps does go for this more passive, like disengage, re-engage strategy that worked for them last game, I still would love for them to have just like one pick-off hero, whether it's the Paradox, the Holiday, somebody who can turn the tides, I think, a little bit more proactively rather than just being fully reactive, because I think Hydra Nation also have the opportunity to figure out what they need to change, maybe draft-wise, strategy-wise, to defeat Melee Creeps. And with how close that last game was, I think either team making a little adaptation could push them over the top.
Well, draft-wise, the draft, I believe, is ready, so all these questions will be answered and more. And of course, the interesting thing for Hydra Nation is, again, they get to choose either their choice of first or second twice in this best of 3 series, something that historically they didn't get to do because they were always on the defending side. Also, something of note here, too, is that thus far, the team that has gotten their choice has also won the map. So with how important draft strategy is, Dan, those sorts of small advantages do add up.
Yeah, they definitely do. Hydra Nation got to observe, some of the things that worked out particularly well. I could even potentially see like a Mirage ban, honestly, because that was such a comfort carry. Because unlike the Wraith or like some of the other carries that are pretty high priority, the Mirage can kind of come on. It comes online like straight away almost with the amount of like consistency with the damage, and that seemed to work out super well for AVG. So that's like if I'm thinking about one of the things that went well for Melee Creeps, I'm thinking about the Mirage. But looks like we get the Yamato instead.
Yeah, Hydra Nation just don't want to play against the Yamato, maybe feeling like it's too much of a comfort pick for Melee Creeps. Curious to see what the first ban, or the ban is rather, for Melee Creeps, knowing that Hydra Nation have that opportunity to set the stage.
I don't think they want to see the Flick Holiday. I think that making that adaptation in map 2 really helped. The Holiday absolutely murdered them in map 1. I think they're willing to have Flick on Paradox. I don't think they're willing to have Flick on Holiday. And it comes true once again where they take that weapon away. And if Hydra Nation is going to reclaim the title, they're going to do it with a different hero than they were able to play on map 1. Now, when you have one pick here, you do wonder, okay, what do you prioritize? What do you have as the number 1? I still kind of think here, Dan, it might be Paradox.
Yeah, it's hard to get away from the Paradox. If the Holiday's gone, the Paradox is that initiator for sure. Okay, we're getting the instant. Okay, they're taking a page from Melee Creeps. You'd expect to get the Paradox now. I feel like nothing else makes sense. Question mark.
For me, Flick also had a couple moments in the Paradox in that game where they kind of like let a pick or two slip out of their fingers, and so I think maybe the Paradox just didn't feel as comfortable nearly as the Holiday. I think that's a great call out, GP, that the Holiday would have been a much higher preference for them. So maybe going for the Mirage, you accept, hey, maybe that team's gonna snag the Paradox from us, but maybe we can be the ones to change the draft, go a very different direction, and just really set the game to be very different than it was in the last map that Melee Creeps, of course, came out on top.
Yeah, and now the question is, how much do they value frontliners early in the draft now that they've shown they can play without it? I do wonder if they take the Vindicta away here. Like, should they, like for Melee Creeps, right? I don't think they will pick Vindicta on the second pick here. I think they'll probably go with the Paradox, right? So for Hydra Nation, you have Vegas, who's incredibly talented. Okay, they go Kelvin. That's right.
Kelvin's been going early all day.
Kelvin's been going early.
It's been going very early, and so I think people are just super hot, putting a ton of value on the Kelvin.
I think you get Vindicta here if you're Hydra Nation. Just given the fact that Melee Creeps has liked running it, even though it wasn't the most impactful on individual performance. I mean, Dan, I think you force low main maybe to something else here.
I think Paradox also has to still be considered, even if it wasn't perfect in the last game. I feel like Paradox just really needs to be in the conversation with the pick priority, the ability to initiate fights.
I think it kind of works out well for Melee Crews because they've shown that they're pretty happy also to play Lash in lieu of having a Paradox, in lieu of having a Holiday. So, and Lash is not super high priority. Unless Hydra Nation decide to like ban it, you know, like when the next ban comes around, which is obviously a possibility. But I'm also curious about the 7, how the teams are rating 7, because both teams have used 7 now to a pretty excellent degree, and it was pivotal in both of their wins. So I feel like that's something I'm starting to think about now, which there we go. There's a 7. So yeah, I was going to say, like, this is not something I would have thought about any other week, but 7 has come into the meta again.
I do feel like Wraith is a pretty solid answer to the 7 though, right? Because it's just such a quick counter to the 7 ultimate. It's like one of the most reliable like single target stuns in the game. And you know, so it forces 7 to build unstoppable or maybe just not play around the ultimate. So I feel like picking it into the Wraith is very confident for Hydra Nation. Maybe there's maybe they build, you know, prioing the stun or something like that. But I do think the ulti build is what makes the 7 look at its best.
Okay, so Vindicta now getting picked up by Melee Creeps, the opportunity to deny that going by the wayside from Hydra Nation. I think picking the 7, given what Saya did in the last round, makes a lot of sense. Now, okay, your question for Hydra Nation is, what do you prioritize here? I don't think Melee Creeps will necessarily go a 0 frontliner strategy again. I do think, though, if you're Melee Creeps and you go for a ban here, you probably take out Warden. You get rid of Hydration's biggest comfort pick here, which is absolutely, I think, what Hydra Nation is going to pick next, should it not be banned. And instead they go for Talon. Okay, that also still makes sense. You get Vegas off the counter there, and you go, okay, we're actually okay with like Hydration playing the Warden. Interesting. Dan, second ban coming out here from Hydra Nation. I wonder what they really want to take away from Melee Creeps no matter what.
Yeah, it's definitely harder to say at this point. I can tell you it's not going to be Viscous. For some reason, Viscous has disappeared off the face of the planet, which surprises me. Maybe Jake, you understand like why that's the case at the moment. But the Warden goes away. Okay.
From Hydra Nation. Hydra Nation banned the Warden.
That's interesting because we've seen that Melee Creeps doesn't need a front line to thrive. So this feels like it's not too significant for them unless Hydra Nation are going to pick something they feel like the Warden would be a good counter to.
I feel like if you have Kelvin though, I feel like it's like insane not to run a frontliner, right? Like it's insane not to run, you know, some people who are going to get value off Kelvin's heals and potentially like join him in the dome for like that Thunderdome style. So the Calico can kind of be that, you know, frontliner, fill that role now. Maybe it would have been a Warden otherwise, but I feel like Calico also a high prio hero, and Hydra Nation now. Curious to see where they round out the draft. I feel like we are waiting for the hydration hero here.
They're going to grab Abrams. I think for frontline that they don't have enough viable frontline options. Abrams has to come in. They don't have to pick it now. Like they can literally pick it last because I don't think Melee Creeps is going to pick the Abrams before then. That being said, like they've picked it at the spot before.
Take whatever they
and they
throw at
pick it at the spot again.
I think it's good to grab it now. I mean, I feel like they've shown that like the Vindicta, they're great at like comboing down the Vindicta with knockdowns into the pins, and I mean, Young Calc's just extreme comfort on the hero. It's a great start. What do they round it out with here though? Like what do we? I think.
Yeah, they
what about a pocket maybe?
Yeah.
Well,
something that.
Guys, yeah, duh. Like, you know what it is? I think we're all collectively looking at this one. It's like, what makes sense here? It's like normally Geist doesn't drop this low. Like,
yeah, normally Geist would have already gone.
yeah. So it's just like your brain is like your 5th, 6th pick brain is not thinking of Geist because Geist isn't here. Same reason why it's not thinking about Viscous, where Viscous is still here. And also, by the way, given things that Vegas likes playing, they could go Sinclair again to go for like double dome off the duplicate, or I also think Vegas could go the other direction, which would make plenty of sense to me too on the Viscous.
I think Viscous probably hard this game for Hydra Nation with, you know, the flyers and the high mobility characters like Lash and Vindicta. It's just so hard to catch them and really annoy them too much at all with Viscous. So I don't expect to see Hydra Nation do it this game, but you're right. I think it probably is the Vegas hero next. Sinclair just makes the most sense based on what he's played today. And I think it fits well, like, honestly, being able to hex somebody like the Lash and deny his combo, but stolen away by Melee Creeps. I think there's a really sick last pick. Curious to see what Melee Creeps really do with it, but I'm less worried about that, and I'm more worried for Hydra Nation. What did they find for their 6th right now?
I mean, it's Vegas's hero pool, Dan, here, so that's why I'm looking at this like...
They're gone.
No, Talon is banned, Vindicta is banned, like... I feel like he actually has to Viscous. It's time to get gooped. Yeah, I'm not just talking about our sick merch.
It's a tough Viscous game for me. I don't like it. Maybe you have to.
Oh, it's Ivy?
Yeah, they go for the support. Okay.
Well, okay, who's playing the Ivy then? Because you probably still have Abrams on the... You still probably have Calc on the Abrams, so...
Hydration can play a Ivy.
It's interesting. I feel like it might be the 7 for him this game, I would think, because he's been so consistently like the hard farmer. And then it's gonna be like, you know, DMB on Mirage and Flick on Paradox. So yeah, I mean, but I feel like Vegas could probably play Ivy. Like, I don't think Ivy is exactly like the one trick specialist type hero. You know, it is a little bit more straightforward, and I think it could be a strength for Hydra Nation if they're willing to rotate their player who plays support. That only widens the number of options they have, makes them more difficult to draft against when they can, for example, put somebody like Young Calc on the Comfort Abrams.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Makes sense. Yeah, you think about the hero pools we've seen here, it probably makes sense that it's going to be Vegas on the Ivy, which, hey, I mean, look, man of many talents, I think Vegas will play a perfectly fine Ivy in this situation. I don't think it's a cause for Hydra Nation to worry. If we look at the difference in drafts between the two teams also, it's actually, I feel like this is pretty well balanced between early, the mid game, the late game, on both sides, really. Like, you can make arguments either way. I mean, Jake, how are you reading it right now?
Yeah, I don't think either team has like drafted noticeably much greedier than the other. I think a lot of the key matchups are going to be like Geist and Calico being able to trade in the mid game. The ability for Hydra Nation to catch Vindicta, something I'm definitely going to be watching. I think Flick last game, I don't think was his best on Paradox, is fair to say. And so I'm curious to see, I think Paradox having a stronger game could be a critical factor here. It's like you have Kelvin to, save people or turn fights around, but somebody swap deep into the enemy team, you're basically going to need a rescue beam to deal with that. And even with the Kelvin, like it's all your saves are going to be on the Kelvin, can't be everywhere all at once. So I think real opportunities for Calc and Flick, especially to pick off some of these heroes trying to front line for melee groups.
Okay, who's on Ivy? Who's here going, hey, you got to build? I mean, look, it'll still be fine. Vegas or not. Okay, it's clearly Vegas, given the Wraith comment of, quote, welcome to the furry club. I wasn't really aware that was a thing, but as Vegas has dropped the meow, Dan, it's a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing now. I mean, you can't be... Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to move on. I'm going to make the choice to move on.
You saw what was down that path. You're like, I don't like any of the follow-ups here. I'm just changing gears. Like, I'm hitting the eject button, and just as Axe would have liked to there, as eats a whole lot of damage off the charge.
Yeah, Calc is eerily good at connecting these charges out of nowhere. Very, very nice to see. But yeah, it's going to be super interesting. It does feel like melee creeps kind of outdrafted their opponents slightly. Just like I mean, forcing Vegas onto the Ivy. I feel like you've done something correct here, right?
Well, you look at the early lane situation, Jake. What's really popping out to you aside from Flick getting completely pummeled health-wise?
I mean, this early in the laning phase, I still think it's pretty much a wash. Flick could easily grab a one green item and be back to full real quick. So I'm just curious to see how the game breaks down. Who's getting active first between Young Calc and DMB and even Rokane, like where the front lining pressure ends up going.
All right. AVG getting the early pick off. Calico is pretty nasty in lane.
Calico's definitely turned out to be one of the stronger early laners, even versus something like Geist. Especially you get melee lifesteal, you have multiple ways of proccing it, and just in general, your ability to punish and keep pressure on when you have an advantage is pretty high. Also, same to be said about Kelvin at points. Things getting real frosty here in lane 2. Calc feeling it.
Yeah, your Calico has 4 things that heal you after like 1,000 souls. There's like 4 things to heal you. So it's pretty crazy, honestly. And the cooldowns are so good. But looks like there might be a gank actually on the way to the Calico. Here we've got Flick making the way across to lane 4. And in fact, that's going to force a response also from Sire.
Ganks on both sides, but it's AVG getting the better of it. DMB down again. And look, I'm getting flashbacks to last week where part of the reason why Melee Creeps was able to beat Hydronation is that DMB had a miserable early start to the game. And DMB now down 0-2 on Geist. And, you know, Geist can be effective without a ton of farm generally, but still a hero that prefers farm. And you walk over, run into Abrams in a dark alley. Not the best situation, but Ulti's just barely able to leap out of there.
I feel like if you get like hit in the back like that as you're jumping, it should give you a boost. I feel like. Can we make that happen?
In terms of physics, it would make sense.
Yeah.
It would feel satisfying too on the same end. But you know, it's not feeling satisfying though. On the other end is Hydronation already down in a little bit of a hole. I mean, Melee Creeps have gotten the better of a lot of these early lane kills, and you know, it's not sound the alarm just yet, but it's a pretty solid lead to be in right now, Dan.
It is looking pretty nice. Considering how things have looked the rest of the series, it's definitely looking great for Melee Creeps. And I think especially, as you pointed out, the MB's struggle is very worrisome if you're a Hydronation fan. So I think that's something they can get under control. That's going to require some additional ganking, I would imagine. But fortunately for Hydronation, they do have Flick on the lane that's the neighboring lane. So that's a great way to get the ganks in.
Yeah, I mean, I think DMB is just sitting here looking at Flick's soul total being like, please hit 3K. Please hit 3K. I will take whatever help I could get. But 3v2 now in lane 1. Melee Creeps really rotating on in. Oshipop able to find Vegas. Vegas' time on Ivy so far, not perhaps the most enjoyable. And this game, honestly, I mean, look, I'm not going to call it this early in the overall sense, but it's getting rough. The DSB is about to die for the 3rd time in this game. Perhaps goes for the life drain, goes for the parry. The parry would have been huge, but it's not enough. 16 HP. AVG falling at the very end, not able to get away cleanly. Go ahead, DMB the salvage of that.
That is brutal though, because that's like another wave of creeps as well that is going to be missed by Vegas. So like just epic harass. Definitely that trade was so worth, I think, for AVG. So oof. Not a good start, Hydronation. They had to send again a Flick across to assist there.
It's been a rough early game for Hydronation for sure. Now, it might even out a little bit. Your Flick has hit 3K. Flick already going into lane 4, looking to even the scales a little bit, give DMB a leg up. So we'll see what Flick does now that Paradoxical Swap is ready to go.
We're gonna have to see some calc magic, you know, where calc. Oh, hello. Well, he's looking pretty full on at the moment, but just that calc magic where he's able to like kind of take over the game around that 10-minute mark with all the roaming with the Abrams.
I love how just like when you see calc magic and you just almost see calc just getting floored from a distance as if on cue. Okay,
he got sniped. Okay. Was that an assassinate? I think it was. Yeah, it was an assassinate. So you get a nice little cheeky bit of souls in the bag for low main.
Which would be interesting too, because low main, you know, across both games has been a quiet Vindicta day, even in the win. But what a boon it would be the Melee Creeps if low main was able to do a little bit more snowballing this time around. 28K to 25K. And again, I think you're right to bring up allocation, specifically in looking at calc, right? Where, you know, it is one of the storylines anytime a team picks Abrams.
Lane 1 though, we got a Death Slam that's online. Looking for that gank is Cool Cheese. And I mean, they're underneath the bridge at the moment, but really looking for that Death Slam, I think. I'm not sure if it's still a good option at this point though. The timing may have gone.
The threat of Death Slam really curtails how aggressive Calc can be at the moment. Like, Calc can't lead with the Seismic Slam, because if you go with that, you're just going to get immediately Death Slammed in turn. As it turns out, Death greater than Seismic in that specific instance, at least until level 3. But Swap coming in from Flick. Vindicta under pressure. Hydration dropping the Storm Cloud in turn, but still not enough to save Flick. Or wait, that wasn't Flick. That was Sinclair dropping the Storm Cloud. You got fooled.
Yeah, honestly, it is actually very confusing to like figure out who is doing the ult.
The one thing I will like bargain for is that we need Sinclair to have like very distinct voice lines that he's copied and ult. Like that'd be great. So you know, look at that and be like, because he even copies the 7 model and it just catches you for a split second. But you know what? We corrected ourselves. We're good.
I'm gonna need you to explain to me, ZP, why the creeps are little candlesticks.
You know what? For whatever reason, it was deemed effective by the occult industrial complex, as it were. Just standard issue. That's all we got within the lore of Deadlock.
All right, okay. Fair enough. Well, Calc is trying to be active here. There comes that death slam. Gonna throw him straight into the Guardian. Ground strike follow up, but it's going to be dodged here because it's straight up in the air. The escape with the seismic slam is not going to be too much of an escape. Great conversion there. Flick getting caught in there. DMB with the double on site and AVG. Great conversion coming through in favor of Hydronation. But they're still 5k souls behind at the moment as a team.
Huge bailout for DMB, who desperately needed those souls. Frozen Shelter, though, down. The parry from Vegas comes on in. Helps protect his teammate in the Frozen Shelter. Great awareness from Vegas to go in, throw his body into it, make it happen. Even gets a fall through in the Poshy Pop right after. Hydronation making the most out of these rotations in the lane 1.
That was so clutch, that parry. Oh my god. They were definitely not going to be able to survive otherwise, I don't think. And be in the position like they are in now, pressuring this Guardian. They're going to convert it, in fact. So huge parry from Vegas, really clutch moment. And that's going to even up the souls as well from a 5k deficit.
Yeah, and 5k at 9 minutes is not insignificant, so absolutely crucial as Rocane just gets plunked. More money towards low main. This is the richest low main has been all day, by the way. 9k on the Vindicta at 9.
I think a well-fed Vindicta is, I mean, just such a great answer against so many things, but especially Calc. Stake, the long distance damage, the burst damage from the ult. It's going to be a problem. If they can't keep low main down, that is really going to become a problem here.
Buffs coming up in 3 seconds, and first urn. See Saya just weighing there, instantly grabbing the movement. On the other side, not grabbed yet. Anyone? Hydronation prioritizing. Looks like they're gonna give it to Vegas, and Flick again, death slammed into oblivion. This is what just happened there. Meanwhile, Sinclair in on the hunt, looking for Geist, takes down DMB, gets out cleanly. Dan.
Absolutely clinical. Poshy Pop taking one in the chest, a buckshot from young Calc. Calc is doing a good job. Hydration, just being Hydration, just ahead of everyone on souls.
Can I note something? Is this like a rite of initiation for joining Hydronation? Like, regardless of what hero Calc has been on today, Calc is stuck moving the urn. Doesn't matter. Like, on Ivy, moving urn. On Abrams, urn. Kelvin, urn. Like, the composition doesn't matter. They're just like, we're not running that, Calc. It's your job.
True. It's gonna wait till someone else gets kicked and then joins, and then they can take over. Yeah, exactly. Makes sense. It checks out. Okay, do we have anything to stop this? Okay, in comes the ground strike, and that's gonna knock the urn out the hands. But wow, the response here from Hydronation, they're not messing around. That is, honestly, they're just like, what are you guys doing?
That was about the worst response that they could have had in that instance. Also, Clone Stormcloud in. Does enough damage to roast and toast Calc. Saya slips away, finish off Hydration. Great audience participation from Saya to help set that up.
Wow, that is crazy. And also, we're getting way more kills coming in from the Assassinates too. 13k souls for lane main. I thought that Hydronation, after that, the kills around the urn, that they were in a great spot, but what they didn't sort of, I guess, understand is that the rotation from melee creeps was coming pretty hard and fast there.
65k to 62k. Take a look at allocation again. I think one of the scarier things is just low main, very fed. DMB also very dead in this instance. As Saya, once again, Johnny on the spot. Second look, Calc just going to be shoving down lane 1, which, by the way, I don't hate. I think giving the Abrams time to just eat lanes every now and then to stay in the game farm-wise is smart relative to pulling absolutely everything onto, historically, it would have been like Hydration, Letha, in this case, of course, more just Hydration.
This is actually, I think, the first time we're seeing Hydro Nation, though, be the team that's behind. I feel like for the most part, Melee Creeps, even in the game that they won, they were behind until, you know, like deep into the mid game. And right now that story is the other way around. So we haven't seen Hydro Nation have to come back just yet from in this scenario. So we'll be curious to see what they're able to cobble together to that effect. Good map control from Melee Creeps.
It always make you laugh when Sinclair gets called out on the ping and it's just all in caps. Like, it's so magnificent that it's just 3 words, you know, shouting. Doesn't matter what hero's calling it out. But a little bit of skirmishing here near the secret shop. Calc looking for a charge. Hydro Nation moving forward. Instead, it's DMB. You know, we're looking at lane 3, but lane 4 was where the danger was. DMB getting picked once more.
Yeah, the response comes in, though, from Hydro Nation. They are rotating players to lane 1, but they might get crunched, though, because there's more players from Melee Creeps that can crunch into them from that lane 3. And that looks like it's exactly what's about to happen here, surrounding Young Calc here. He's going down real fast. Young Calc out of the picture. That's going to force Flick to go back to base. This is a complete rout for Hydro Nation, as they're going to have to give up this Walker, I think. There are so many players here for Melee Creeps.
Vindicta, meanwhile, on the top, looking for assassinates. This is just absolute pressure coming in from Melee Creeps. And, you know, the person I feel like that's been enabling a lot of it has been Saya. Like, Saya, all over the map, a key mover in most of these kills, regardless of whether or not they've gotten the killing blow. And, you know, kind of a good time to bring in Jake. Like, Jake, what have you thought about this Sinclair play coming in from Melee Creeps?
Yeah, not only has it been a huge blocker pick where Hydro Nation almost certainly wanted the pick for themselves, but I feel like Saya has had, in general, a really strong game, although this doesn't look like a good moment for him. Trapped in a small room with the 7 ultimate. But regardless, I feel like he's made a lot of big plays. He's really been pushing the limit on the audience participation. I think the Sinclair hero is definitely going to be something key for the meta going forward.
Just taking one in the arse on the way out.
Dan, that was assassinates you feel, where you look at that as like it actually triggers your anxiety by proxy.
Yeah. It's not a good or fun feeling. Now, the map control is still decent here for Melee Creeps. And just, you know, making sure that they can just claim all of... In fact, there's actually some jungle that they can still farm up here. But somehow, actually, despite the fact, ZP, that it feels like Melee Creeps has been just kind of crushing it the last like 5 to 8 minutes, the score's basically even.
It's even, and also the go to my conspiracy theory. Look who's moving the urn again. It's Calc. Well, don't worry. If Hydro Nation loses again, they will probably grab someone from Melee Creeps, so Calc will be off the hook for urn duty, if it is in fact a hazing ritual. That's just how it goes in the day.
Yeah, I think it most certainly is. I think you're onto something.
Mm-hmm. Hydration gets axed down in the moment. 1 man up is Hydro Nation. Death Slam. In from Cool Cheese. Don't think too much came of it there in the moment. And Calc just able to run the urn right on in.
Efficient. Very efficient. Hydro Nation runs a tight ship. Oh, Boshy Pop with the pause.
A tight enough ship that we got ourselves a pause. So back and forth the souls have gone, where, by the way, Vegas actually one of the more fed Ivies we've seen. 15k relative to the rest of his team. But, you know, speaking of soul allocation, you know, take a little bit of time to bring in Jake. So Calc's gonna go use the bathroom, but hydration 19k. Just standard hydration stuff here, Jake.
Yeah, it's a classic hydration game, and I think that could be a real problem for Melee Creeps if hydration gets this phase in the game. You know, like we talk about 7 having a later peak, and I think that is the nature of the character. But man, like the late game, sometimes like fighting around the mid boss, fighting around the base with a late game full stack 7 ulti is incredibly powerful. And it's one of the ultis where I feel like you really need the perfect item build for it to make it strong. And so for Saya, you know, copying it is an option, but I don't think it's going to replicate the full power that hydration can bring to bear. Still, though, I think the game, you know, without mid bosses going down, I don't think anyone's going to get too massive of a lead here. But definitely both teams know that the next team fight that comes up probably could decide who moves into a decisive advantage.
Also, for those watching, if you want to decide things in your chat experience, like having better emotes, hexagrams right now is our special model for what emotes you can drop down if you just sub to the Deadlock Fight Night channel. That's right, I'm not above just shilling out our channel or our YouTube, where you can catch great YouTube highlights after the game, whenever you want, at your own schedule. It's all at your fingertips, but the pause is over, and thus the shilling is too. You know, Dan, sometimes you just gotta fit it in.
Yeah, you gotta squeeze in the shill as much as you can. Gotta keep this operation running. God damn it.
Paychecks must be signed, as it turns out, or PayPal. You know, sending. It's a lot of PayPal, and not the person cheating and getting disqualified kind. The payment service kind.
Let's take out Gigawatt.
Yeah, what kind of weird nickname to pick? We won't hold it against him. We'll just hold the cheating thing. Okay.
But
Yeah, anyway.
he held it against him, the fact that he will not be playing in the tournaments anymore, and also got hardware ID banned by Valve.
Yeah,
So
yeah, there we go.
that is where we're at. But yeah, 93K, 97K, Hydration back into it again. The you look at Hydration's rotations around the map, just gathering farm. He is the treasury, the Federal Reserve, as we called it earlier. But Melee Creep's still in a really good position. But I will say the amount of gap that Low Main had over the game has fallen a little bit to the wayside. It has not been one assassinate after the other, despite the really good start.
I feel like we should give him a different nickname. Like what? Let's Satoshi's Wallet. What about that?
You know, that would be fine. I mean, especially the way it's been going with, how rich Hydration gets in the average game. Makes all the sense in the world to me.
All right, well. In terms of rotations right now, like most of the map has been eaten up by both teams in terms of the jungle. So it kind of leaves the teams with like, okay, well, what are more natural objectives that we could be looking to get? Urn's not up. It's going to be in 2 minutes. Mid boss is up, but you can't really at this point kind of go for that. It's just like you can't raw dog the mid boss generally, unless you have like a comp that's really good at like baiting it and having like setups there. But we're not seeing really that for either team. So it kind of leaves both sides in this sort of stalemate position, where if one team doesn't feel like they can go for picks and the other team also doesn't feel like they want to set up picks, you're just kind of farming lanes until objectives spawn.
Yeah, I mean, right now both teams are playing it relatively safe, and to your point on mid boss, yeah, I mean, unless you're running a comp with something like Yamato, right, where teams with Yamato will take a little bit more risk in just going for the mid boss because you use Shadow Transformation, make it a lot less hectic and a lot less likely to get interrupted. But in this case, both teams are just playing to not make a mistake, and ideally the other team messes up, you take advantage. But it's kind of led to a thing where it's even, and both teams are mostly staying on their side of the map and farming their side jungle.
Yeah, good awareness though here from Rokane, just not going too deep. So that was that teleport gank potential that was up. But yeah, like you said, everyone's playing very safe at the moment. And with that said, we got Lash Calico for Melee Creeps on lane 1. That's a good combo to get some action started.
Might be a combo that's about to get hit with Paradoxical Swap. Flick, moving into the lane. Swap at the ready. Looking for anyone who might be here. And oh, Calc is joining the party. This is definitely a gank attempt coming on in. Carbine, good to go. Drops it. Swap through the wall. Where's the follow through? Calc is on the other side. Calc's got other enemies he's looking at. As this is turning into a full-blown fight. Melee Creeps full rotating in. Hydration rotating in. No Vindictively Seen, but Calc slams on down. Gets one. Ready for more. Off the zip. And Hydration get far more out of this fight, Dan.
Ooh, Calc is not done just yet. Still on the pursuit. As we move on to Hydration, who's just, oh wow, 24k souls. He's going to finally join the fight, look to finish people off, collect some bags, and then be on his way out. Be on his merry way. Urn is available now for, obviously, Calc to run. Calc will collect the urn. As is his job. Part of his contract, I heard.
I mean, clearly it is. We've never seen Calc not grab the urn. Even in this case where they're prioritizing mid-boss, Calc still has to drop the urn, punch the mid-boss, and we'll see if Calc is the one to grab it on the other side. Rejuvenator coming down. It doesn't look like there's really much in the way of steal options here. If they roll on in right the second, I mean, okay, Sinclair's a little bit close. Is gonna be an opportunity? No, Vegas secures it for Hydration, and the punish might come through here on top of it. Saya, no way out.
Yeah, this is a really bad situation now for Melee Creeps. They are going to have to figure out a way to kind of handle this. Typically, when the other team has the rejuve, you want to play somewhat passively, especially if you can't catch them on the way out of the mid-boss and get some good fight engagements that can convert. But this is the problem. There's not even anyone to stop this earn delivery. So Hydronation's advantage compounds, and yeah, it just sucks because also a lot of the jungle's coming online now as well because it was eaten up moments ago. So right now there's a lot of value on the map for Hydronation.
And if you're Hydronation, you don't do anything too silly in terms of overplaying your hand. You grab the jungle safely, you abuse the fact you have Rejuvenator, and right now, Flick looking for another pickoff. Carbine into Pashy Pop, Hydration on the finish. Another quick pickoff, and this is quickly turned from an even game to the one where Hydronation now a sizable 20k lead. And, you know, Jake, you saw all this unfold. What's really stood out to you?
I mean, I think it was huge that Hydronation was able to win that fight with Rokane ratting and Hydration not even needing to pop ultimate. I mean, the initiation power from Hydronation is really scary, especially with young Calc. You know, the Abrams, I think, is such an X factor in these fights, and he's really able to get more out of this hero than almost anyone else is. I mean, the hero's pretty much fallen entirely out of favor from being a dominant meta choice, and Calc kind of single-handedly bringing it back these last couple games.
See how that works out for them.
You know, you look at it, Dan, I feel like a lot of it is just the game sense, right? Where Abrams is one of those heroes that so much is knowing how to approach a situation to get the max value charge. And the only way you develop that sense is a whole lot of hours on the hero. And you know, you think about overall playtime in Deadlock as a whole, probably be hard-pressed to find too many people with more hours on Abrams. Maybe the vaunted and legendary Yonder I Wander, but that's about it.
Yeah, it is. It's something of beauty, I would say. Love a Calc on an Abrams. A young one, perhaps, has the knockdown, the anchor in the sky. But that Walker, it's definitely under threat here. Hydronation are looking to crush this one. The response is here from melee creeps. Can they get the engage they're looking for, though?
Well, it's not bad. The Death Slam immediately takes down Flick, so Flick, of course, will be back off on the Rejuve reasonably quickly. We'll see, though, if melee creeps tries to push the issue. I mean, while they have the 65, if they sense any sort of weakness, they should just go in, but I mean, given the economy difference between the two, I don't think they're all that keen to do it. I think they'd rather stay around the Walker, take advantage of the defensive bonus, and just stall out some of Hibernation's Rejuve time.
What a massive win, actually, for melee creeps. Despite the fact that they got Rejuve, they managed to push out lane 3 a lot. They managed to push out lane 4 slightly, lane 2, and also they defended the Walker. So this is actually a very little conversion. It's actually stayed somewhat static at that 20k difference. Or 90, it was actually 17k initially, but now it's only 19k. So only 2k converted off of that Rejuve after the mid-boss was taken. That's actually crazy awesome for melee creeps.
And of course, if you're just tuning in, this is our finale of the night. It is a best of 3 series here at Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel. It's our money match. Both teams have won 1 map apiece. And it's Hydronation right now trying to reclaim the throne. And Melee Creeps trying to start their own legacy and win back-to-back nights here in North America.
I gotta say, ZP, I actually, if Melee Creeps can just keep going, I think they're going to scale a bit better into this late game, potentially, depending. I mean, obviously, hydration is a lot of the difference in some of the souls here and there, as we've been discussing. And so, you know, if you look at a Wraith that's really, you know, farms into the late game, the Vindicta, Calico's looking pretty good. You've got some good initiation. Obviously, the Frozen Dome can always be really effective in these team fights. Sinclair, obviously, also lots of utility. There's a lot of danger here from melee creeps. So despite the fact that they're 20k behind, they're very dangerous.
Cool Cheese, I think, was a little bit lucky to get out of there. That Majestic Leap just a little bit later, and terrible things could have happened. But yeah, I mean, how does this keep happening, man? It's just all, I mean, it's just Calc running the urn. And I'm sure there's a good reason for it. And should we get an interview with Calculator? We'll ask. But whether Hydronation is ahead or not, you know who's going to be muling the urn over from one side to the other.
That is the truth. Not really an urn that they want to ever drop off, however. That is not a fight that makes sense, I think, for them at the moment. And yeah, the Wraith, Poshy Pop's Wraith, I think is just really scary. I just feel like the later we get into the game, the more of a problem that is, because although hydration can do a lot with the 7, a farm 7, there are lots of ways to just burst down the 7, get the telekinesis on the 7, like just really focus on dealing with the 7. And then if you don't have to worry about 7,
they're going in for this, by the way. This is really good ideal circumstance, especially with like Abrams having survival. And they just let him turn it in. Absolutely free for Calc to just walk in, drops the urn, and now they get out. And if melee creeps overextend, Hydra Nation might be able to punish this severely, Dan. I'm just surprised that happened.
that is actually, yeah, they just timed it wrong, I think, because it definitely looks like they wanted to challenge that.
Let's go to Broadway.
Yeah, they looked at it, and I mean, Calc just kind of looks back at them and turns the urn in their face. It's intimidation tactics right there.
Yeah, that's honestly, that is cheeky. That is very cheeky. Okay, well, the mid boss is going to be up pretty soon, I think, here. So these next team fights could be highly consequential. Looks like this lane 1 Walker is going to get the challenge from melee creeps.
Take a look, a little bit extra survivability for Geist. Abrams, Duration Extender. It's kind of interesting how Duration Extender is a later game item now. There was an era where Abrams would get Duration Extender pretty early into the game. Item builds, though, constantly changing and evolving. Hydra Nation, though, Dan, up about 25k. Calico underneath the walker. AVG looking for a little bit of damage, gets the walker, and now trying to leave with their life. Calc, though, hot pursuit. This Calc could be able to catch over. Sliding, moving, ducking, charging on over. The hunt is on, and AVG is down.
Is there anything on the other end of it, though, for melee crews? They are looking for hydration right now. They're chasing hydration. They got a 3v1. Is he in the dome? Okay, well, there's somebody in the dome, and I don't know if that's very good here for Axe. He's going to go down, and that's a problem because now hydration turns around. He's got his posse with him. The boys are here, and it's just pain for melee creeps. A bad fight, and that's exactly what we're talking about, CP. Into the mid-boss. It's the worst possible thing that could have happened.
Melee Creeps doesn't really have any great options to steal or prevent this either. Anyone trying to do so is likely just going to feed. This is looking more and more like Hydra Nation might be on their way to reclaiming the throne and just chalking up their one loss as being unlucky number 13. 163k for Melee Creeps to 187k for Hydra Nation. Jake, you've been watching this as well as us. This is a long gap between both teams. What can Melee Creeps do to bring this one back?
I think melee creeps have to find a big fight off the back of this Lash. We've seen Hydra Nation pull this in the past where they've been down souls, down rejuve, and they sort of like find the perfect moment to fight an undisciplined opponent that maybe isn't all grouped up as they push. And for Hydra Nation's side, I think they really need to open some of these walkers. The lack of flex slots is starting to bite. This is the rejuve. This is their moment. Almost certainly we're going to see this come into a push on some of these walkers. Side lane probably the easiest, but I think melee creeps are going to take that fight, and if they can win it, they definitely stabilize the game back to even footing.
Yeah, I think CP, there's definitely options here to try to split push if you're Hydra Nation, to try to like try to force melee creeps to spread out their effort a bit, because it doesn't really feel like there is really a good answer for this Death Slam. Honestly, from Hydra Nation, so long as melee creeps like have good information and know how to position.
Swap in from Flick, looking for the quick pickoff, and Axe is just simply deleted. DMB getting the kill, but the punish after the swap from the Abrams charge into the punch. Now no frozen shelter available for melee creeps. Hydra Nation looking to pile on. Seismic Slam in from Calc. Deep in the melee creeps territory right now. Right now looking for the walker. Hydration also just incredibly farmed. Even Spell Singer headshots on top of it. Not MUC all that often. Most heroes, but yeah, 41k now on 7. Absolutely deadly. Death Slam though in. Could be 2 big picks off here for melee creeps. They get Calc at the very least.
Yeah, but Mirage is whacking away at his second walker. That's 2 walkers from Rokane now, back to back in the midst of this. I mean, they've lost all 3, of course. And they didn't lose many players, just Axe at the beginning. But I've got to say, ZB, I noticed that melee creeps, the person that they sent to deal with the split pushing Rokane to 1v1 him was Cool Cheese, the Lash. And so AVG just like blasted him. And then that was also your Lash not there to defend your walkers with the Death Slam online, which I feel like is perhaps an oversight. Because I think that would have been a pretty great opportunity to get like a favorable fight, like Death Slam them into the walker, etc. But either way,
You miss your carbine, but you land the swap. However, I'm not sure it really phases AVG too much. AVG able to just walk on out, the fall through from Rust Hydration. Not there in the moment. Also, that is one of the latest restorative lockets I think I've ever seen bot coming in from Sinclair. But Frozen Shelter out right now from Max. Melee Creep still reasonably healthy. Hydration, though, coming on in. No Storm Cloud, just raw electricity. Not enough to save Calc, though, who gets blown up by the true team effort after the Frozen Shelter.
Melee Creep's doing a good job not giving away kills at the moment, despite being at some disadvantages. Now they're going to try to catch the weakened players. Despite Hydration taking down AVG on the Calico, good trade there onto the Geist. Is there anything else there? Very deep toss on that stake. It's going to land. Beautiful work there. Lomane can finish this one off. Dashing down. Oh my god, couldn't catch the kill in time. Rokane, though, taking down Poshy Pop. So Melee Creep still in trouble here. There's a Death Slam. This could make the difference. Down for the Earth Strike. And the follow-ups. Hydration's down for the count. Cool Cheese trying to escape, and is going to be able to make it out of there.
Flick is still coming in. Flick is full HP. Flick doesn't care. One carbine would just end Lash here and now. Don't know if they're going to get there in time. Axe super low. The Mirage pressure coming on in from Rokane. But it does look like the last few Melee Creeps able to get away. Very back and forth fight. Something that Melee Creeps would welcome, given the fact that they were behind. Or Flick still in hot pursuit. Ends up going down. Catches a Vindicta. Leaves the Souls. Just leaves.
Not bad.
Donation. Yeah, Lomane was stuck on the roof there. Just, and again, Vindicta's not very mobile, so unfortunate there for Lomane. Yeah, definitely a series of team fights and Melee Creeps that I think haven't been as good as they want. At least they were able to get some players on the retreat there as Hydronation disengaged. But as we take stock of the situation, it's a 40k soul difference. So yeah, we're definitely, I feel like if Melee Creeps can just like really just slow the game down and keep just like generating more souls, I still feel like they've got like decent late game scaling that can help them here. But Hydration's sitting on 45k souls right now, and Rokane's on 48. That is nasty.
Jake, you're up about 40k. Mid boss is up in 2 minutes. Your Hydronation, do you just slam it as soon as mid boss is up?
I don't think you can force it. I mean, you do have the Abrams ulti as like a sort of a decent secure for the ultimate, but I think Hydronation very likely to try and fight on the map instead. Maybe they could bait the mid boss at this stage. I think that could be pretty strong. If you can pull Melee Creeps into the mid boss and fight around a powerful 7 ult, that could be the ticket. I don't know about finishing the mid boss this late in the game, you know, without pickoffs, without a team fight victory. But I kind of disagree, DK. I think honestly, Hydronation are scaling really well. I think Rokane and Hydration are both going to become even stronger as the game goes later. Like, I think this Mirage, the global presence, and maybe if he gets something like a Ricochet for the ultra late game, could really amp up his total damage.
Look right now.
Love it.
Eager to find a pick, goes for the swap, and it's still Lomane not able to get away right as mid boss is up in the player timer, a little bit behind the reality on your screen. The mid boss is up, and Dan, Hydronation just goes for it off the one pick.
Yeah, well, this is going to be potentially a great bait for them too, though. They've got a lot of play with this. In fact, they're going to turn around. They're going to try to take down the rotating Melee Creeps. Sire's out of the picture. Say goodbye to the magnificent Sinclair, and it's just more damage output coming out from Hydration on the 7. Has to go. Great block of the Death Slam there, going ethereal. He's keeping himself in the fight there, keeping himself doing damage. Look at Hydronation just like rolling through like a pack of wolves, taking down every player one by one. Cool Cheese, the next one to die, and there is the secure onto the mid boss now. I don't think there's a single way to stop it.
50k up, only Wraith and Kelvin up for Melee Creeps. Hydronation, inevitability, sticking on in. It'd be Hydronation reclaiming the throne here in North America after giving up briefly for 1 week. They did have to retool their roster. They dropped Leffa, they dropped Lord NM. They absorbed the heart and soul of Llama Lords in Young Calc and Rokane. And as a result, Hydronation, after retooling and reforming, may be your champion here in North America once more. Certainly everything in this game, Dan, is going their way.
It's very true. I would try to throw some more cope in there, but I think Jake's just going to tell me that I'm wrong. So now I'm scared.
It's like Jay's is like, no, it's over.
Yeah. Well, it's cool though, because I heard that from you were saying that chat says we should disagree more. So
That is true. They apparently it's not a true broadcast unless the casters are at each other's throats and you know, just doing fake conflict, as it were. But
100%.
you do have the earn turn in here. Calc, just 100% earn turn in rate for Hydra Nation. Swap over and in. This could be the final song for Melee Creeps. As Hydra Nation with Rejuvenator now take the fight to the shrines. Melee Creeps push back. AVG at Death's Door on the Calco. Gets back into the fountain just barely. Saya, though, punished. The shrines getting pummeled. Full Rejuvenator still up for Hydra Nation as we perhaps, Dan, approach the end.
It's certainly looking that way. The Amber Patron is getting targeted. Okay, well, there's maybe a slight diversion, but I think it's inevitable at this point. Calc in there. Calc's just really doing the Lord's work today here at the Abrams, as expected. It's a brief detour on the Ivy and then returning to full form, winning the games when he's playing Abrams. So Patron transforming, just a weakened Patron that's going to be left. This is it, CP. This is the final lap here for Hydra Nation.
Hydra Nation, they were denied $1,000 last week. Melee Creeps took the championship away. But how 1 week changes things and then some. Hydra Nation, second stage patron, under assault. They can taste the North American Championship here on Deadlock Fight Night. Amber Patron going down, down, down. Hydra Nation, your champions once again.
What a masterful
GG's.
performance, guys. Bringing it back. Despite being in the challenger spot for the first time in recent memory, in living memory, frankly, in Deadlock Fight Night, it's Hydra Nation reclaiming the throne with 2 new players.
Incredible stuff. Really impressive from Hydra Nation because they looked so cohesive. And I don't know who you've picked for the MVP, but I feel like if you don't pick Young Calc, the chat will hate you. So that's one thing I know. But I mean, Young Calc did do a great job slotting in, as did Rokane. So, you know, shout outs to them for slotting in so well with Hydra Nation and just Hydra Nation as a whole for looking so incredible after making like 2 roster changes. That's basically a different team almost.
Well, I've looked at the caster chat. I know who Jake has picked. I don't know if our player of the match setup is ready just this instant, but, you know, they're kind of taking a moment to kind of view what we just saw here, Jake. You know, this match had a lot of back and forths, but the one interesting thing to me when you look at the final 2 games in terms of the character that really set the tone, regardless of which team had it, it was 7.
7 really was the shakeup this week with like coming into a top form for the meta with, you know, the hero back in the day was super strong, super dominant. I think people have finally figured out sort of the new way to play, the new build. I like Hydration built both improved spirit and improved bullet armor, right? In this incredibly high damage character, just being super tanky, like not trying to be tricky and escape necessarily with perfect movement, just being so tanky that they can't burst you down quick enough. You know, you're gonna get your skills off. You're gonna be able to trade and fight back. Not even relying on the lifesteal, just focus on that raw armor. I think that was a pretty cool build from Hydration. Really well done for him. And I think the hero really suits his strengths. The team is very comfortable playing around a Hydration that gets super farmed, clears the map out really, really efficiently, and still shows up and is a big contributor for the late game fights, which of course is our intel player of the match. It's Hydration. I just felt like across all 3 games, he had a very stable, very strong performance in a team that has just dropped like their other main carry player. There was a lot of pressure on Hydration today, but he delivered absolutely.
Yeah, can see him robbing his opponent's blind.
This is a legendary moment.
Yeah, definitely. Hydration's always been incredible, just also due to the diversity of his pool and how it's just you'll never see him pick something that he isn't extremely competent on, and he's played almost everything and all the roles as well, like from support to like more carry roles to just hybrid roles, just a mixture of everything we've seen from Hydration. Frontline as well, like he's done everything and he does all of it so incredibly well, and to be such a defining factor for your team and so reliable in that way is it truly is remarkable.
Well, there are a few things. I mean, you go deep enough into the Hydration lore, you find out that at one point he was a Lash main. He initially started out on Lash, but clearly has just added more and more to his pool over time. Hydration, though, is not necessarily good at everything. For example, in our upcoming interview, even if no one else is on the team, we probably would not interview Hydration. His interviewing skills, going all the way back to his Overwatch days, not good. Likely will never be good, which is why we will not be doing an interview on Hydration later on. So, well, make no mistake, he is not perfect. he has weaknesses, but when it comes to his 7-play and ability to accumulate souls and just be the backbone of his team, no weakness is found there, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, the hero damage speaks for itself, in this game. I think you got to give honorable mentions, though, to Rokane and Young Calc, who came in, looked like they've been on this team for a long time. The rest of the squad really played well around them. Also, props to Vegas coming in on the Ivy that I don't know if he's ever played it before, especially not in Deadlock Fight Night, but having a very stable, solid game, not feeding, continuing to contribute on the objectives, showing his flexibility. At the same time, though, I want to appreciate Melee Creeps for making this, bringing this the distance to the third game, for playing incredibly well, great drafts throughout, really put a ton of pressure on Hydra Nation. And I really think despite, Hydra Nation reclaiming the throne in NA, I think this is going to continue to be a very competitive region if there's teams like Melee Groups can continue to be big threats.
Yeah.
Well, we have an interview. That's right. The last time Llama Lords won, well, it wasn't really a win, but yeah, we thought it was a win at the time. People said we need to get the Calc interview. Today, we actually have the Calc interview. So without further ado, Hydra Nation, Young Calc, not Llama Lords anymore. Congratulations on your top spot of NA. And, just to kick things off here, we saw the Calc support all day long. Calc, can you walk us through a little bit of the role change that still had you playing a lot of Abrams?
Listen, man, that boy Hydration is cold, man. And I'll tell you what, yeah, I'm playing support, but I'll play support for these players: Flick, DMB, Vegas, Rokane, Hydration. Hydration's the king, I'll play it for them. These guys are nuts, that's all. I'll do what I got to do.
Well, Calc, ZP made a really interesting observation that you're one of the new players to the team, and it seemed like you were on urn running duty like all the time. Is that like some hazing ritual? Like, why were you carrying the urn every time?
Just worked out that way. I don't know.
You're not trying to cover, are you? Right? Like, is this what? Like, you can tell us if they just like hazed you into grabbing the urn every single time. Like,
no,
we're willing to go to bat for you.
I'm just a nice guy. That's all. I'm a really nice guy. Right. So I'm like, yeah, I got it.
Calc, I'm just curious, you and Rokane have come into this team that's had, huge success over the past many weeks of Deadlock Fight Night, has been undisputably the best team in NA. What does it feel like coming into the team with 2 new players? Are you guys like trying to, put your own spin on what the team has been doing, trying to work within an existing system? What's the balance like for your team right now?
Well, yeah, it is kind of like, talking about what we like to do and stuff, and we're still a new team, so it's hard to work out. But me and Flick have a lot of natural chemistry together, and Hydration has chemistry with like every player basically naturally somehow. Vegas as well. I mean, all the players actually mesh way better than some teams when they're new, so the chemistry is really good, I think.
So Calc, we'll open up to you here. Obviously, congratulations again, but any other messages, words to your fans, anything you want to get out there before we let you go?
Well, I think Flick goes under-recognized a lot for what he does. I noticed when Hydra Nation was winning a lot, Flick didn't get as much credit as he should have ever, and I think Flick is genuinely an insane player. Same with Vegas. I think Flick and Vegas do so much. Even DMB goes unnoticed. I think all those players on the team that I joined, Hydra Nation, I think they're all so good and they do so many things and people don't know. So I know Hydration takes a lot of the spotlight, but trust me, the other players do a ton too.
All right, well, thank you so much, Cal. Congratulations on your win. Hydra Nation, once more, the champions of North America. And, again, thinking back to the beginning of the day, we kind of wondered, what would the new Hydra Nation look like with the change-ups? Would they still look good against a very dominant Melee Creep squad? And, some people are doubting. I'll say for the record, I don't think I was one of the doubters, but Jake absolutely was not one of the doubters. And, Jake, you were proven right.
Yeah, I think this is a team like Calc mentioned with a lot of strong players. It goes way beyond just the names that get the most credit. The rest of the squad really works well together. They dominated NA for so long, not just off the back of being mechanically skilled, but off the back of having better strategic play, better macro, better movement. And I think that is going to continue to pay dividends for them in the future in Deadlock. This is a team that I think it's great. It's a good sign that they're willing to change. They're willing to adapt and bring in new players. And I think Calc and Rokane could potentially be more of a longer term presence for this squad with how well they look to have meshed in.
Yeah, the gelling is definitely happening with this roster. I'm really curious what the new ceiling could look like. which is what I think Jake is like getting at with that last comment. So that is super exciting, and that should help to elevate the whole scene. I think what Melee Creeps is doing as well is also going to help to elevate the scene, and I think that's so important that you have some of these teams that are doing it right as culture leaders to kind of help foster and nurture new talent in North America, because it's a region that can definitely offer a lot. So I'm excited to see what else we can get out of NA as these other teams start to formulate around them. So long as, of course, we don't get any more poaching happening from Hydra Nation.
well, look, you never know on that front. It's just become an NA tradition. But I'm glad you brought up regions here, Dan, because, we mentioned it a few other times on the show, but as we get to the end here, it's worth reminding everyone, if you didn't see it, we are expanding. Of course, we've done Deadlock Fight Night in EU and NA, but we're proud to announce we're doing our inaugural show for Pacific, and we'll get to see just what teams have been cooking up in China, in Korea, in Australia, a whole new set of Deadlock to take a look at and see, sometimes, Jake, how those innovations can spread to NA and EU after we see them in action.
Yeah, it's always exciting to get a new crop of players. I know the Pacific region, a lot of those guys have been super passionate, super excited to have a forum to compete. So it's awesome that Intel is helping us bring Deadlock Fight Night to the region and to really take Deadlock global, where I think a lot of people know that it's eventually going to go with, potential launch or, future esports possibilities. But it's awesome to be starting to lay that groundwork now.
Yeah, I concur. It's going to be really cool to see the characters that come out of the regions as well. Who's the hydration of Pacific? What kind of hero stories are we going to be able to help build in that region? I'm just super excited for all the narratives that are going to emerge, because this game, I think, is going to have a very long history, and I'm sure Pacific's going to be a really big region. And so I feel like that we're really privileged to be in a position to put some spotlight on it from the beginning.
Well, this is bringing us to the end of our broadcast. Before we go to the full end, just want to thank the audience, of course, for tuning in. You guys, of course, make all this happen. We could not do it without you. But that being said, DDK, Jake, final thoughts. Dan, you first.
It was a fun show. I think you guys are fun to work with, and I love all of the fans of the show. It's got a really awesome vibe. The community is amazing. So thank you all for watching. And we'll play more Deadlock.
Yeah, likewise. Great show. It's super awesome seeing, the early memes now of Deadlock that someday we're all going to be throwing back to, thinking back to these what are now the good old days. So as we live in the good current days, I want to just appreciate them and enjoy what we have together. It's a lot of fun seeing the passion of everybody come together here at Deadlock Fight Night.
Could not agree more. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Jake. And thank you, everyone who tuned in here tonight. This has been a pleasure. This has been Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel North America. Hydra Nation, your champions once more. $1,000 to them. Will they be able to hold on to it? You'll have to tune in next week to find out.